Part 25 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6, Section 3, of the Eastern Negroes, of the people of New Guinea, of the New Hollanders, of the New Hebrides, New Caledonia, and other Papua Islands. Of the Eastern Negroes. Of the tribes which we include under this term, that with which Europeans have been best acquainted is the race of Papuas, or inhabitants of New Guinea. They are very numerous in that country, and distinguish themselves by the name of Igolote. Note: see Dr. Leiden's essay on the language and literature of the Indo-Chinese nations, Asiatic Researches, Volume 10. End of note. This may be the denomination which the Arab voyagers, who appear to have frequently encountered them, and have described them as frightful horde of black cannibals, have corrupted into Kahalut. Dr. Leyden, Ubi Supra, also Renaude's Ancienne Relation des Indes. End of note. They are described by our great navigator Dampier, who coasted along the northern shore of New Guinea. He informs us that the people of Pulo Sabuda, an island on the coast nearest to the Indian continent, are very tawny Indians with long black hair, who differ but little from the Mindanayans and others of these eastern islands. These seem to be the chief, but besides them we also saw shock curl-pated New Guinea Negroes. But all the natives of the mainland and the other isles, till he came to New Britain, were very black, tall, and stout people, with great round heads, broad round faces, large bottle noses, and short frizzled hair, which they dye of different colors. They greatly disfigure themselves by painting their faces, and making holes through their nostrils and in their ears, in which they wear pieces of wood by way of ornament. All the people on the north coast appear to have the same language. Note: Dampier's Voyages, Volume 3. M. de Bougainville visited the eastern side of New Guinea and the islands in the vicinity and to the southeast. His description coincides with that of Dampier. He says: "The men of New Guinea are black, with frizzled, woolly hair." Note: Bougainville, Voyage autour du monde. Captain Forrest assures us that "the Papua coffers are as black as the coffers of Africa, that they wore their frizzling hair so much bushed out round their heads that its circumference measured about 3 feet, and when least 2 feet and a half." Note: Forrest's Voyage to New Guinea. End of note. The Papuas are not confined to New Guinea. They still occupy the high and woody parts of many of the Indian islands, of which there is every reason to believe that they are the primary inhabitants. According to Forrest, they possess the inland parts of most of the Moluccas. Note: Forrest, Ibid. They are well known in the Philippine Islands, where they are called by the Spaniards Negritos del Monte. Note: Marsden's Hist of Sumatra. Note from a manuscript in the possession of Alexander Dalrymple, Esquire. End of note. Here we have them described as resembling the Hottentots, having short, twisted hair, and some of them being as black as the natives of Guinea. It is said also that they are found further to the northward in the island of Formosa. Note: Forster's Observations in a Voyage Round the World. Some of these tribes have made advances toward civilization, but by far the greater number are still destitute savages, naked and without houses, sleeping on trees and depending for sustenance on the spontaneous fruits of the earth. Note: Dr. Leyden, Ubi Supra. It is very probable that they formerly possessed the other Indian isles from which they have now disappeared. Marsden describes some wild people in the interior of Sumatra who seem very much to resemble them. But it is from the Indian continent that their migration must be deduced. Although this event probably took place at a very remote period of time, we will discover distinct proofs of it. Most of the mountainous districts in the peninsula of Malacca are peopled with tribes of black savages, who closely resemble the Papuas, and are evidently of the same stock. They speak a language which is not understood by the Malays, and which the latter compare to the chattering of large birds. Further to the west, in the Andaman Isles, is a curious remnant of this race, where they have been preserved by a difficult access and by the terror of their ferocious character, from intermixture or disturbance, as well as from all improvement. We are indebted to Lieutenant R. H. Colebrook for an accurate account of these isles. He informs us that they are woody, and have no quadrupeds, except wild hogs, monkeys, and rats. Their inhabitants are perhaps the most savage people in the world. Their color is of the darkest hue, their stature in general small, and their aspect uncouth. Their limbs are ill formed and slender, their bellies prominent, and, like the Africans, they have woolly heads, thick lips, and flat noses. They go quite naked, except a kind of fringe which the women wear by way of ornament round their waists. They daub themselves over with mud to keep off insects, and fill their woolly hair with red ochre or cinnabar. They are very ferocious in their character, make no attempts to cultivate the ground, but live by accidental supplies of food which they find in the woods or in the sea. Their language is rather smooth than guttural. It appears to be polysyllabic. Their melodies are pleasing, and they are fond of rude dances. Note: Asiatic Researches, Volume 4. The inhabitants of the greater part of the Indian continent are indeed at the present day very different in their aspect from the Papuas or Negroes. Tribes, however, still remain in many mountainous districts, which preserve to a considerable degree their primitive model, and approach nearly in the appearance of their hair and in their features to the characters of the race of Papuas. Note: Lieutenant Wilford on Egypt and the Nile, Asiatic Researches, Volume 3. And we shall endeavor to show hereafter that the earliest inhabitants of India were true Negroes, resembling in their persons the natives of Africa, but without reference to any conclusion of this kind. The race we are considering is clearly traced to the continent of India. To the east of New Guinea is a territory of considerable extent, which Dampier discovered to be separated from that country by a narrow strait, and to which he gave the name of New Britain. He informs us that it has about 4 degrees of latitude, and is very well inhabited with strong, well-limbed Negroes. Note: Dampier's Voyages. New Ireland lies still further eastward, adjacent to the former. Its name seems to have been suggested by its relative situation to New Britain. The same description of people is found here also. "The inhabitants are black," says Captain Carteret, "and have woolly heads like the Negroes, but have not the flat nose and thick lips." Note: Hawkesworth's Collection. From the neighborhood of these countries numerous clusters of islands extend far into the Pacific Ocean towards the east and south, the inhabitants of which bear a considerable resemblance to the Papuas, and are manifestly branches of that stock. We shall resume the mention of these after tracing the progress of this race into the more extensive regions of Australasia. Of the New Hollanders. Captain Cook, in his first voyage, touched at New Guinea. He thought the natives of that country much like the New Hollanders, and considered it as highly probable that both are branches of one nation. Note: One circumstance he observed to militate against this opinion, which is this: the publisher of the Histoire de Navigation aux Terres Australes has given a vocabulary of a language spoken in an island near New Britain, which does not agree with the words which Cook and his companions learnt at Endeavour River, in the eastern coast of New Holland. It is, however, impossible to conclude from the unsuccessful comparison of a few words that any two languages have no resemblance, and besides, we now know that many dialects very considerably or totally different from each other are spoken in the great island or continent of New Holland, so that this argument has no weight when opposed to those which are drawn from proximity of situation and resemblance of physical characters and manners. End of note. The people of New Guinea, he says, had much the same appearance as the New Hollanders, being nearly of the same stature and having their hair short cropped. Like them, they were also stark naked, but we thought the color of their skin was not quite so dark. This, however, might perhaps be merely the effect of their not being quite so dirty. They shot darts made of cane at the Englishmen, which, although they were at 60 yards distance, fell with great force beyond them. Cook and his companions concluded them to have been thrown out of a hollow stick in the manner practised by the New Hollanders. Captain Cook harbored at Endeavour River on the eastern coast of New Holland, in latitude 15 degrees south, and stayed to careen his ship. He had some intercourse with the inhabitants, who were thinly scattered through the country in the neighborhood, and describes them as being so uniformly covered with dirt that it was almost impossible to discover their natural color. Some of his people attempted to remove the incrustation by rubbing with their fingers. "With the dirt they appear nearly as black as a negro, and according to our best discoveries," says Captain Cook, "the skin itself is of the color of wood soot, or what is commonly called a chocolate color. Their features are far from being disagreeable. Their noses are not flat, nor are their lips thick. Their teeth are white and even, and their hair naturally long and black. It is, however, universally cropped short. In general it is straight, but sometimes it has a slight curl. We saw none that was not matted and filthy, though without oil or grease, and to our great astonishment free of lice. Their beards were of the same color with their hair, and bushy and thick. They are not suffered to grow long, but kept short, as it appeared, by singeing them. Both sexes go stark naked, and seem to have no more sense of indecency in discovering the whole body than we have in discovering the hands and face. Their principal ornament is the bone they thrust through the cartilage of the nose. It is as thick as a man's finger, and between 5 and 6 inches long. They appear to have no fixed habitation, but make a miserable sort of sheds with pliable rods, fixing both ends into the ground, and covering them with palm leaves and bark. Cook saw the natives of New Holland in other parts of the country very distant from the above place, and says that they agree with the former description. Dampier had at an earlier period visited several places on the western coast of this country, particularly about latitude 7 degrees and 27 degrees. He gave nearly the same description of the natives as of the New Guinea negroes, and mentioned that their color is perfectly black, their hair like that of the African, and their noses large and full. Note: Dampier's Voyages, Vol. 1, page 464. His account of these people is as follows: "The inhabitants of this country are the miserablest people in the world. The Hottentots of Monomotapa, though a nasty people, yet for wealth are gentlemen to these, who have no houses and skin ornaments, sheep, poultry, and fruits of the earth, ostrich eggs, etc., as the Hottentots have, and setting aside their humane shape, they differ but little from brutes. They are tall, straight-bodied, and thin, with small, long limbs. They have great heads, round foreheads, and great brows. Their eyelids are always half closed to keep the flies out of their eyes, they being so troublesome here that no fanning will keep them from coming to one's face, and without the assistance of both hands to keep them off, they will creep into one's nostrils, and mouth too, if the lips are not shut very close. So that from their infancy, being thus annoyed with these insects, they do never open their eyes as other people, and therefore they cannot see far, unless they hold up their heads as if they were looking at something above them. They have great bottle noses, pretty full lips, and wide mouths. The two fore teeth of their upper jaw are wanting in all of them, men and women, old and young. Whether they draw them out I know not, neither have they any beards. They are long visaged, and of a very unpleasing aspect, having no one graceful feature in their faces. Their hair is black, short and curled, like that of the Negroes, and not long and lank, like that of the common Indians. The color of their skins, both of their faces and the rest of their body, is coal black, like that of the Negroes of New Guinea. They have no sort of clothes, but a piece of the rind of a tree tied like a girdle, etc. They have no houses, but lie in the open air without any covering, the earth being their bed, and the heaven their canopy. End of note. The British colony in New Holland has afforded us the means of more extensive acquaintance with the character of the native people. To Mr. Collins, who resided some time at Port Jackson in the office of Judge Advocate, we are indebted for a circumstantial and interesting account of the savage inhabitants. We shall extract his remarks on their physical characters. The color of these people is not uniform. We have seen some who, even when cleansed from the smoke and filth, which were always to be found on their persons, were nearly as black as the African Negro, while others have exhibited only a copper or Malay color. The natural covering of their heads is not wool, as in most other black people, but hair. This particular may be remembered in the two natives who were in this country, Ben Nilong and Yemerriwani. The former, on his return, by having some attention paid to his dress while in London, was found to have very long black hair. Black indeed was the general color of the hair, though I have seen some of a reddish cast, but being unaccompanied by any perceptible difference of complexion, it was perhaps more the effect of some outward cause than its natural appearance. Their noses are flat, nostrils wide, eyes much sunk in the head, and covered with thick eyebrows, in addition to which they wear tied round the head a net of the breadth of the forehead, made of the fur of the opossum, which, when wishing to see very clearly, I have observed them draw over the eyebrows, thereby contracting the light. Their lips are thick, and the mouth extravagantly wide, but when opened discovering two rows of white, even, and sound teeth. Many had very prominent jaws, and there was one man who, but for the gift of speech, might well have passed for an orangutan. He was remarkably hairy. His arms appeared of an uncommon length. In his gait he was not perfectly upright, and in his whole manner seemed to have more of the brute and less of the human species about him than any of his countrymen. Those who have been in that country will from this outline of him recollect old We Rang. Mr. Collins informs us that few of these people could be said to be tall, and still fewer were well made. The men, on extraordinary occasions, wear a reed or bone through their septimnaci, which is perforated when they are about 12 or 15 years of age. They use for this purpose the small bone in the leg of the kangaroo. Those who live on the seacoast generally pull out the right front tooth. Note: this practice also prevails in the Sandwich Islands. End of note. The women are subjected to the amputation of the two first joints of the little finger of the left hand. Note: a custom somewhat similar is prevalent among the people of the Friendly Islanders. See below. There is a curious caste of rude people in the Mysore, on the Indian continent, who are addicted to a habit of the same kind. The women with them constantly undergo an amputation of the first joint of the third and fourth fingers of the right hand. See Wilkes' Hist of the Mysore, page 442. Various instances of similar customs might be found by diligently comparing the habits of the islanders with the people of the continent. The mode of shampooing or kneading the person in the bath is one trait of resemblance which is noticed by Major Wilkes. The habit of dyeing the beard and hair of a red color is mentioned by Aryan as common among the ancient Hindus, as is the practice of perforating the nose and ears to wear ornaments in them. These customs are common among the islanders. End of note. The men wear bushy beards. Both sexes are naked except a girdle round their waists. This account, the accuracy of which is indisputable, differs in some respects both from the descriptions given by Captain Cook and Dampier, and as we have every reason to rely on the veracity and attentive observation of these authors, we must conclude that the several tribes of New Hollanders have considerable diversities. We should be inclined to suppose Dampier to have been mistaken with regard to the hair of the people of the western coast, if it was not confirmed by the assurance which we have that the natives of Van Diemen's Land, who must be regarded as a branch of the same nation, being separated by a narrow strait from the New Hollanders, answer to his description. Of the latter people we have the following account given by Mr. Anderson, who visited them with Captain Cook in the last voyage of that illustrious navigator. "Their color," he informs us, "is a dull black, and not quite so deep as that of the African negroes. Their hair is perfectly woolly." Note: Captain Cook, as we are told by the writer of this work, on the authority of Captain King, was very unwilling to allow the last mentioned fact, fancying that the people who first observed it had been deceived from the hair being clotted with grease and red ochre, but Captain King prevailed on him to examine carefully the hair of the boys, which was free from this dirt. He thus became convinced that it was naturally woolly, and assures us himself that it was as much so as that of the natives of New Guinea. End of note. "Their noses, though not flat, are broad and full. The lower part of the face projects a good deal, as is the case of most Indians I have seen, so that a line let fall from the forehead would cut off a much larger portion than it would in an European. Their eyes are of a middling size, with the white less clear than in us. Their teeth are broad, but not equal nor well set. Their mouths are rather wide, but this appearance seems heightened by wearing their beards long and clotted with paint, in the same manner as the hair on their heads. In other respects they are well proportioned, though the belly seems rather projecting. This may be owing to the want of compression there, which few nations do not use more or less. Their manners resemble those of the New Hollanders in most particulars. They make huts of a similar kind, although their chief habitations are hollow trees. They are without clothes and cover their skins with dirt, as Mr. Anderson thought, thus heightening the natural blackness. They are doubtless," says he, "from the same stock with those of the northern parts of New Holland, though they differ in many particulars from the people described by Dampier and Cook. Their language did not seem much to resemble that of the more northern people." But Mr. Anderson observes that the knowledge of these languages as yet acquired is by far too slight to warrant the conclusion that they are totally different. He adds that we have very good grounds for the opposite opinion, for the animal called kangaroo at Endeavor River was known by the same name in Van Diemen's Land. It appears from all the accounts of these tribes, which we have quoted in the foregoing pages, that they bear a considerable resemblance to the negroes of Africa, and this idea is confirmed by all the information we can collect concerning their anatomical structure. It would indeed appear that in all those points in which the physical character of the Negro is most opposite to that of the European, the New Hollander approaches very nearly to the former. We have the observation of Mr. Anderson that a line let fall from the forehead cuts off a greater proportion of the face than in our people. The skull, viewed in profile, resembles very much the form of the African's head. Note: See the description of a skeleton of a New Hollander in the Museum of Dr. Monro at Edinburgh, given by Dr. Gibson. Dissert inog de forma ossium gentilitia, 1809. Also Blumenbach's Collectio Craniorum. End of note. The impressions made by the temporal muscles are extensive and reach very near to the sagittal suture. The upper jaw is very prominent. The fossa malaris is deeply marked. The superciliary arches advance. The bones of the nose are flat and low. The mouth is large. In the limbs the bones are long. The ribs are much incurvated. The male pelvis is very narrow. Note Gibson ubi supra. And it would appear that the female is wide, if we may judge by the ease with which the women of this country, like those of Guinea, undergo parturition. In every one of these points the New Hollanders resemble the Africans. Note Colis ubi supra. The same disposition to deviation which appears extensively in the South Sea Islands is exhibited among these people. We have already noticed the varieties of their hair. In some tribes it is lank and in others woolly. This diversity was observed, as we shall show in the sequel, in other places. Blumenbach says he has specimens of hair brought from New Holland, the character of which is exactly intermediate between that of the Negroes and the straight hair of Europeans. The descriptions we have quoted above show considerable diversities in the features of different tribes. The color also, as we learn from Collins, deviates. The general complexion of the race is black, but some individuals are of the Malay copper color. The points of resemblance between these people and the inhabitants of the isles hold a very extensive range. The general character of the cranium resembles that of some specimens of the skulls of Otaheitians which have been brought to Europe. Note Gibson's inaugural essay, Blumenbach, Collectio Craniorum. The flatness of the nose is a character of most of the islanders. The fullness of the fleshy part of the nostril is remarked as being the most general trait in their physiognomy. The variety of the hair is similar to what is observed in the New Hebrides, and lastly, in their complexion, varying from black to a lighter shade, the New Hollanders resemble the natives of New Zealand. Mr. Anderson, from his personal acquaintance with these people, was led to form the same conclusion which we have deduced from comparing their general characters. As the New Hollanders, he says, including the inhabitants of Van Diemen's Land, seem all to be of the same extraction, so neither do I think there is anything peculiar in them. On the contrary, they much resemble many of the inhabitants whom we saw at Tana and Malicolo. He adds that there is reason for supposing their language to be similar to the other dialects of the South Sea Islands, for of 10 words which they could get from them, one, viz., that which expresses cold, differed little from that of New Zealand and Otaheite, the first being Malaridi, the second Makaridi, and the third Maridi. Of the New Hebrides, New Caledonia, and other Papua Islands, we have observed in the foregoing pages that New Britain, New Ireland, and the small circumjacent isles are inhabited by woolly-headed Negroes of the same description with those of New Guinea, and of similar manners. From the neighborhood of these countries a long range of islands extends to the southeast. The principal group of them is known by the name of Solomon Isles. The whole distance between New Britain and Queen Charlotte's Isles is thus interspersed without any considerable extent of open sea, and we find this almost continuous chain of islands inhabited by people similar in physical characters and manners to the nations who have already come under our view. M. de Bougainville describes the people of Solomon Isles as Negroes, quite naked, black, who had curled short hair and very long ears, which they bored through. Several had dyed their wool red, and had white spots on different parts of their body. Note Bougainville ubi supra. The people of Buka Island, in the same group, have been described more recently. They are black, with curled, thick, bushy hair like the Papuas, with large heads, broad foreheads, flat faces and noses, and large mouths. Note: La Biladière voyage à la recherche de la Pérouse. End of note. The islanders of the Louisiade, a chain running parallel to that of Solomon's Isles, but more to the southwest, are, according to Bougainville, as black as the Negroes of Africa. Their hair is curled, but long, and in some of a reddish color. Note: Voyage de M. Bougainville autour du monde. End of note. Several boats full of savages from the same cluster were seen by La Billardière. They were naked, had woolly hair, and a complexion of an olive color. One man among them was as black as a Negro of Mozambique, and had projecting lips. They did not understand a Malay who attempted to converse with them, but had some words like the Malayan language. Note: La Billardière, Ibid. The inhabitants of Queen Charlotte's Islands are black, with woolly heads, and stark naked. Note: Carteret's Voyage, Hawkesworth's collection. Having traced this race of naked, woolly-headed Negroes to Queen Charlotte's Islands, we have no hesitation in attributing to the same stock the population of the New Hebrides and of the mountainous ridge called New Caledonia. These islands seem to be a continuation of the same chain, and the most northerly of them is separated by a very short interval from Queen Charlotte's Isles. The resemblance of the natives of these islands to several of the savage tribes whose history we have been contemplating, and particularly to the people of Van Diemen's Land, is very strongly marked. We have quoted the words of Mr. Anderson in which he notes this resemblance, and the same fact is particularly observed by La Billardière. The natives of Malicolo, says Dr. Forster, are a small, nimble, slender, black, and ill-favored set of beings that, of all men I ever saw, border the nearest upon the tribe of monkeys. Their skulls are of a very singular structure, being from the root of the nose more depressed backward than in any other races of mankind which we had formerly seen. The hair is in the greater part of them woolly and frizzled. Captain Cook informs us that its general color is black or brown. Their complexion is sooty, their features harsh, the cheekbone and face broad. Their limbs are slender, though well shaped. He assures us that several among them were very hairy all over the body, the back not excepted, and this circumstance he also observed in Tanna and New Caledonia. Note: Forster's observations. Besides these physical characters, there are several peculiarities of manners which indicate these people to be of the same race with the natives of the two islands just mentioned. One of them is the singular mode of wearing wrappers made of leaves, and fastened by a string, which they tie round their waists, as described by Forster. This custom prevails in Tanna and New Caledonia. They also perforate the nose and ears like the people of New Guinea and New Caledonia, and carry large rings in the one and sticks or stones in the other by way of ornament. Captain Cook thought the language of Malicolo had no resemblance to that of any other people, but in this point it appears that he was mistaken. It is shown by the comparative tables drawn out by Sir J. Banks and Mr. Marsden that it has many words which have a manifest affinity to other dialects of the language so widely diffused through these southern islands. Note: See Marsden's table, Archaeology, Volume 6. The description of the people of Tanna differs from that of the Malicoles in some particulars, although it coincides in many important points. They are generally tall, stout, and well made, with good features. They are, says Forster, almost of the same swarthy color as the New Caledonians, only a few had a clearer complexion, and in these the tips of their hair were of a yellowish brown. The hair and the beards of the rest were all black and crisp, nay, in some woolly. Note: Captain Cook fancied that the individuals who had hair like Europeans were of a different race, and came from Eronan, an island situated within sight of Tanna, but on the subject of the hair it is known that he had a peculiar prejudice. Dr. Forster obviously considers the woolly-headed people and the long-haired as the same race, and mentions these characters as passing into each other. End of note. In many words in the dialect of Tanna resembles the other languages of the South Sea Islands. The Tannese are also identified with the tribes of this great insular nation by many peculiar customs. They use wrappers of leaves like the New Caledonians and the Malekales, and, like these people and those of New Guinea, they perforate their ears and the septum of the nose. In the latter they wear a stick or white cylindrical stone. Captain Cook was led to believe, apparently by sufficient indications, that they dispose of their dead not by burning or interment, but in a manner singular to the singular mode of the Otaheitians. Note: see Dr. Forster's observations on the manners of the Otaheitians ubi supra. Cook imagined Eronan to have been peopled from the Friendly Isles, and says that the Tannese ascribe one of the two languages which they speak to that island. This resembles that of the Friendly Isles. It is probable that some communication has taken place, yet it is said that the people of Tanna have no idea of any country beyond their own horizon. They were ignorant of the names of Malikolo, Apei, etc. End of note. And they wear locks of the hair of deceased persons tied about their necks, like the last mentioned people and those of New Zealand. They dress their own woolly hair in thin queues, wound round with the rind of a convolvulus. They use the same kind of tools as the Otaheitians, but of inferior workmanship. The largest and most westerly, and, except one, the most northern of the New Hebrides, is the island denominated by Quiros Tierra del Espiritu Santo. Captain Cook saw many of the natives of this isle, whom he describes as being stouter and better shaped than the Malekales. They named the numerals as far as 5 in the language of the Friendly Islands, and understood when they were asked the names of the adjacent lands in that language. Some of them had black, short, frizzled hair like the natives of Malekalo, but others had it long, tied up on a crown of the head, and ornamented with feathers like the New Zealanders. Bougainville tells us that the natives of the Isle of Lepers are of 2 colors, blacks and mulattoes. Their lips are thick, their hair woolly, and sometimes of a yellowish color. They are short, ugly, and ill proportioned. On the whole, we may conclude, from the resemblance of physical characters and peculiar manners, joined to the probability afforded by the proximity of situation, that the natives of the New Hebrides are of the same race with the people of the continent of New Guinea, and the isles intervening between it and them. The progress of deviation shows itself in these islands, producing similar effects to what we have before remarked. In the people of Malekalo, the leading characters of the Negro are found in the highest degree, yet even here, as appears by the accounts quoted, the woolly texture of the hair is not universal, nor is its color uniformly black. The same observation holds in Tanna. The complexion begins to assume a lighter shade, and the hair becomes of a yellowish brown at the tips, which peculiarity is not exclusively found among the Tannese, but is remarked in the more eastern islands, as Otaheite. The features also take a form more like the European. The other inhabitants of the New Hebrides are equally diversified, as we observe in the account given by Bougainville of the Isle of Lepers. The people of New Caledonia have some customs similar to those of the Tannese and the Malekales, as the habit of boring their ears and wearing ornaments in them. They wear the wrappers like the latter of those tribes, and make the same kind of marks on their bodies as the former. Their language resembles that of Tanna, of New Zealand, and the Friendly Isles. They are, says our great circumnavigator, of the same color with the natives of Tanna, but have better features and are much stouter. A few measured 6 feet 4 inches. Some had thick lips, flat noses, and full cheeks, and in some degree the look and feature of a negro. Their hair and beards are in general black. The former is very much frizzled, so that at first sight it appears like a negro's. It is, nevertheless, very different, being both coarser and stronger than ours, Forster says. Their hair is crisp, but not very woolly. Navigators assures us that their hair is woolly, that their persons are of the middle size, and their complexion as black as that of the people of Van Diemen's Land, whom they much resemble in the general cast of their features. Note: between the New Hebrides and the Friendly Isles, and at a distance of 3 days' voyage in a canoe from Tonga is a very considerable cluster of islands, the natives of which carry on commerce with the Friendly Islanders. These people have scarcely been visited as yet by Europeans, but we have acquired some information concerning them by means of the missionaries to the South Sea. The Fijians are a race of men superior in stature to their neighbors of the Friendly Isles, with black skins and hair approaching to wool. They also have large canoes, and are more warlike and more dexterous in the manufacture of their clothes and utensils. Their language is said to be different. The communication between these two clusters seems to be of a recent date, for we are given to understand that no long period has elapsed since the Friendly Islanders discovered the Fijians. End of Chapter 6, Section 3, of the Eastern Negroes, of the people of New Guinea, of the New Hollanders, of the New Hebrides, New Caledonia, and other Papua Islands. Part 26 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6, Section 4, of the Islanders of the Pacific Ocean, of the New Zealanders, of the natives of the Friendly Isles, of Otaheite and the Society Isles, of the Sandwich Islands, Navigators and Beaumont Isles, Easter Island, Ladrones and Caroline Islands. Having traced the Papua race as well as we are enabled in the present state of our acquaintance with the southern countries and their inhabitants, we proceed to the tribes found in the more distant regions of the Pacific Ocean. The various clusters of islands which are scattered through the vast extent of this sea, from New Zealand and the Ladrones on the eastern side of it to the Easter Isle and the Sandwich Islands, are found to be stocked with inhabitants who are nearly in a corresponding stage of civilization. There is little or no communication between the more widely separated clusters, and in general the people of one division are ignorant of the existence of the rest. They are all, nevertheless, more closely connected, as well in moral as in physical condition, than the nations we have hitherto been contemplating. In the arts of life they have greatly the advantage of the destitute Papuas, but have not laid aside to any great degree either the ferocity or the sensuality of the savage state. Most of them appear to have been at a recent period addicted to anthropophagy, and in some islands this practice is not yet discarded. They are all in the habit of painting or tattooing their bodies, though they are nowhere altogether ignorant of the use of clothing, having the art of manufacturing cloth from the bark of the mulberry tree. But in order to obtain a clear view both separately and connectively of their physical history, we must follow in detail the observations of voyagers. Of the New Zealanders. We shall begin with the New Zealanders, because they retain more of the primitive manners and character of the race than any of the other tribes. "The natives of New Zealand," says Mr. Anderson, "do not exceed the common stature of Europeans, and in general are not so well made, especially about the limbs. There are, however, several exceptions to this, and some are remarkable for their large bones and muscles, but few that I have seen are corpulent. Their color is of different casts, from a pretty deep black to a yellowish or olive tinge, and their features also are various, some resembling the Europeans. But in general their faces are round, with their lips full, and also their noses towards the point, though the first are not uncommonly thick, nor the last flat. I do not, however, recollect to have seen an instance of the true aquiline nose amongst them. Their teeth are commonly broad, white, and well set, and their eyes large. Their hair is black, straight, and strong, but some have it of a curling disposition or of a brown color. The women are in general smaller than the men, but have few peculiar graces, either in form or features, to distinguish them. Note extracts from Anderson's journal in Cook's last voyage. It is worth while to observe that Captain Cook and Dr. Forster represent their stature as rather greater in general than that of Europeans. They have some customs which resemble the New Caledonians and the natives of the New Hebrides, as slitting the ears and perforating the septum nasi for the purpose of wearing ornaments in them. They have made more progress in the arts of life than either of the nations above mentioned, though they are by no means on an equality in this respect with the Friendly Islanders or the Otaheitans. The population of New Zealand is divided into many independent tribes, who are perpetually carrying on war with each other, to which they are stimulated not by the thirst of conquest or power, but by the desire of eating the flesh of their antagonists. The New Zealanders afford a perfect exemplification of our remarks on the prevalent disposition to deviation. We are informed that their complexion varies from black, which appears to be the original hue of the race, and is still the color of those tribes which are in the most natural state, to a yellowish or olive tinge. Their hair also, though in general black and straight, is in some curling, and in others brown. Their features likewise vary, though they exhibit some of the general characters of the nation, as the fullness of the nose. Of the natives of the Friendly Islands. The natives of the Friendly Isles resemble the New Zealanders in the general outline of their character, and there is no doubt of their being another branch of the same nation, since we learn from the observation of Mr. Anderson that their language has "the greatest affinity imaginable" to that of the latter people. The Friendly Islanders are more civilized than the New Zealanders. They appear, indeed, to have made no small progress in the arts, of which a strong instance occurs in their having terms to express numbers as far as 100,000. Note: these people have a custom of cutting off one or two joints of the little finger, and sometimes of the finger next to it, in the hope of curing diseases. See account of the New Hollanders above. These people seldom exceed the common stature, though some are above 6 feet, but are strong and have stout limbs. They are generally broad about the shoulders, and have a muscular appearance, which has rather the character of strength than of beauty. They are not subject to the corpulence and general obesity which is common in Otaheite. "Their features," says Mr. Anderson, "are very various, insomuch that it is scarcely possible to fix on any general likeness by which to characterize them, unless it be a fullness at the point of the nose, which is very common. But on the other hand we met with hundreds of truly European faces, and many genuine Roman noses amongst them. Few of them have any uncommon thickness about the lips. The women have less of the appearance of feminine delicacy than those of most other nations. The general color is a cast deeper than the copper brown, but several of the men and women have a true olive complexion, and some of the last are even a great deal fairer." This, as we are told, is the case principally among the better classes, who are less exposed to the sun. Among the bulk of the people the skin is more commonly of a dull hue, with some degree of roughness. There are some albinos among them. "Their hair is in general straight, thick, and strong, though a few have it bushy and frizzled. The natural color, I believe, almost without exception, is black, but some stain it brown, purple, or of an orange cast." In this custom they resemble the islanders to the north of the New Hebrides. Of Otaheite and the Society Isles. The people of Otaheite and the Society Isles speak the common language of the Southern Sea, in a peculiar dialect which is characterized as being more soft and harmonious, less guttural in its pronunciation, and more abounding with vowel sounds than the idioms of New Zealand and the Friendly Islands. Its resemblance to the dialect of New Zealand is said to be very close. Captain Cook assures us that the difference between the languages of Otaheite and of New Zealand is not greater than that which distinguishes the dialects prevalent in the two islands included under the last name. Dr. Forster informs us that these islands contain the most beautiful tribe of the whole race. "But even here," he adds, "nature seems to follow that richness, luxuriance, and variety which we have observed in its vegetation. It is not confined to a single type or model. The common people are of darker color, and degenerate, as he informs us, towards the appearance of the natives of the New Hebrides, but the better sort of people have a complexion which is less tawny than a Spaniard, and of a lighter tint than the fairest inhabitant of the East India Islands. In a word, it is of a white, tinctured with a brownish yellow, however not so strongly mixed but that on the cheek of the fairest of their women you may easily distinguish a spreading blush. From this complexion we find all the intermediate hues down to a lively brown, bordering on the swarthy complexion of the New Hebrides. Their hair is commonly black and strong, flowing in beautiful ringlets. I saw but few with yellowish brown or sandy hair, and often no more than the extremities were yellowish and the roots of a darker brown." Note: In this particular they are like the Annise. A single man in Otaha had perfectly red hair, a fairer complexion than the rest, and was sprinkled all over with freckles. Note Dr. Forster's observations. Captain Wallace tells us that the hair is "in some brown, in some red, and in others flaxen, but that in the children of both sexes it is generally flaxen." Note: Wallace Apud Hogsworth. "The people," says Captain Cook, "are of the largest size of Europeans. The men are tall, strong, well limbed, and finely shaped. The women also of the superior rank are in general above the middle stature, but those of the inferior class are rather below it, and some of them are very small." Note: Cook Ibid. "The shape of the face is comely, and the features in general handsome, but the nose is somewhat flat." Several Otaheitian skulls have been examined by anatomists, and the descriptions of some of them have been published. They partake of the common osteological character which prevails generally through the islands of the South Sea. Blumenbach has shown that they hold an intermediate place between those of the African and the European. Note: Blumenbach de Gen. H.V.N. In all the points of his description they make a very evident approximation to the former. The Negro form is indeed the type or model to which all the varieties of this nation bear a general reference. The group of islands called the Marquesas are not very far removed from the Society Isles, and the description of their inhabitants coincide in general. Their languages so nearly resemble that an inhabitant of the latter could readily converse with the natives of the former, which proves their affinity to be very close. Captain Cook thought the people of the Marquesas without exception the finest race in the Southern Sea, and says that their shape and features are perhaps more beautiful than those of any other nation. The men are punctured or tattooed from head to foot in such a manner that their complexion appears darkened, but the women and children are "as fair as some Europeans. The stature of the men is commonly from 5 feet 10 to 6 feet. Some of them are fat, like the Otaheitian Aires. Their hair," says Cook, "like ours, is of many colors, except red, of which I saw none." The materials and manner of their dress are the same as at Otaheite, except that they are more sparing of it. In the natives of the Society Isles and the Marquesas we have a striking example of the extent of effect which the natural tendency to variety will produce, without any intermixture of races. Speaking dialects of the same language with the inhabitants of New Zealand, and identified moreover with the people of that country by a general resemblance of manners and customs, the Otaheitians nevertheless exhibit specimens of the complexion opposite to that of their kindred. The New Zealanders are of a pretty deep black. The fairest of this tribe are of lighter color than the lower orders in Otaheite, the lineage of whom nevertheless presents us with people of white skins and flaxen hair, and even with some individuals who possess all the characters of the sanguine constitution almost as strongly marked as in the Teutonic tribes of northern Europe. While the natives of the Society Isles exhibit such wide deviations of complexion, they retain considerable traces of the primitive form. On the other hand, the inhabitants of the Friendly Islands are more like their ancestors in their color, which is very different from that of the Otaheitians, but have assumed a cast of features of opposite description, many of them having the true aquiline nose of the European countenance. The natives of these three clusters are so closely connected that we may fairly consider them as one nation. Therefore we have here within one nation an example of the most extensive range of variety in complexion and features which is found in the whole human race, if all the different tribes of men are considered collectively. It is worth while to observe that this phenomenon is irreconcilable with the commonly notion of the effect of climate. New Zealand, the Friendly, the Society Isles, and the Marquesas exhibit a regular gradation from the darkest to the lightest complexion, in which we constantly observe that the fairer people are nearer to the equator. But these facts are wholly comfortable to and well exemplify the theory proposed in the foregoing pages. Of the Sandwich Islands. The natives of these islands are of the middle stature, or rather above it, and well made. They are inferior in personal beauty to the people of the Society and Friendly Islands. Their color is nearly of a nut brown, though some individuals are darker. Note Cook's Last Voyage and King's Voyage. Their hair is generally straight, but in some frizzling. Its natural color is commonly black, or of a brownish black. The only striking peculiarity of their features is a fullness of the nostril, which is observable even in the handsomest faces. Note Ibid. Notwithstanding the distance of these islands from New Zealand, there are many reasons for believing that they derived their population from that country rather than from any of the clusters of islands which are situated more in their vicinity. For in manners the natives in many respects resemble the New Zealanders much more than the Otaheitians or the Friendly Islanders. With respect to their language, Captain Cook informs us that particular words are sometimes pronounced as in New Zealand and the Friendly Isles, but that they have adopted the softness and harmonious intonation of the Otaheitians. All four dialects greatly resemble each other. A singular custom prevails amongst them of knocking out the foreteeth, which we have observed to be also practised by the New Hollanders. Navigators' Isles and Beauman's Isles. The islands which Roggeveen, the Dutch voyager, called Beauman's Isles, have been supposed to be the same which were named by Bougainville Îles de Navigateurs, but La Pérouse, who visited the latter, is of opinion that they were a different cluster. For neither the situation of Beauman's Isles nor the character of the natives, as described by Roggeveen, agree with the accounts we have of the Navigators' Islands. Note La Pérouse, Voyage translated. Roggeveen's islands were placed in the German chart made of his voyage in latitude 15 south. He says the inhabitants were the most civilized people he met with in the South Sea. He assures us that they are all white,
differing from Europeans only in some of them having their skins burnt by the heat of the sun.
Note: Roggeveen quoted by La Perouse. End of note. The Navigators Islands are in the latitude 14 degrees south. Bougainville, who discovered them, gave them that name on account of the skill the natives have acquired in the management of their canoes and in the rude methods of navigation practiced in those areas. Note: Bougainville, Voyage. The Navigators Islands are known to the people of the Friendly Isles, who carry on communication with their inhabitants. Note: Missionary Voyage. The height of the natives is above the middle stature. Their limbs are very large. Note: La Perouse. Bougainville says that the color of the people seen by him was bronzed, but he observed one man who was much whiter than the rest. They all had black hair. Note: Bougainville. La Perouse observed the same difference of complexion here as in others of the southern islands, and seeing no other way of accounting for the diversity, he imagined it to arise from the mixture of two races. The knowledge obtained by better informed travelers proves this hypothesis to be an idle conjecture. Note: He tells us that a young Manilese servant, who was born in the province of Cagayan in the north of Manila, understood and interpreted most of the words used by these islanders. The Tagayan, Tagala, and other dialects of the Philippines in general are well known to have much affinity to the Malay, and thus La Perouse thinks that the connection in the language, and consequently in the origin of the people of these islands, with those of the other clusters, becomes manifest. Here he follows a vulgar notion which derives the natives of all the Pacific Isles from the Malays. End of note. Easter Island. This island presents some most curious subjects of speculation to the antiquarian and natural historian. It is situated at a remote distance from all other lands, and inhabited by people who are destitute of all means of conveyance from foreign realms. Over its surface are scattered the remains of monuments of stone and gigantic statues. Note: The huge statues, which have so much astonished all the visitors of this island, are scattered over the whole face of the country, but chiefly abound on the sea shores. Some of them are 27 feet in height. They are of rude but not of bad workmanship, and the proportions are colossal. Many of them have been thrown down, and others are almost entirely destroyed by time. According to the opinion of La Perouse, they were formed of lava, but Captain Cook and his companions thought the material was an artificial composition. They must have been the work of immense time and labor, and the present inhabitants, as Cook assures us, can have had no hand in them, for they do not even repair the foundations of those which are going to decay. End of note. These are evidently the production of a very remote period of time. Everything in this country suggests the idea of antiquity, not only the ruins of human works, but the appearances of nature also. The rocky mountains and iron-bound shores, and the volcanoes, already effete for ages, form a contrast with the recent formation of the other islands, which have risen from beds of coral, and the human species is only seen in the miserable remnant of a nation whose works testify much greater powers, both of art and of physical strength, than the present inhabitants possess. Captain Cook was of opinion that the population of this island did not exceed 600 or 700 persons, but La Perouse estimated it at above 2,000. The people use the same kind of tools as the natives of the Society Isles, and like them make their clothing of the bark of the mulberry tree. There is in the language of the people of Easter Island sufficient resemblance to the various dialects of the South Sea to enable us to deduce satisfactorily their origin. They are without doubt a colony of the same nation which afforded inhabitants to the other isles. The difference, however, of their idiom is such as to evince, at the same time, a long separation, and this proof combines with many other circumstances in demonstrating the great antiquity of the most distant colony of this great maritime nation. The people are slender in their persons, of the middle size, none being 6 feet high, and of a complexion rather deeper than the natives of the Friendly Isles. Their hair is generally black. They have good features, with thin beards. Their chief attempt at ornament consists in the slitting of the ear, in which they wear a small scroll made of the leaf of a sugar cane. Note: Cook and Forster, Ubi Supra. The Ladrones and Caroline Islands. We are not so well acquainted with the inhabitants of these islands as with those of the more eastern discoveries, but there is much reason for believing them to be of the same race. The most striking peculiarity in the manners of the Otaheitans are the societies of Negroes, or men who associate in distinct confraternities, and live with a certain number of women in a state of promiscuous intercourse. Father Le Gobien assures us that exactly the same custom subsists in the Ladrones, and what absolutely establishes the proof of the connection of the two nations is, that these societies are distinguished in both by an almost identical name. The Airois or Herois of Otaheite are the Uritos of the Ladrones. Note: Histoire de navigation aux terres australes, tome 2, page 492 et seq. End of note. Many other instances of resemblance are remarked by the editor of Cook's Last Voyage. The people of the Ladrones worship their dead, whom they call Anitis. This name is not unlike the Ituas of the Easter Isles, which term is affixed to the objects of religious veneration with similar ideas. In the Ladrones, the division of the people into three ranks subsists as in Otaheite and other islands, and the great power of the nobles over the commonalty, which is among savage people a striking singularity, is also observed. Among many other congruities between the other islanders and the natives of the Ladrones, the agreement in their very singular opinion concerning the fate of their dead is remarkable. The New Zealanders believe, according to Cook, that if a man is killed, in which case his flesh is generally eaten, his soul is doomed to eternal fire, but if he die a natural death, it goes to the habitations of the gods. And this opinion prevails in the Ladrones, according to Le Gobien. Note: Notes to Cook's Last Voyage, Vol. II, page 160. Dampier describes the people of Guam, or Guahong, one of the Ladrones, as being stout, well-made people, with large and strong limbs. They are copper-colored, and have long black hair and small eyes. Their noses are pretty high, and their teeth tolerably white. Note: Dampier's Voyage. Some instances of resemblance are collected in the vocabulary of the Carolines to that of the Friendly Isles, which would probably be more completely established if we had sufficient knowledge of the former. The people of the Carolines are not a stout race. Their complexion is a dark copper, their disposition lively. Note: The following part of the description belongs to the natives of another island of the same group. They are evidently the same people. End of note. Their hair is black and long. The women differ in complexion from the men by a sickly kind of whitishness that is mixed with the natural olive. Some of them have good features, having neither very thick lips nor broad faces, though inclined to both. They are very nearly naked. The numerals of their language resemble the Otaheitian. End of Chapter 6, Section 4 of The Islanders of the Pacific Ocean. Part 27 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6, Section 5 of the Malays. The various tribes of islanders whose history we have surveyed in the foregoing section are, as we have seen reason to believe, branches of one nation. We are now to seek for a common root or center of communication between them. It is remarkable that the natives of most of the Indian islands, as the Philippines, the Moluccas, Borneo,
Java, Sumatra, and the Isles of Sunda speak languages more or less connected with the dialects of the South Sea Islanders. The present inhabitants of the peninsula of Malacca also are proved by the affinity of their speech to be allied to the same kindred. To this nation the colonization of all the islands has been frequently imputed. The Malays have acquired by their extensive commerce great celebrity in the East. They have scattered themselves through the Indian archipelago, and have formed settlements in every place conveniently situated for traffic. Their superior address and intelligence have everywhere extended their influence, and they have gradually spread themselves over the sea coasts of most of the islands of the Indian Sea, which are thence familiarly known by the name of the Malay countries. Note Marsden's Hist of Sumatra, Dr. Leyden, Asiatic Researches, Volume 10. They have generally mixed more or less with the former inhabitants, and have promulgated in all the districts with which they have any connection the tenets of Islamism, for they were the first people in these regions who adopted that superstition. The converts everywhere assume the name of Malays together with their new faith, and that term is now in the eastern parts of India synonymous with Moslem. Note Ibid, as is the appellation of Moor in the western peninsula. The language of the Malays has become the lingua franca, or commercial tongue of this part of the globe. Its simplicity of structure renders it a convenient medium of communication between strangers, and its genius is such that it coalesces readily with foreign idioms. By mixing in different proportions with the native languages, it has branched out into almost as many dialects as there are tribes. These jargons contain a great number of words which are found in the language of the Pacific Isles, but the Malayan colonies in the Indian archipelago are of a very different character from the nations which are found in the Pacific. The former are a civilized commercial people, whose condition and manners are in every respect different from those of the latter. But the strongest indication is that the religion of all the Malay people is the recent superstition of the Koran. It is evident that if they are related to the people of the Pacific Ocean, the connection must have subsisted at a much more remote period than the epoch of Islamism. It therefore becomes interesting to inquire what was the condition of the Malays before that era. For most of the information we possess on this subject we are indebted to the late learned and indefatigable Dr. Leyden, who pursued an inquiry into the languages and literature of the Indo-Chinese nations, with the advantage of rare opportunities and still more uncommon talents. His researches into the history of the Malays are peculiarly important to our present investigation, and lead satisfactorily to a conclusion very different from the common notion. Note: The Malayan is analogous in many circumstances to the Rukhelk or Old Barma. Leyden. The speech of the Malays has been generally supposed to be in an original and underived language, which has been extended by the colonies of that people into all the countries of which we have been treating, and has served with greater or less modification. Note: See Dr. Leyden on the Languages and Literature of the Indo-Chinese Nations, Asiatic Researches, Volume 10. And has served with greater or less modification as a basis for the idioms prevalent in all of them. Our author, however, has shown that this celebrated language is a jargon compounded of many different idioms. It has derived a considerable portion of its vocables from the Arabic, and a still greater and more important part from the Sanskrit. When all this superstructure is removed, there remains not even then a basis of pure and genuine character, but the remnant of the language, which might be supposed the most simple, is in fact the most corrupt of all, being made up of several of the continental and insular languages mixed in various proportions. The stock of words derived from the Arabic is a sort of extraneous addition, not naturalized in the language. Words of this description are introduced into all the Malay compositions, and even into conversations, just as in the Turkish and Persic, and soon become so corrupted in pronunciation that they could not be recognized by a native Arab. But this portion of vocables is unimportant in comparison with that which is of Sanskrit origin. The latter are very numerous, and are so completely assimilated that they seem to form an integral part of the language. The words of this class are often descriptive of common objects of sensation, and of ideas and mental feelings which naturally result from the social habits of mankind. Dr. Leighton has communicated some curious facts concerning the medium through which the intermixture of Sanskrit was introduced into the Malayu language. Note: most of the Indo-Chinese tongues have received a considerable modification from the Sanskrit through the intervention of the Pali, but this appears not to have been the case, to any great extent, with the Malayu, for the Malayu forms very commonly approach nearer to the pure Sanskrit than even those of the Pali, and many portions of the Brahmanical mythology are extant in the Malayu, which appear never to have been translated into the Pali at all. Neither is there any better foundation for the opinion of Marsden that the Gujarati has been the channel through which the Malayu has derived these additions, for the Gujarati was, as Dr. Leighton has remarked, one of the first dialects of Hinduvi which became debased by a mixture of Arabic, and those portions of the Sanskrit vocabulary which coexist in that language and in the Malayu are much less corrupted in the latter than in the former. End of note. It appears from his observations that a considerable stock of Hindu words and compositions was brought into the Malayu from the Telinga or Kalinga language, a frequent intercourse having subsisted between the ancient kingdom of Kalinga and the Malays at a very early period. But it is certain also that the Malays were much more closely and intimately connected with the Javanese, and that to them they owe all their early literature and mythology. At a period long antecedent to the age of the Malay traffic, the Javanese nation was great and populous. Their power was supreme in the eastern seas, and they extended their conquest to Sumatra, Borneo, and even to the Moluccas. It is known (note Marsden and Dr. Leighton, Ubi Supra) that many of the Malay states, and those of the greatest antiquity, were originally colonies from Java, which were settled on the peninsula long before the arrival of the Arabs. The high or court language of Java is a dialect of the Sanskrit, and the Hindu literature and mythology prevail among the people. It is clear that through this medium the Malayu has been chiefly modified. But after all these more refined additions are abstracted from the language of the Malays, there still remains a large portion of words connected with the most simple class of ideas. This was apparently the speech of the more ancient inhabitants of Malaya. It consists of a mixture of several of the insular and continental languages. Of the insular languages which have contributed to the formation of this part of the Malayan idiom, the low or peculiar language of Java and the Bugis or dialect of the Celebes are the chief. It is probably through this medium that the Malayu resembles the languages of the Indian and Pacific islands. The continental languages forming the basis of the Malayu are the Siamese, Rukhenk, and Barman, which are three of the dialects spoken by the various Indo-Chinese tribes who inhabit the further peninsula of India. The form and features of these nations, and the general character of their languages, which are all monosyllabic, prove their affinity to the tribes which compose the Chinese empire. In their manners they bear a general resemblance to the Chinese, and none of them appear ever to have been maritime or commercial people. From this analysis of the Malay language, which we owe to Dr. Leighton, we are enabled to form some interesting conclusions concerning their history. The ancient inhabitants of Malaya appear to have been allied to the other tribes inhabiting between the Ganges and China. They probably remained in the same state of society with their kindred and neighbors without commercial habits or any advancement in manners until the colonies of Hindus from Java and of other insular people settling on their coasts and mixing with them gave a new character to the nation. This account of the origin of the Malays is fully confirmed by their physical characters. They resemble the mixed race between the continental Indo-Chinese and the Hindus. Note: Kirkpatrick, in his account of the kingdom of Nepal, informs us that the illicit progeny of the Newar female and a Chetri might be almost taken for Malays, though some of the latter approach still nearer to the Tartar or Chinese model. The Newars are a tribe resembling the Chinese in person and in all probability of Chinese descent. The Chetris, or Chatrias, are pure Hindus. Mr. Barrow, persuaded by the same traits of resemblance, attributes the origin of the Malays to the nations of China. He has also noticed coincidences between the Chinese and Malay languages. See Kirkpatrick's Mission to Nepal, Barrow's Travels in China. End of note. It is evident that whatever maritime colonies were formed by the Malays were established since they became a seafaring people, that is, since the era of the Javanese settlements on their coasts. Now the Javanese of this period were in great part a colony of Hindus. Their language was a dialect of Sanskrit. They had adopted the religion of Hindustan, and carried their theological dogmas and peculiar worship with them into their colonies. Of this ancient colonization and extension of the Hindu religion and manners remains are found in several of the islands, particularly in those of Bali and Madura near Java, the inhabitants of which resemble the Hindus in their persons and are addicted to many of their most characteristic customs. These people, as well as the unconverted Javanese, continued the worship of Indra, Surya, and Vishnu. There can be no doubt that the same religious scheme, together with the same cast of manners, would be found to prevail in all the colonies sent out from Java, and since the period of the Malayan people is posterior to that of the Javanese, and the former derived their national character from the latter, the same traits would no doubt be found to pervade all the extensions of that stock till they were new modeled by the introduction of Islamism. But no traces of such kind are to be found among the nations whose affinities we have been endeavoring to investigate. All the natives of the South Sea Islands continue in a state of society of much simpler and ruder cast, and their religious notions are of very opposite character. We shall therefore be obliged to give up the hypothesis of Malay extraction, and a very curious field of inquiry is opened to our view by the observation that many unequivocal marks remain in the Indian islands, and in various parts of the Indian continent, declaring a state of manners to have existed in those countries prior to the introduction of more polished and artificial modes of life, which closely resemble the rude and barbarous customs of the Pacific Islanders. End of Chapter 6, Section 5 of the Malays. Part 28 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6, Section 6 of the Ancient People of the Indian Lands. 1. The most barbarous people of the Indian islands, except the Papuas, are the Haraforas, or Albfors, as the Dutch writers call them, who seem to have existed from remote times in these countries. They are sometimes found in the same island with the Papuas. We are not in possession as yet of any very precise information concerning them. Captain Forrest, in his last voyage to New Guinea, in which country also the Haraforas are found, met with some of these tribes. He was informed that most of them resembled the woolly-headed Papuas, but that many had straight, long hair. Note: Forrest's Voyage to New Guinea. They are generally much stronger and more active than the Malay races in the isles, and some tribes are of a lighter color. They are cannibals, and drink out of the skulls of their enemies. The most singular feature in their manners is the necessity imposed on every individual of imbruing his hands in human blood. No person is permitted to marry till he can show the skull of a man whom he has slaughtered. The ornaments of their houses are human skulls and teeth, which are in great request with them. Note: Latin ubi supra. All these particulars equally apply to the Idan race, who are supposed to be the original inhabitants of Borneo. They are regarded by Dr. Leyden as a tribe of Haraforas, whom they resemble in stature, color, and other physical peculiarities, as they do also in manners. Their religious notions are of the most barbarous kind. They are in the constant habit of sacrificing human victims to their gods. Note: Leyden and Forrest, ubi supra. In the Philippines the tribe of Pintados, or the painted people, so called from the habit of tattooing their bodies, are supposed to be of the Harafara race. Note: Leyden. The inhabitants of the interior parts of many other Indian islands have many points of resemblance to these tribes. 2. The manners of the old Sumatrans partake of the same ferocious habits. They are said to have had originally no other money than the skulls of their enemies, which were very valuable among them. The Batas, who are the most ancient people in the island, still retain many customs which are relics of the same state of manners. The practice of tattooing their bodies subsists now among them. They have greater strength and activity, and a lighter complexion than the Malays. Note: Leyden. They are in the habit of anthropophagy, and themselves declare, as Dr. Leyden informs us, that they frequently eat their own relations when aged and infirm. Their notions concerning the existence of spiritual agents and a future state are very similar to those of the New Zealanders and other islanders in the Pacific. The Bata language is the original idiom of Sumatra, and the other dialects are derived from it, with various mixtures of the Malayu and Javanese. The dialects of the Nias and Pogi Islands, near the coast of Sumatra, also resemble the Bata. The inhabitants of these retain still more remarkable traces of the manners formerly prevalent in the South Sea Islands. They tattoo their skins like the New Zealanders. They believe in certain unknown invisible beings, to whom they sometimes sacrifice a hog or a fowl to arrest sickness and other calamities like the Otaheitians. But they have no worship nor belief in a state of future rewards and punishments, nor any defined superstitions such as prevail on the continent. They also make cloth of the bark of a tree, which they weave in the same manner as the people of the Pacific Isles. Note: Account of the Nias and Pogi Islands in Asiatic Researches, Volume 6. Marsden has given us the following description of the Sumatrans in general. He informs us that they are the fairest of all the Indian tribes, and of a lighter color than the mestis or half breed of the rest of India. The women of the superior classes are very fair, and some of them surpass in this point the brunettes of Europe. Their color is yellow, wanting the red tinge, which, he says, constitutes tawny or copper color. They are below the middle stature, and graceful in their form, and particularly small at the ankles and wrists. The women have the absurd practice of compressing the heads and flattening the noses of young children, which increases their natural tendency to that shape. Their hair is strong, of a shining black, and so long as to reach to the ground in some instances. The different tribes of Sumatra do not vary materially from this description, except the Annies, who are considerably altered by intermixture with emigrants from the higher peninsula of India, and are taller and darker in complexion than the rest. Note: Marsden's History of Sumatra. 3. The Bugis, or ancient inhabitants of Celebes, have a peculiar language which has a close coincidence with that of the Batas, and a considerable connection with the Javanese and Tagala. These people are of the middling stature and have agreeable features. Their hair is not crisp, and their complexion, though more yellow than that of European women laboring under chlorosis, yet procures them from the natives of the Moluccas the name of whites. Note: La billardière ubi supra. The aboriginal Bugis appear to have the most intimate connection with the ancient Batas, and the custom of eating their prisoners of war still subsists in the central parts of the island of Celebes. Many of the tribes adhere to their ancient religion. The alphabets of the Batas and Bugis are connected in their origin, as likewise that of the Tagala, and the Javanese resembles them in many points. Note Dr. Leyden. 4. The Javanese language is divided into a number of dialects. The interior or high language, as we have mentioned above, resembles the Sanskrit. This is not so much the case with the vulgar or coast language. The alphabet is peculiar and has no resemblance to the Devanagari. The language of Java is connected with the Bugis and Tagala. Note Ibid. And Captain Cook considered it as similar to the dialects of the South Sea Islands. He made a like observation of the idiom of Prince's Island, in the vicinity of Java. Note Cook's Voyage, Apud Hawksworth. The Javanese, note Cook, Ibid, are of an olive color, with lank hair. The same physical characters are seen among all the inhabitants of the chain of islands which runs from Java to the eastward. These people are darker than those of the islands nearer the equator. The natives of Timor, as Dampier informs us, and Anabao, which is very near it, are Indians of a middle stature, straight-bodied, slender-limbed, and long-visaged. Their hair is black and lank, and their skins of a swarthy copper color. Note Dampier's Voyages. The people of Savu, a small island near Timor, are, according to Cook, of a dark brown color with black hair. He regarded their dialect as a branch of the South Sea language. Note Cook, Ibid. 5. A similar race of people is found in the Moluccas, who speak a language called the Tarnata, concerning which we have no information. Captain Forrest informs us that the inhabitants of these islands are of two sorts, viz., the long-haired Moors of the copper color like the Malays in every respect, and mop-headed Papuas, who inhabit the island parts. He tells us also that the people of the small islands between New Guinea and Maguindano are of the Malay color with long black hair. Note Forrest's Voyage to New Guinea. 6. The natives of Maguindano have a similar character. Note Dampier says they are men of mean stature, small limbs, straight bodies, and little beards. Their faces are oval, their foreheads flat with small black eyes, short low noses, pretty large mouths. Their hair is black and straight, their skins tawny, and inclining to a brighter yellow than some other Indians. End of note. Their language is a compound of the Malayu, Bugis, Tagala, and a certain proportion of Tarnata. Note Dr. Leyden, Ubi Supra. 7. The inhabitants of the Philippine Isles are stated by Marsden to resemble the Sumatrans in many particulars, especially in those points in which the latter differ most from the Malays, and he conceives them to be a branch of the same stock. They are robust, well-made people, fair, but inclining to copper color, with flattish noses and black eyes and hair. Note See a note in Marden's Sumatra. The Tagala or Ngala language appears to be the source from which the various dialects of the Philippines are derived. It has a considerable number of peculiar vocables, but is a cognate language with the Malayu, Bugis, and Javanese. The alphabet is of the same caste with the Bugis and Bata. Note Leyden, Ubi Supra.
In a general view of the nations who inhabit the Indian islands, we meet everywhere with undoubted indications which point at a state of manners very different from the present. The introduction of more refined forms of religion and of more artificial habits from the continent have changed the character of ancient times, but we are able to discover most of these nations in that condition which preceded the effect of such modifying causes. In this stage of society we find all the Indian islanders nearly on a level with the inhabitants of the more distant groups in the Pacific, and connected with them by very close relations. They seem all to have been addicted to wild superstitions, similar to those which prevail in the South Sea Islands. The custom of eating human flesh, and various other ferocious habits, appear to have been universal among them. Like the islanders of the Pacific also, they tattooed their skins. Such customs, as we have seen, still subsist in many places, and we have reason to believe that they were formerly general. The dialects of these tribes, exhibiting marks of affinity, complete the proof of kindred origin, which is almost sufficiently established by a general comparison of moral and physical characters. Moreover, we find that Marsden, Anderson, and others, who have been best acquainted with the nations in question, regard the whole population of these countries as of one stock, and there are many circumstances tending to prove that the barbarian societies which we have been recently considering are connected in origin with the more absolutely savage tribes of Australasia and the New Hebrides. In many of the Papua countries we find the characters of person which prevail passing into those of the other class. This is the case, as was observed above, in New Holland, and in many parts of the chain which extends from New Guinea towards the Friendly Islands. In New Zealand we find the characters of both races, the lower people resembling the savage tribes, and the better orders approaching towards the Otaheitians. And in various other instances we perceive the progress of the same deviation. In the Indian islands the Haraforas seem to be the intermediate grade between the Papuas and the more improved class. The same causes which produce a partial effect where their influence is limited and precarious have in this instance acted more generally. On the whole, it is probable that these tribes are branches of one race, which migrated in remote times from the Indian continent, where, as we have seen, traces of them still remain. We shall proceed to follow the vestiges of this race to the sources of their colonization, and to inquire into the history of the primitive inhabitants of India and of the nations connected with them. End of Chapter 6, Section 6 of The Ancient People of the Indian Islands. Part 29 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7, Proofs of the Common Origin of the Ancient Indians and Egyptians. Section 1, of the Political History of the Indians. That the division of labor is the great support of society, and the principal foundation of that important and almost infinite diversity which distinguishes the moral and political condition of civilized men from that of savages, is no modern discovery. It is not surprising to find that this truth was known to Plato and Aristotle, but it is very curious to remark that the most ancient governments of which any trace can be discerned in the utmost verge of history, and which appear to be parts of the system adopted by the primitive legislators of mankind for reclaiming the ferocious tenants of the globe, seem to be founded on a more ample extension of the above mentioned principle than any which has occurred to our theoretical politicians. Such were the institutions which distributed professions distinctly to separate tribes, with a provision for their constant hereditary transmission. The ancient legislators who devised this scheme seem to have taken into their account all the advantages in the pursuit of each particular art or science,
which are to be obtained by exclusive attention, and which are especially imparted by forming the habits of the mind from early youth to the future destination of the individual. They appear even to have carried this latter doctrine to the absurd excess which has been reached by the rare sagacity of some refined philosophists of modern days. The whole man appeared to them as a piece of clay, which can be molded into any form the potter chooses to give it. All the native diversities of intellectual and moral character were overlooked, and art was supposed to be omnipotent over nature. By early education, and by attending to the first habits, it was supposed possible to produce any given effect on the future evolution of the mind. To infuse the genius of philosophy into one person, and to inspire another with military ardor. It was therefore enacted that professions should regularly descend in families, and that the father should be obliged to educate his son from infancy in the habits and occupations of himself and his ancestors. Such was the spirit of the political systems established of old in Egypt and in India, institutions so curious and artificial, and so far and so singularly removed from nature, that our surprise is excited in considering them as individual objects. Such an extent of power is evinced to have been in the hands of the governors, who could thus dispose of all the native energies of mankind, and reduce to abject servility the many, rendering them and their offspring forever willing instruments of the elevation of the few, that we are at a loss to conjecture what unusual combination of circumstances could afford opportunity for so extensive an usurpation. But we have at present no concern with the causes that gave rise to these establishments. Our design is to compare together the institutions of Egypt and India, in order to determine whether they are of separate derivation and growth, or manifest congruities so clear and extensive as to leave no doubt of their common origin. Our chief knowledge of ancient India, except what obscure notices can be obtained from the records of the Brahmins and from local investigations, is derived from the narrations of Megasthenes, an officer in the army of Alexander of Macedon, who accompanied that warrior in his expedition across the Indus. This person was afterwards sent by Seleucus as ambassador to the king of Prysia, and in that function resided several years at the famous city of Palibotra. His original account has not reached our days, but Arrian, Diodorus, and Strabo have given us what they conceive to be the most important information contained in it. The accounts which these writers have transmitted of the Indian tribes so fully agree that they appear evidently to have been extracted accurately from the original work. The detail given by Arrian is the most minute and circumstantial, and we shall therefore follow him for our principal guide, inserting any important remarks which happen to be omitted by him and preserved by the other historians. Note: Arrian indica. The whole Indian nation, says Arrian, is distributed into 7 principal races. The philosophers constitute one of these, inferior to the others in number, but the most elevated in public consideration and dignity, for they neither lie under the necessity of performing any bodily labor, nor of contributing of their works to the public revenue. In short, the philosophers have no other duty imposed upon them but that of celebrating the public sacrifices to the gods for the community of the Indians; and moreover, if any individual performs sacrifices in private, one of the philosophers becomes his superintendent and interpreter, as if otherwise the ceremony would not be pleasing to the gods. And they alone of the Indians are skilled in the prophetic art, nor is divination permitted to any others. They prophesy concerning the seasons of the year, and of any public calamities which befall the state. The private affairs of persons are not the subject of their predictions. Whether they suppose the power of augury not to extend to minute particulars, or that such matters are unworthy of their attention, but if any one err 3 times in his predictions, he suffers no other evil than the necessity of being silent for the future, etc. Note: Diodorus Siculus, Lib. 2. Diodorus adds that the philosophers preside over funerals, as being favorites of the gods, and acquainted with the affairs of the nether regions, for which services they receive considerable rewards and honors. They render great benefits to the Indian commonwealth, being introduced at the beginning of the year to the great assembly, where they prophesy concerning droughts, rains, winds, and distempers, and make other predictions which may tend to the advantage of their hearers. The multitude and their kings, forewarned of what is to happen, provide for future necessities. Next to the philosophers are the cultivators of the soil, who are the most numerous of the Indian tribes, and these have neither any military weapons, nor have they any concern with the affairs of war, but they till the land, and pay tribute to the kings, or to the commonwealth in those states which are free, and if any intestine war arise among the Indians, it is not lawful for any to touch the husbandmen, nor to lay waste the soil, but the others engage in contest, and slaughter each other as they find opportunity, and the rustics, undisturbed, plow the land in their presence, and collect their vintage, and their wood, and their harvests. Note: Arrian, Ibid. Hence, as Diodorus informs us, the land produces abundant stores, never suffering from the ravages of war. The rustics live in the country with their wives and children, and entirely abstain from intercourse with cities. And they pay a rent to the kings for their fields, for all India is royal property, and no private person is permitted to possess land. The rent is a fourth part of the produce, which is paid to the royal treasury. Note: Diodor ubi supra. The third tribe among the Indians are the herdsmen. Note: Strabo says herdsmen and hunters. The feeders of sheep and oxen, who neither inhabit cities nor villages, but are wanderers, and pass their lives among the mountains. Note: Arrian. They abide in tents, and pay a tribute of their herds. They hunt birds and elephants and other wild beasts in the country, with which it would otherwise abound. Note: Strabo and Diodorus. The fourth race consists of those who exercise arts, and of petty traffickers, and of persons who live by bodily labor. Of these some pay tribute and perform stated works, but those who make arms and build ships receive stipends and food from the king, for whose benefit alone they labor. Note: Strabo. Arrian calls this tribe
Demiurgikoste kai kapelikon.
Diodorus.
Techniton.
End of note. Of this race are the shipbuilders and the sailors who navigate the rivers. Note: Arrian.
Naupegoi kai hoi nautai hosoi katatus potamus plousi.
End of note. The fifth race among the Indians are the warriors, who are next in number to the agricultural tribe, and enjoy the greatest degree of liberty and happiness. And these have no other employment than the labors of war. Others fabricate arms for them, and supply them with horses, and they are served in all the drudgery of the camp by others who have the care of their horses, and clean their arms, lead their elephants, and harness and drive their chariots. But they, as long as it is necessary to carry on hostilities, wage war, and when peace has taken place they live in ease and pleasure. And so abundant a stipend accrues to them from the commonwealth that they are enabled with ease to support themselves and their dependents. Note: Aryan. The sixth tribe of Indians are those called the overseers. Note:
Episcopoi,
Aryan,
ephoroi,
Diodorus. End of note. They inspect whatever is going on in the country and in the cities, and give information to the king, where regal government is established, and to the magistrates in free cities. It is criminal for them to make any false report, nor do they incur any blame on that head. The seventh are those who consult together with the king on public affairs, or with the magistrates where a republic subsists. This race is small in number, but most honorable for wisdom and integrity. From this are selected the magistrates and all the governors. Note:
omarchoi,
of districts, lieutenants. Note:
hyparchoi,
and treasurers, commanders of troops and of ships, and storekeepers, and the directors of agricultural affairs. Intermarriages between different races are unlawful except between the agriculturalists and the artisans. Note: what follows is from Strabo. Arrian's account differs in this place, but it is evidently erroneous. End of note. Neither is it lawful to pass from one profession to another, nor for the same individual to follow more than one, except he be a philosopher, and they are permitted on account of their superior mental endowments. Note:
eastei di arites.
End of note. Strabo, in another place, adds some curious particulars concerning the manners of the philosophers and their doctrines. He says that Megasthenes made another division of the philosophers into two classes, of which he calls one the Brahmanes and the other Germanes. Of these the Brahmanes were held in the highest estimation, because they were most consistent in their dogmas. They are educated, says he, with the greatest care from their birth, and sedulously prepared for their future offices. During the period of their public profession of philosophy, which lasts for 37 years, they live in a grove before the city, lie upon coarse beds, and abstain from animal food, intent upon teaching their doctrines. They dispute much concerning death, for they regard this life as the beginning of existence, comparing it to the state of the infant in the womb, but death they consider as a birth to real life. They take much pains to prepare for this event, considering none of the occurrence which happen to men either as real blessings or evils. In many points they agree with the Greeks, saying that the earth was produced and is perishable, and that it is spherical, that God, the governor and maker of it, pervades the whole, that the principles of all things are various, but that the principle of the mundane creation is water, that in addition to the four elements there is a fifth nature, from which the heaven and the stars were formed, and that the earth is fixed in the midst of the universe. Such and many other things are affirmed of generation and the soul, and they contrive fables, like Plato, concerning the immortality of the soul, and concerning the judgments in the infernal regions, and other such matters. Note: Strabo, Lib. 15, page 713. He then proceeds to the description of the Germanes. The most honorable of them were called Helobi, because they lived in the woods, and fed on leaves and wild fruits, clothing themselves with the bark of trees, and addicted to celibacy and abstinence from wine. They were consulted by the kings concerning the affairs of religion. Note: Strabo, Lib. 15. Clemens of Alexandria makes the same division of the Indian philosophers, or gymnosophists, as the Greeks called them, into two classes, which he calls Sarmani and Brahmani. Of the Sarmanai, he says, those called Alohi neither inhabit towns nor have homes. In every respect his account agrees with that of Strabo. Note: Strom, Lib. 1. Porphyry mentions this class of devotees, whom he calls Samanains. He informs us, on the authority of Bardesanes, that they were not of the hereditary Brahman race, but consisted of select persons from the whole nation who chose to prosecute divine studies. Note: De Abstinentia, Lib. 4. These Germanes, or Sarmanai, are, doubtless, as Mr. Colebrook observes, Sannyasis. Note: On the Jains, Asiatic Researches, Vol. 9. Or men who have forsaken all, and have devoted themselves to an austere and fanatical life. Such persons are entitled Sarmanas, or holy. The priests of the heretical sect of Buddha in India are still called by this name. They are not of the Brahman tribe, and their description agrees with that of the Sarmanai. Thus we find that the accounts of the priesthood of the Indians handed down to us by the ancients agree in all particulars with the observations of modern times. The division into 7 tribes may be easily reconciled with the actual quaternary arrangement, and the difference may be accounted for, since the subdivisions of the 4 great tribes generally produce castes of different hereditary professions. Thus it is very clear that the 7th class consists of a division of Brahmins who follow secular employments. The proper office of a Brahmin is meditation on divine things, and his proper mode of subsistence is by begging. But owing to the corruption of these latter times, many of the noble caste are obliged to betake themselves to what they consider as unworthy employments, such as being governors and judges of cities, collectors of revenue and accountants. Nay, some even condescend to cultivate the earth by means of slaves. Hence, as Dr. Buchanan observes, arises the distinction of Brahmins into Vaidika and Lokika. The diversity of employment, he continues, does not create an absolute distinction of castes. The daughter of a Vaidika Brahmin may marry a Lokika, or the son of a Lokika betake himself to the occupation of a Vaidika, but such instances are uncommon, especially of the latter case, in which the new Vaidika is always looked upon as of ignoble birth, and the family is not considered as pure till after several generations devoted to study and mortification. Note: Dr. F. Buchanan's Journey through Mysore, Kannada, and Balabar, 3 volumes, 4vo. End of note. The 1st and 7th class of Megasthenes are therefore clearly the Vaidika and Lokika Brahmins. The 2nd and 3rd, or agricultural and pastoral classes, are subdivisions of the Vaisyas. It is expressly stated above that persons of these 2 professions were allowed to intermarry. The 4th class of bodily laborers answers to the Sudras, who are allowed by Menu to subsist by handicrafts when they want employment by waiting on the twice born. Let the Sudra principally follow, it is said, mechanical occupations, as joinery and masonry, or those various practical arts as painting and writing, by following which he may serve the twice born. Note: Institute of Menu by Sir W. Jones. These are therefore properly called
Demiergoi, Hieronactes, Naupegoi, Technitai.
by the copyists of Megasthenes. It is also expressly permitted to the Sudra to become a trader, although a man of the lower class is in general prohibited from the arts of a higher class. This circumstance accounts for our finding the petty traffickers
Capeloi.
included in this order, though commerce properly belongs to the Vaisya tribe. The 5th class of warriors is the military or Kshatriya caste. The sixth class Davifori, or overseers, cannot have been a very considerable body of men. They were doubtless a division of the Lokika Brahmins. Their description exactly coincides with that of a class of officers in the administration of affairs known in southern India by the name of Tahsildars. Note: "The duty of the Tahsildar," says Dr. Buchanan, "is to travel through the districts inspecting the conduct of the village officers, so as to prevent them from oppressing the farmers, and from cultivating any ground except that which pays rent. He superintends the repairs of tanks and canals, receives the rents from the village officers, and transmits them with care to the general treasury. He acts as civil magistrate, in the first instance deciding all causes, but in every case there is an appeal to the collector. As officer of the police he takes up all criminals, and having examined witnesses, sends an account of the proceedings to the collector, who either orders punishment or, if not satisfied, personally investigates the matter." Dr. F. Buchanan, Ubi Supra. Compare this account with the translation from Arion above. It appears from this enumeration that the ancient classes, as they existed in the time of Megasthenes, were not materially different from the arrangement which prevails at the present day in Hindustan. The four classes and their officers are thus described by Menu: "For the sake of preserving this universe, the Being supremely glorious allotted separate duties to those who sprang respectively from his mouth, his arm, his thigh, and his foot. To the Brahmans he assigned the duties of reading the Veda, of teaching it, of sacrificing, of assisting others to sacrifice, of giving alms if they be rich, and if indigent, of receiving gifts. To defend the people, to give alms, to sacrifice, to read the Veda, to shun the allurements of sensual gratifications, are in a few words the duties of the Kshatriya. To keep herds of cattle, to bestow largesses, to sacrifice, to read the Scripture, to carry on trade, to lend at interest, and to cultivate land, are prescribed or permitted to a Vaisya. One principal duty the supreme Rahe assigned to a Sudra, namely to serve the before mentioned classes without depreciating their worth." Note: Institute of Menu by Jones. End of Section 1 of the Political History of the Indians. Part 30 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7, Section 2 of the Political History of the Egyptians. Our account of the Egyptian tribes is not so full and circumstantial as that of the Indians, which is to be expected, since the authors to whom we owe the description of the former visited Egypt long after the subversion of the monarchy which fostered its native institutions, and at a period when the people had been conquered, and long held in subjection by a nation of genius most opposite to their own, who were eager to change as much as possible the face of things, and to destroy all the ancient establishments. Herodotus is the earliest traveler in this country who has left us any account of the nation. He tells us that there are 7 races
Genii,
of Egyptians. These are: 1. The priests,
hieres,
2. Warriors,
machimoi,
3. Cowherds,
bukoloi,
4. Swineherds,
subotai,
5. Traders,
capeloi,
6. Interpreters,
erminees,
7. Pilots.
kybernetai.
"So many races are there," says he, "of the Egyptians. Their denominations are derived from the professions which are respectively allotted to them." Note: Herod. Lib. 2. "The warriors are called Calasseries and Hermodibes, and they belong to the following nomes," etc. He then enumerates the nomes belonging to each of the warrior families, and adds that they are not permitted to exercise any art, and are employed entirely in military affairs, the son succeeding his father. Note Lib. 3. Diodorus Siculus tells us that besides the priests and military caste, the state is divided into three syntagmata, and they are 3. The herdsmen,
Nomes,
4. The agriculturalists,
Georgoi,
5. The artisans.
Technitai,
He informs us that the property of the soil is divided between the king, the priests, and the military. The agriculturalists hire it of them at small rents. The above professions are all hereditary, and no man can change that of his family. They acquire great skill in their hereditary arts, from early training to agriculture, to war, etc. Note Diodorus Siculus, Lib. 1. Strabo is much more summary in his enumeration. He only alludes to the subject in drawing a hasty comparison of the Egyptians and their barbarous neighbors. He distinguishes only the two higher castes, and includes all the remainder of the community under the designation of agriculturists, to whom he assigns the offices of practicing agriculture and arts. Note Strabo, Lib. 17. This is evidently not intended for a particular and circumstantial statement. The enumeration given by Diodorus coincides in all important particulars with that of Herodotus. The differences between them are as follows. The caste of interpreters mentioned by the latter is omitted by the former, but the interpreters cannot have been an ancient Egyptian caste, since that nation had no intercourse with strangers till the reign of Psammiticus. They were therefore established since that era, and are not found in the classification of Diodorus, who compiled his history from the ancient writings of the Egyptians. The herdsmen of Diodorus are divided by Herodotus into two castes, viz., the cowherds and swineherds. Lastly, instead of the traders and pilots, Herodotus gives us the agriculturalists and artisans. These were therefore different names for the same castes. By referring to the institutions of the Indians, we find an explanation of this variety of nomenclature. The agricultural caste are also by profession traders. In Egypt, a country abounding with cities, the mercantile profession of the caste must have been more conspicuous than the agricultural, and Herodotus, depending for information on his own personal observations made in traveling through a country with a language of which himself and his countrymen were totally unacquainted, can only have formed his judgment from external appearances, while Diodorus, who lived in an age when the Greeks had long sojourned among the Egyptians and had studied their learning, had the advantage of consulting the works of native writers on their own antiquities. In the same manner the artisans of Diodorus are the pilots of Herodotus. The pilots were only navigators of the river, since the Egyptians abhorred the sea. Now we have seen above that this profession in India
Nautai ton potamon,
was allotted to the caste of artisans. We shall thus find the synonyms of the castes to be as follows. First, the priests.
Iereis,
Second, the warriors.
Machimoi,
Third, the agriculturalists of Diodorus, or the traders of Herodotus.
Georgoi, Capeloi,
Fourth, the herdsmen, including the cowherds and swineherds.
Nomes subotai bukoloi,
Fifth, the artisans or laboring artificers. Diodorus gives the same name to the laboring class of India. The pilots of Herodotus are of this class.
Technitai, Kybernetai,
Sixth, the interpreters, who must have been a smaller number and were a more recently established order.
Hermeneis,
If this distribution be compared with the enumeration which Megasthenes gave of the Indians, a wonderful correspondence will be observed in the two accounts, and all the facts which are related of the character and particular history of the Egyptian castes agree with the description of the other nation. Thus we are informed that the priests in Egypt applied themselves to philosophy and astronomy and were the companions of the kings. Note Strabo ubi supra. Diodorus says, "They were skilled in geometry, arithmetic, and judicial astrology." Their manners had a striking resemblance to those of the modern Brahmins. Herodotus tells us they were especially attentive to personal cleanliness in their sacrifices to the gods. The service of every god was performed by a company of priests who had one presiding over them. When he died, his son succeeded him. Such precisely is the hereditary office of the gurus in modern India. Note Dr. F. Buchanan, ubi supra. The officiating priests in the temples
hoi hieropoiunte spirito temenos,
were an inferior order in the Egyptian hierarchy. Note Clemens Alexandrinus Strom Lib 6. So they are now among the Indians. For besides the Vaidika and Lokika Brahmins, there is an order called Numbi, who officiate in the temples of Vishnu and Siva, and these are considered so far below the above-mentioned classes in dignity that not even the lowest of the Vaidika will intermarry with the family of a Numbi. Note Dr. F. Buchanan, ubi supra. The priests enjoyed in Egypt great ease and perfect repose from all active employments. Their food was prepared for them by others. They had an allowance of beef and geese and wine, being prohibited from fish and beans. Note Herod 2. In the last particulars they differed from the Brahmins, who abstained from animal food and wine, but such licenses were innovations on the ancient Egyptian customs, as we learn from Plutarch. Note Plut.
peri Isidos kai Osiridos.
End of note. Thus it appears that all that appertains to the character and condition of the first or sacerdotal class was exactly coincident in India and in Egypt. The rank they held in the state and their immunity from all degrading pursuits were in both countries the same. In both they appear under the triple character of guardians and counselors of the princes, of priests, and of philosophers. Moreover, their philosophical pursuits were similar, as physics, astronomy, and geometry. All their doctrines in physics appear fully to agree. The 5 elements were held by the Egyptians, according to Diodorus, exactly as by the Indians. The dogma that water was the principle of the creation, that the earth is fixed in the center of the system, and that it is spherical in form, were conspicuous traits in the philosophy of Thales, which he acquired in the Egyptian schools. We shall see hereafter whether the fables which the Indian philosophers were said to contrive concerning the immortality of the soul, etc., had their counterpart in Egypt. The warriors, both Chalcedonians and Hermotybians, never learnt any exercise or mechanical art, but were trained from the years of childhood to the use of military weapons, and to the duties of warfare, in which they therefore made great proficiency. Each of them had 12 Egyptian acres of land free from tribute. The royal guards were chosen from their number. These received a daily allowance of bread, beef, and wine. The office was given in rotation. No Egyptian could be advanced to the royal dignity except he was born in one of these 2 classes. Note Herod ubi supra. The agriculturalists were a distinct tribe, and had no property in the soil they cultivated, but paid rent for it as the possession of their superiors. The accounts of the Indian and Egyptian classes, as far as they extend, fully coincide. These institutions, as we find them to have prevailed in Egypt, seem to have been copied as closely from the ordinances of Minu, or at least to agree with them as closely as those which have been for ages established in India. So far, indeed, as we have proceeded, it might be supposed that the authors quoted have been describing the institutions of one country. we are abundantly authorized in concluding that these singular arrangements are such that they manifestly cannot have been produced by accident, and we may consider it as indubitable that they are the effect of a close connection between the two nations thus characterized. End of Chapter 7, Section 2 of the Political History of the Egyptians. Part 31 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7, Section 3 of Coincidences in the General Principles of the Indian and Egyptian Mythologies. We have traced coincidences in the political arrangements of the Indians and Egyptians, and we shall now proceed to some other points of resemblance in the characters of these singular races. The religious creed and the institutions emanating from it constitute a great and important part of the general description of a nation. In the countries which we are considering, where the priesthood had all power in its hands, we may suppose that superstitions were multiplied. On each side of the Indian Ocean a complex system of mythology arose, requiring no small effort of mind to comprehend its intricate absurdities. An imperfect account of the Egyptian superstition has reached our times, written at first, as it appears, by authors who had not the curiosity or wanted opportunities to become fully acquainted with it. The whole fabric of mythology in the other instance has not only remained with firm foundations to the present day, but seems to have been increasing in every successive age its enormous superstructure. Some of the earliest travelers in India were struck with many religious ceremonies and theological fables prevalent in that country, which they observed to bear a comparison with parallel portions of the Egyptian system. Père Catrou, a Jesuit missionary, was, I believe, the first who remarked this connection. Note: Histoire générale du Mogol. Lacroze followed him and pointed the way for an ample investigation of the subject, and for the exertion of much ingenuity in tracing a variety of coincidences. Note: Histoire du Christianisme des Indes. These are found to amount, according to the general opinion of the learned in the present day, to a satisfactory proof that the mythology of the East emanated from the same source from which the fables of Egypt are also derived. We are pretty well assured that no communication of any consequence has subsisted between the people of the latter country and the inhabitants of Hindustan since the commencement of at least 1,000 years previous to the Christian era. If we consider this period of disunion, we shall not expect to find in the two mythologies an exact and minute resemblance. The analogy between them is such as is likely to be found in two complex systems which have grown from similar general principles. The same facts or original fables are recorded in both in many instances, but on these has been engrafted a variety of circumstances, suited to the different genius of each nation in succeeding times, which imparts to the whole a very diversified aspect. Still, however, the resemblance is surprising when we consider the lapse of time. The fundamental doctrines of any religious system have generally been more permanent than the Theogonies and the particular fictions which regard the personal history of the gods. Thus the Greeks and Romans, who derived their religion from the Egyptians, differed entirely from the latter in the affiliation of their deities, which province they entrusted to their own poets or inspired theologists. Note: Herodotus, Lib. 2. And the Baudhas of India, who reject almost entirely the mythology of the Brahmins, retain the belief in the metempsychosis and many other leading points of doctrine. The general spirit also of religious rites and ceremonies, and the peculiar practices of the priests, are often more durable than the fictions which gave origin to them, or the memory of the personages to whose honor they were first performed. We have remarked in the foregoing pages that the political constitution of the priesthood in India was precisely similar to that of the Egyptians. The accounts which are transmitted to us concerning the religious customs of this order among the latter people, as well as those that relate to the principal dogmas of their superstition, bear an equal analogy to the opinions and practices prevalent at the present day on the banks of the Ganges, or recorded in the Vedas and other sacred writings. One of the most conspicuous and important doctrines in both systems is that of the metempsychosis, or transmigration of souls. With most of the Hindu sects this has always been a favorite opinion, and it has been the foundation of many of their religious observances. The several sects hold it with many varieties and modifications. They regard the passage of the soul through the bodies of inferior animals as the means of its purification from guilt, and as the preparation for its reception into the regions of celestial happiness. It remains in this state of degradation for an appointed time. The Egyptians held the same notion of this curious purgatory. "They believed," says Herodotus, "that when the body dies the soul enters into some other animal, which is born opportunely to receive it, and in this way makes a circuit through all living things which inhabit the land and the sea, and which fly in the air, till it again enters into the body of a man, and that this revolution is performed in the space of 3,000 years. Many of the Greeks," he adds, "taught this doctrine, having learned it from the Egyptians," particularly the Pythagoreans. Note: Herod. Lib. 2. The belief in the metempsychosis affords an explanation of the superstitious reverence in which many animals have been held in both these countries, but more remarkably in Egypt, and of the prohibitions against destroying life which have been so strictly enjoined. Some of the sects prevalent in India in latter times have carried this principle so far as to prohibit all bloody sacrifices, and we must believe this to have been the case with a party among the Egyptians, if we give any credit to Macrobius, who asserts that it was held not lawful to appease the gods with cattle and bloody offerings, but only with prayers and incense. Note:
Nonquam fas fuit Aegyptiis pecutibus aut sanguine, sed precibus et ture solo placare Deus, his autem duobus advenis Saturno et Serapi, hostie erant ex more mactande, fana eorum extra pomerium locarunt.
Macrob. Saturna J. Lib. I. C. 7. End of note. A general tone of humanity towards the brute creation pervaded the institutions of the Hindus and the Egyptians, but the prohibition of bloody sacrifices has never been universal in either country. Even the Brahmins have their yagans, or burnt sacrifices, to which, when performed with all the appointed severities of abstinence and penance, they attribute wonderful powers in forcing the acquiescence of their gods. The Aswamedha, or sacrifice of the horse, and the Gomedha, or the sacrifice of the bull, were formerly celebrated with great pomp and solemnity, and it is on account of the excessive mortification which accompany them and the great expenses they require that they are now disused. Note: Dr. F. Buchanan, Ubi Supra. Sacrifices of animals were not uncommon in India in the time of Alexander of Macedon, for Megasthenes speaks of them as of no extraordinary matter. Note: Strabo, Lib. 15. We are told by the author of the Ayin Akberi that the number of animals thus destroyed was the occasion of one of the avatars. Note: Gladwin's translation of the Ayin Akberi, Maurice's Indian Antiquities, Wilkins' Hetopodes. End of note. Such rites were not, however, entirely abolished. They appear to be still commonly practiced all over the peninsula of India in the worship of the various Saktis of Siva. Note: Dr. F. Buchanan, Ubi Supra. And in the northern provinces Kali is not to be appeased without them. In most of the countries where bloody sacrifices have been practiced, The custom has crept in of destroying human victims on certain great occasions, on the altars of the offended deities. This has been regarded as a noble sacrifice, more worthy of the majesty of the personage to whom it was offered. In India, Kali has always been gratified with human blood. She is worshipped on a hill near Mysore under the name of Chamunda, in a temple famous at no distant period for these murderous exhibitions. The images of the goddess represent her with a necklace of human skulls, and the Mysoreans never fail to decorate their Chamunda with a wreath composed of the ears and noses of their captives. Note: Lute Col Wilkes' History of the Mysore. Similar rites prevailed in other parts of the country. These practices are not countenanced by the Brahmins of the present day. They even refuse to be present at the bloody offerings of the castes who constantly perform them, although they govern the conscience of these men and direct their worship. But this affectation of humanity is of later date, and is totally contradicted by the plain institutions of the Vedas. This excessive reluctance of the priests to destroy life is dated from the appearance of the last avatar of Vishnu in the form of the benevolent Buddha. The voluntary sacrifices of the Indians are of a similar character and have the same spirit. These are perpetrated every day in India at the festivals of the gods. Two instances are recorded in ancient times. Two Brahmins visited the West. One of them was Calanus, who accompanied Alexander of Macedon. The other was sent ambassador from Porus to Augustus Caesar. Both sacrificed themselves. The latter offered himself up with a great pomp on a pyre at Athens. An inscription was engraved on his tomb, signifying that he had put an end to his life, agreeably to the customs of his country. Note: Strabo, lib. 15. The Egyptians likewise killed animals at the sacrifices of the gods, and they believed that brutes of a certain species were peculiarly agreeable to each different divinity. Thus goats were offered to Jupiter, in whose name sheep were inviolate, and sheep were on the contrary killed on the altar of Pan, whose sacred symbol is the goat. Note: Herod, lib. 2. Human sacrifices were also resorted to by the Egyptians, as we learn from the testimony of Diodomus Siculus. Note: Diod, lib. 1. At the tomb of Osiris, red-haired men were offered up, because they were imagined to resemble Typhon, his mortal enemy, who was of that complexion. The number of strangers who were killed at Busiris, where these rites were practiced, was supposed to have given rise to the Greek proverb,
Aegypton diene dolichen hodon argaleente.
though Aristophanes, who seemed to be very zealous for the honor of Egypt, would refer this in some degree at least to the inhospitable nature of the shore. Note: Strabo, lib. 17. The murders of Busiris were very celebrated among the ancients. It was commonly supposed that there was a tyrant of that name. Ovid alludes to the story in the following lines:
Cum Thrasius Busirin adit, monstratque piari hospitis effuso sanguine posse Iovem.
Art. Am. I. 64, and Virgil mentions the story as universally known.
Quis aut Eurystheodurum aut illaudati nescit Busiridis aras.
George 4:5. End of note. Except in the worship of the gods, it has in general been contrary to the institutions of the Egyptians, as well as of the Indians, to kill any animal for the sake of food. Note: Herod, lib. 2, Confer, cap. 41 and 65. End of note. It is well known with what horror an action of this kind is now regarded by the Brahmins, and how rigidly they enjoin abstinence from animal food. Note: Some castes, however, are allowed animal food of certain kinds in India, as was also the case in Egypt. The prohibition seems to have been the general rule of the orthodox, with certain deviations in Egypt as in India. The rule was broken by the customs of particular places and of some low castes especially. Thus, though fish was reckoned peculiarly impure, there was a caste in the neighborhood of the lakes who fed entirely upon them. Herod 1:2, Plutarch, Eis et Ossis. One of the castes was in the habit of eating hog's flesh, which was considered by the rest as the greatest pollution. Herod Ibid. This general reverence for the brute creation seems naturally to have taken its rise from the doctrine of transmigration, and the same observances and feelings may be traced to a similar origin on the banks of the Nile. In addition to the general sentiment of respect for the inferior races founded on the notion that the souls of men, and, for aught each man knew, the spirits of his own forefathers, might be abiding in the bodies of any quadrupeds which fell in his way, an additional reverence was secured to certain kinds, from the belief that particular deities chose to take the forms of them in preference to all others. When Osiris was killed by Typhon, his soul escaped into the body of a bull and there concealed himself, and the creature was worshipped under the name of Apis, and regarded as a real divinity. When Apis died, he was buried by the priests with great pomp, and they immediately sought for another bull with the same marks which characterized his predecessor, and when such an one was found the funeral lamentations ceased. The bull into which the noble soul of the chief deity chose in succession to migrate was distinguished by these marks. His body was black, except that he had a square of white on his forehead, and the figure of an eagle on his back, etc. His mother was supposed to be impregnated by thunder. Note Plutarch, Isis et Osiris. This singular modification of the metempsychosis, the belief that the gods have taken on themselves avatars or incarnations in the forms of brute animals, is a remarkable feature of resemblance in the two systems we are comparing. So far removed indeed is such a superstition from reason and common sense that the prevalence of it in both countries seems to evince the common origin of the two systems. The Hindu deities have condescended to animate the bodies of fishes, tortoises, lions, bulls, and various other quadrupeds, and several even of the 9 principal avatars of Vishnu are of this description. And there was scarcely an individual in the celestial divan of Egypt who had not his favorite animal in the form of which he chose to receive the adorations of the multitude. The strange and ridiculous ceremonies to which this notion gave rise were innumerable. Thus the Diospolitans venerated a sheep and erected the statues of Jupiter with the head of a ram. Note Strabo, lib. 15. The worshippers of Mendes, which name signifies a goat, and the god Pan, venerated the goat kind and figured their god with the head and legs of this animal. They kept one particular male goat as the chief representative of the divinity, and when he died great grief and lamentation was excited through the whole Mendesian nome. Note Strabo, Ibid. The inhabitants of the Theban district paid the same regard to a species of serpent. In the city of Cynopolis the Latrator Anubis, of famous memory, was worshipped, and dogs were accordingly sacred. In the nome of Arsinoe, near the Lake Moeris, crocodiles were the objects of adoration, especially one favorite brute of this kind which they called Sukush. The Lycopolitans worshipped a wolf, the Hermolopotans a monkey, etc. Other nomes severally venerated different kinds, but all the Egyptians concurred in the adoration of the ox, dog, cat, hawk, ibis, and 2 species of fishes. Note Ibid. These animals were worshipped with the most curious eccentricities of superstitious folly. All the animals of Egypt were sacred, and the death of any by voluntary commission was a capital crime. But if a hawk, ibis, or cat were killed even accidentally, the delinquent had no resource but must forfeit his life. Note, Herod, lib 2. If a fire happened, the Egyptians, instead of laboring to secure their lives and property, were only solicitous about saving their cats, and they expressed the utmost grief when any of these animals ran into the flames, as they are wont to do. If a cat died by a natural death in the house of any man, the owner shaved his eyebrows, but if a dog, he shaved his whole body. Note, Herod ubi supra. The dead bodies of all cats were salted and buried at Bubastos. What is most strange is that in the time of a famine, which reduced the people to the extremity of eating each other, no person was accused of touching the sacred animals. Note, Diodor, lib 1. The ox kind has enjoyed a most conspicuous eminence in the veneration both of Hindus and Egyptians, and the cow has always had the precedence. It is even now regarded as murder in India to destroy any animal of the ox species. Note, it is remarkable that the buffalo, which approaches so nearly to the sacred species, is not included in this religious protection. Dr. F. Buchanan's Travels. End of note. In Egypt the same law prevailed, extending to all cases except sacrifice, but it was not lawful to kill a cow even in sacrifice. Note, Herod ubi supra. The latter animal, indeed, was esteemed far more venerable than all the rest of the kind. If a cow died, they committed her carcass to the sacred river, but if a bull, they buried him in the suburbs with one or both horns above ground for a mark, and when a stated time had elapsed in which the body became rotten, a vessel was sent from the island of Prosopolis in the delta, with people who dug up the bones and carried them to one appointed place, where they were all buried. The bodies of other animals were also interred with rites somewhat similar. Note, Herod. The victims killed in sacrifice were eaten, and thus the priests came to be allowed to feed on the flesh of any animal, and even on that of the bull and the ox. Note, in India the Brahmins are allowed by the Institutes of Menu to partake of the flesh of many animals killed in sacrifice. Menu, chapter 3, 4, and 5. But nothing was reckoned so impious as to eat the flesh of a cow. The Greeks were held as contaminated by this practice, and no Egyptian would use the knife or pot of a Greek on this account, much less approach his person. Note, Plutarch, Isis et Osiris. A similar feeling prevails in India to this day. A Brahmin would lose caste by eating beef. It is only done by people of the lowest order, as the Waliaru or Pagyars, and these races are in consequence esteemed so impure that a Brahmin would be defiled by touching any person among them or by entering his house. Europeans in India, from their practice of eating beef, are regarded as a kind of pariahs, and the spiritual pride of the priests would be shown in like manner towards them if the restraint of fear were removed. Note, Dr. F. Buchanan, Ibid. A strict conformity is discoverable in many of the customs and peculiar practices of the priests in Egypt and in India in divers other particulars. In both countries they were the companions and advisers of the kings and the chief counselors of the state. In both they managed all the important offices in the administration of affairs. In Egypt the worship of the gods was scarcely more remarkably their province, as we learn from Diodorus, than the office of being always near the person of the monarch, to give judgment on any enterprises of moment. Note, Diodod, lib 1. In all such matters their skill in divination by inspecting sacrifices and by interpreting the heavens gave them great consideration. It was their business to read useful parts of history out of the sacred commentaries. They were exempted from all public burdens and taxes. Remarkable attention was paid in both countries to personal cleanliness, which was supposed to be peculiarly agreeable to the celestial beings. The numberless washings and immersions of the Brahmins are still continued, and the water of the Ganges at this day, as that of the Nile was in former times, is believed to possess wonderful powers, not only in the ablution of the person, but in the purification of the soul, and in absolving it from the stains of guilt. In the service of their deities, Herodotus informs us that the Egyptian priests were very attentive to the removal of all defilements. Note Herod ubi supra. They shave their whole bodies every third day, that no vermin or any other uncleanliness may be on them, when they perform their duties to the gods. They wear a dress of linen and shoes of byblos, not being allowed any other apparel, and they wash themselves twice every day in cold water, and twice every night, and perform an infinite number of other ceremonies. Note Ibid. End of Chapter 7, Section 3 of Coincidences in the General Principles of the Indian and Egyptian Mythologies. Part 32 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7, Section 4 of Coincidences in the Theogonies. We have proceeded far enough in the comparison of the doctrines and customs of these nations to prove that they have their origin on both sides of the same general principles, and that the systems of the two hierarchies are modifications of elements common to both. This view of the subject might be pursued, if it were necessary, into much greater detail, but what has been said will suffice for the present purpose. We now proceed to a part of our argument which has appeared to many writers the most interesting ground, and which accordingly has received a great portion of their attention. There are a great many particulars in which a resemblance may be marked in the theogonies of the Hindus and the Egyptians, or in those parts of their religious creeds which regard the personal histories of the gods, as well as in the peculiar modes of adoration which were supposed to be acceptable to each of them. The rites and histories of the Indian Trimurti coincide in many points with those of the three gods who stand most eminent in the Egyptian theocracy. Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva, with the consort of the latter, hold the same rank on the Ganges and in the religious fables of India which Typhon, Horus, and Osiris, with the goddess Isis, possessed on the Nile. Siva and Parvati particularly resemble Osiris and Isis. The names of Iswara and Isi, note Sir W. Jones' essay on the Hindus, which are very common appellations of the two former in India, scarcely differ from those of Osiris and Isis, for thus we are informed by the ancients that the Egyptian names ought to be pronounced. Note Sanchoniatho named him Osiris according to Porphyry, and Plutarch tells us that Hellanicus understood from the Egyptian priests that his name was Isiris. Plut is et vocere. Euseb prop Evang lib 1. The Greeks have given fanciful etymologies of their own invention to explain the name of Osiris. Its real signification is probably disclosed in the story related by Plutarch, that when the god was born, a voice was heard declaring that the Lord of all nature comes forth to light. Iswara means Lord in Sanskrit, and in that sense is the denomination of Siva, who is held by the greater part of the Brahmin tribe as the chief deity. End of note. The analogy of names alone affords indeed but a feeble proof, and this sort of argument has been so much abused and so spun out by antiquaries of late times that we are habitually disposed to distrust it, and to deny it even its legitimate degree of evidence. But the analogy in the present example is borne out by a variety of facts. In comparing the accounts which are given us by travelers in the East of the rites of Iswara with the slender stock of information transmitted to our day concerning the mysteries of Osiris, we find that the worship paid to these personages was of very similar character. The same obscene ceremonies and the same insignia are discovered in each. The emblem of Siva is the lingam, which is found in the Adata of all his temples in the East, and is suspended from the necks of his votaries. Under this representation Siva is invoked by the great majority of his worshippers, and the use which is made of it in all the public processions and pomps is a conspicuous feature in the description of these celebrations. These representations are an exact counterpart of the phallic or ethyphallic images, ceremonies, and measures so famous in the worship of Osiris or the Egyptian Bacchus. Next to these most conspicuous representations which hold so remarkable a place in the worship of Isvara and Osiris, the veneration of the bull, as forming a part of the rites due to the same god, claims our attention. It is not easy to ascertain the exact relation which the two sacred bulls Apis and Mnevis held to each other and to Osiris, but it is clear that they were both considered as the representatives of the god on earth, as a kind of avatara, and as possessing the real presence of the deity. The bull of Isvara is celebrated in India. He is worshipped by the people on the Kaveri, and a number of bulls which are supposed to represent him receive extravagant honors and are suffered to roam at large about the country. The Siva Bhaktar or Jungum sect profess to owe their first institution to an appearance of Baswa, or the sacred bull on earth, and they relate many absurd fictions of the benefits done by this divine animal to the human race, of which their preservation from universal destruction by water is not the least. At certain periods they say that the world is overwhelmed by floods. The bull stands in the midst of the deluge, which reaches only halfway up his thighs, and all living creatures are saved by laying hold of his hair. The world is afterwards restored by Isvara, who lives in Koilasu. Note Dr. F. Buchanan's Journeys. The bull is considered as a symbol of divine justice, and Siva is figured riding upon him and performing the functions of supreme judge. In like manner, Osiris is said by the ancients to be the author and fountain of all judicial institutions, and the first legislator of the human race. He went through all countries, everywhere abolishing the brutal customs of savage life, restraining men from the barbarous habits of anthropophagy, introducing the benefits of civilization, and teaching the culture of the earth. Note Diodor 1 et 3. It was probably in commemoration of this great and happy change in the condition of mankind that the celebrated mysteries of Osiris, which hold so conspicuous a place in mythological history, were instituted. In Crete at the Dionysiacs they tore off the flesh from the animal alive.
Vivum laniant dentibus taurum.
Clemens Alexand. C. Bryant, Annal of Ancient Mythologies, Vol. 1 et 2.
Homophagia,
or eating of raw flesh with the blood, was a part of these secret ceremonies, and was probably designed to deter, by the horrible exhibitions given the former practices of mankind, from any return to the customs of the savage state. Note that this idea concerning the origin of the mysteries is correct appears from the accounts given by the ancient writers of their invention and introduction into different countries. All nations are represented as having been savage and addicted to brutal customs before the first teachers of the mysteries came among them, and these are said everywhere to have introduced civilization and humanity. It has been mentioned above that Osiris was called
Purisporos,
from the circumstance that he first instituted agriculture. He is invoked under his name in the Orphic hymns.
Elthe Macardionuse Purispore taurum metope.
Tibullus says to him,
Primus aratra manus solerti fecit Osiris, et teneram ferro sollicitavit humum.
The Egyptians related that he made an expedition from their country and carried the arts of life into Ethiopia and other remote regions. The Ethiopians, who declared him to have been born among themselves, attributed the civilization of Egypt and the establishment of religion to an Ethiopian colony led by Osiris. In Greece we are told uniformly that the first inhabitants were barbarians, till the mystic leaders introduced civility among them, and the first planter of these rites in each district is reported to have taught men to lay aside the ferocious habits before prevalent and to have instituted more humane customs. This is said, for example, of Orpheus, who carried into Thrace the celebrated Orphic rites.
Silvestres homines sacer interpresque diorum cedibus et victu fedo deterruit Orpheus. Dictus ob hoc lenire tigres rapidosque leones.
Horace. Precisely similar accounts are given of Cadmus, who first brought them into Boeotia, of Trophonius, Minos, Melampus, who were founders of the same ceremonies in particular countries. The people were everywhere barbarians before their arrival. Much has been written by the moderns on the nature of the mysteries, but for the most enlightened view of the subject we are indebted to the learned Bishop Warburton. See Divine Legation of Moses, Book 2nd, Sect 4th. It appears that a part of these ceremonies, as the bishop has shown, required little precaution of secrecy, and was communicated to all who chose to be initiated without much difficulty. The person who had obtained this sort of half initiation was called
Mystes.
There is no difficulty in ascertaining the maxims enforced and the doctrines taught in the more open mysteries. The origin of society, with the amelioration of the modes of life, was commemorated, and purity and gentleness of manners constantly inculcated, and represented as the means of obtaining happiness in a future life. The existence of a state hereafter was particularly insisted upon, and the whole was apparently connected with the doctrine of metempsychosis. Abundance of passages from the ancients may be cited of this precise import. Cicero tells us of the Eleusinian rites,
Mihi cum multa eximie divinaque videntur Athenae peperisse, tum nihil melius illis mysteriis, quibus ex agresti imanique vita exculti ad humanitatem et mitigati sumus, neque solum cum laetitia vivendi rationem accepimus, sed etiam cum spe meliore moriendi.
De Leg. 2c. 14. To the same purport is a passage in the Renai of Aristophanes, in which the chorus of the initiated in the infernal regions are represented as saying,
Monois gar hemin helios cae fengos hilaronestin, hosoi memue me theos ebete diegomen tropon peritus xenus cae tus idiotas.
v. 455. The moral end of these ceremonies to recommend purity of life and gentleness is alluded to by Euripides.
O macar hostis eudaimon teletas theoneidos biotan hagistewe.
Bacchae v. 74. Porphyry mentions some of the moral precepts which were enforced in these mysteries, among which were
Goneis timon, theus carpus agale, zoa me sinestai.
So far it is not very difficult to ascertain the nature and design of the mysteries, but the
Harreta.
The secret parts, against the divulgers of which such formidable execrations were denounced, are only alluded to in a distant and cautious manner by the ancient writers. It appears to me that the learned bishop has addressed evidence enough to warrant the assertion that the design of the more hidden mysteries was the detection of the allegory or falsehood of the vulgar mythology, and the declaration of the unity of God. To this purpose is the account given by St. Austin of Leo Hierophant of the Egyptian mysteries, which were the prototypes of the Grecian. he informed Alexander of Macedon that not only the dii minorum gentium, but also the principal deities were mortals deified, and this fact was uttered by him with caution as being the great secret which he was forbidden to divulge. St. Cyprian informs us that it was extorted from him by the dread of the power of Alexander, but a sentence in the Tusculan Disputations most explicitly affirms the fact in question. It is this:
Quid totum prope caelum ne pluris exequar, non ne humano genere completum est, si vero scrutari vetera, et ex his eaque scriptores Graecae prodiderunt eruere coner, ipsi ille maiorum gentium dii qui habentur, hinc a nobis profecti in caelum reperientur, quere quorum demonstrantur sepulcra in Graecia, remeniscere quoniam es initiatus, quae traduntur mysteriis, tum denique quam late hoc patiet intelliges.
Tus Disp 1 Cap 13. End of note. Most of the principal gods of the Hindu theocracy are described as having wives, who are called Saktis, being nothing else in their original sense but personifications of the principal attributes or active powers of their lords, whom, except in sex, they exactly represent. We find accordingly that the female divinity has in many instances the same character and attributes, and in consequence the same rights, as the god whose consort she is represented to be. Thus Isis or Ceres, the Isi or Isani of India, becomes the patroness of civilization, of agriculture in one character, and of the arts which enable men to lead a more gentle life than that which falls to the lot of the savage dependent on precarious subsistence, and in another character she is the guardian of the laws and the punisher of offenders.
Prima ceres unco terram dimovit aratro, prima dedit leges.
Note: Ovid Metamorph. Accordingly, Ceres is joined with Osiris in the ancient mysteries which were held in such veneration throughout the civilized world, and her rites were equally celebrated with those of her lord. She is indeed the exact counterpart or Sakti of the god. Cicero, note Oratio in Verem, informs us that Ceres and Libera, which are only two names for the same person, were the divinities.
A quibus initie vitae atque victus legum morum mansuetudinis humanitatis exempla hominibus et civitatibus data ac dispertita esse dicantur.
From this double function of the goddess it resulted that in both systems she appears under very opposite characters, and receives very different modes of adoration. The beneficent Isis, or Ceres, became the vindicatrix of the laws, and the gentle Parvati is no other than the bloody Kali. Ceres, in her capacity of punisher of crimes, became the terror of the guilty. In this office, according to the true spirit of the Hindu fictions, she changes not only her attributes, but her person also, and exhibits herself under the dreadful character of Erinys, the leader of the Furies. Note: Erinys was exactly what the Indian mythologists would call an avatara of Ceres. She was Ceres taking upon her another form in order to fulfill a certain occasional purpose. Apollodorus mentions this story, and Pausanias relates it at length exactly in the style of a Hindu metamorphosis. The latter quotes a line of Antimachus in which Ceres is called Ereunis.
Demetros tothi facin Erinus einae Edelthon.
See Pausanias' Arcadica. Apollodorus, lib 3, cap 6, Scholia to Lycophron, v. 153. End of note. Her temples, the Prytaneae, were the seats of the rigors of justice. There was one in every hamlet in Greece. From the priestesses of these, village temples arose, as Mr. Bryant has ingeniously remarked.
The Fable of the Eumenides or Furies. Note: Bryant's Analysis of Mythology, Volume 1. Some of these remarks refer more immediately to the Greek rites, but it is well known that the worship of Dionysus and Ceres in Greece was copied from and exactly similar to that of Osiris and Isis in Egypt. End of note. Persephone, which is Ceres or Isis in her infernal character. Note: It appears that both Osiris and Isis were triform. Osiris was the sun in the heavens, Diodorus, Bacchus on earth, and Serapis below, Plutarch, and Isis was Luna in heaven, Ceres, Cybele or Terra on earth, and Hecate and Proserpine in hell, Heraclitus apud Plutarchum. There is no small analogy between the name Parvati and Persephata, the denomination of Proserpine in the Eloilic or Old Greek. The name of Serapis is derived by Wilford from Asrapa, implying thirst of blood. He observes that the character corresponds with that of the Indian Yama, king of Patala or hell, who was guarded by two dogs. One of them was called Syama or black, and the other Cerbura or varied, and Trisiras with 3 heads. Asiatic Res. Volume 3. End of note. When she became the consort of Serapis, the infernal Osiris is said to have armed the Furies.
Persephone thorexen erinuas.
Note: Nonus Dionysica, Lib 44, page 1152. Lycophron thus describes the vindictive Ceres. He was before speaking of Pelops and Tantalus.
Hu papon en gamphaisin en naia pote erhon.
Note: Lycophron v. 153.
Erinus thuria xipheforos asarca mystulla se tumbeus entafoi ton oleniten chondron endatumene. Cuiusque avum quondam in molaribus suis hercunna educa, quae gerit secespitam fartim minutal frendicans tumulo indidit, humeri vorax epulata cartilaginem.
Under this character, Parvati in India is adorned with corresponding attributes, and receives similar adorations. In the person of Kali, or Bhadra Kali, she is the terror of the rustics in India. Her shrines are erected in all the villages, and she is the principal object of worship among all the inferior castes in the peninsula. Note: Dr. F. Buchanan, Ubi Supra. Her rites are always an exhibition of bloodshed, with every accompaniment which can infuse horror. Note: The rites of Bhadra Kali, as well as the implements and mandramas or prayers used in them, are minutely described in the Kalika Purana. Many of the invocations used are of the most barbarous kind. It is ordered that sacrificers should repeat the word Kali twice, then the words Devi Bajeshwari, then Lauha Dandaya Nama, which words may be remembered: Hail, Kali, Kali, hail, Devi, goddess of thunder, hail, iron-sceptered goddess. Let him then, it is added, take the axe in his hand, and again invoke the same by the Kalratriya text as follows. Let the sacrificer say, Hrang, Hring, Kali, Kali, O horrid toothed goddess, eat, cut, destroy all the malignant, cut with his axe, bind, bind, seize, seize, drink blood, sveng, sveng, secure, secure, salutation to Kali. Thus ends the Kalatriya mantra. Instead of the enemy whose destruction is imprecated by the votaries of the goddess, if the person himself be not in his adversary's power, a buffalo or a goat is immolated, and the sacrificer in performing the act is ordered to exclaim, O goddess of horrid form, O Chaudika, eat,
devour such an one mine enemy. O consort of fire, salutation to fire! This is the enemy who has done me so much mischief, now personated by an animal. Destroy him, O Maharami! Sveng, Sveng, eat, devour! In the midst of such wild declamations, before the image of horrid form smeared with blood, among the loud ravings of the frantic multitude, the victim, which was not unfrequently in former times a human being, is immolated. Such horrible scenes in the worship of the Eastern Parvati in her character of Kali, which had their counterpart in the rites of the Western Ceres or Isis, may probably have given rise to many of the mythological descriptions of the infernal regions where the vengeance of these powers was supposed to be consummated. Asiat Researches, Vol. 5, Art. 23. One of the names or characters of Siva is Vagiswara or Vagisa, commonly pronounced Bagis, the Lord of Speech. It is related in the mythological works of the Hindus that a deluge having destroyed many of the human race, the remnant became ignorant and brutal, whereupon Iswara descended in a place called Misrajbam and sent his consort Vagiswara to instruct the rising generation in arts and language. The learned Mr. Wilford has observed that in the worship of the god in this character there are some traits of resemblance to the Egyptian rites. The priests of Bagis offer to his consort a lower mantle with a red fringe and an earthen pot shaped like a coronet. To the god they present a vase of arrack and sacrifice a hog to him, pouring its blood before the idol and restoring the carcass to its owner. Note: Asiatic Researches, Volume 3, Wilford on Egypt and the Nile. This ceremony has much affinity to the practices of the Egyptians in the festival of Bacchus or Osiris, on which occasion a hog was slaughtered by each individual, and the swineherd who had sold the animal was then suffered to take the carcass again and carry it away. Note: Herodotus, Lib. 2. In the veneration of the Hindus and Egyptians for the waters of their principal rivers, the Nile and Ganges, and in the relation which these were supposed respectively to bear to Iswara and Osiris, we find another curious example of the similar genius, and indeed of the close congruity of the two systems. The Ganges is represented as springing from the head of Siva by the poetical describers and painters of India. To this fable Sir William Jones alludes in his truly classical hymn to Saraswati. Is that the king of dread with ashy musing face? Note: Siva is often painted with an ash-colored face and a blue throat. Moore's Hindu Pantheon. From whose moon-silvered locks famed Ganga springs? And in the hymn to Ganga he introduces the fable more explicitly. Above the reach of mortal ken, on blest Kailasa's top, where every stem glowed with a vegetable gem, Mahesa stood the dread and joy of men, while Parvati to gain a boon fixed on his locks a beamy moon, and hid his frontal eye in jocund play with reluctant sweet delay all nature straight was locked in dim eclipse, till Brahmans pure with hallowed lips and warbled prayers restored the day, when Ganga from his brow, with heavenly fingers pressed, sprang radiant, and descending graced the caverns of the west. The Egyptians, as we learn from Plutarch, consider the Nile as flowing forth from Osiris.
Osiridos aporoen.
And a vessel of water was carried in his processions as an emblem of this fiction. This last writer is fond of fanciful etymologies, and he attempts to derive the name Isiris from
Hyo,
to rain. Note: Plut Ibid. The Hindu triad Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva are said by the Pauranics to be brothers. The Egyptian triad Osiris, Typhon, and Horus, or Arueris, were also born of the same mother. Note, Herod ubi supra. In the Hindu mythology, Brahma is represented of a red, Vishnu of a black or dark azure, and Siva of a white complexion. Plutarch informs us that in the Egyptian fables Osiris was always black, Horus white, and Typhon red. This is a curious trait of coincidence. Note, Plutarch. There was an absurd story that Horus was in reality the offspring of Osiris and Isis.
En gasterigen nethenta.
So the Vaishnavas say that Siva was mystically the offspring of Vishnu or Heri. Wilford, Asiatic Researches, Volume 3. Osiris, Horus, Typhon, Isis, and Nephthys, the wife of Typhon, were born of the same mother on the 5 intercalary days successively. Plutarch, Ibid. End of note. The whole history of the visible appearance of the gods in Egypt and of their reign there is exactly in the spirit of the Hindu mythology. These appearances are said to have ceased at the age of Menes, from which time, says Herodotus, no
Theos anthropoides.
incarnation of divinity or avatar in human form was seen in Egypt. Note, Vishnu, being black, should be Osiris, and yet we have seen that Isvara corresponds with him in general. Mr. Wilford reconciles this discrepancy by supposing that Vishnu was in reality the Egyptian Bacchus, and that the title of Isvara, or chief lord, was applied indiscriminately to each of the great gods according as the worship of either became predominant. To this it may be objected that Siva is pointed out by the Hindu fables as having the chief presidency on the Kali or Nile, and that he agrees far better with Osiris in most points than his rival. But we are not to look for exact conformity in the legends of Hindustan and Egypt. From the long separation of the two nations, the doctrines and rites which they probably received from common ancestors must have been greatly modified, and we must expect in analyzing their elements to meet with confusion and inaccuracy. The meaning of the above story is probably unfathomable, but its singularity and congruity in the two systems is remarkable. The characters of Siva and Vishnu frequently coalesce, as do those of Osiris and Horus, while Brahma and Typhon stand clearly distinguished. So also under the character of Devi, or
Physis polymorphos.
as Mr. Wilford explains it, both Parvati and Lakshmi, the wife of Vishnu, are included. End of note. Some other similar fables relating to the gods of each country have been compared by Wilford, which we shall briefly notice in order to hasten to the conclusion of this subject, which it is impossible to exhaust without running into prolixity. Our author observes that there is a striking resemblance in the legendary wars of 3 gods of each nation. Osiris contended with Typhon, who was finally overcome by Horus. So Brahma and Vishnu fought, and the latter was vanquished and in danger of being destroyed, till Haru or Siva came to his aid and cut off one of the 5 heads of his assailant. Brahma receives no worship except on particular occasions, when the offering made is placed at a distance from the votary. Sacrifices were only made to Typhon on particular days to console him for his overthrow. Note, Plut. Ibid. Typhon and Brahma were both red, as we have seen above. Note, Wilford ubi supra. Hermapion, as Wilford observes from Ammianus Marcellinus, in his explanations of the hieroglyphics on the Heliopolitan obelisk, calls Horus the supreme lord and author of time. Iswara, lord, and Kala, time, are epithets of Siva, and obelisks are emblematic of and dedicated to him. The Egyptian fable of the mundane egg and of Typhon's attempt to break it are related in a Sanskrit book called Chandi of high authority. This action is there attributed to Siva. The lunar divinity was in the Western mythology of 2 sexes, and the subject of the Deus Lunis and Dea Luna is sufficiently obscure. Mr. Wilford has given a curious allegory from the store of Indian fable, which relates in detail the metamorphosis of the god Chandra into the goddess Chandri, both of which persons are regarded as the deity of the moon. An astronomical explanation of this enigma has been furnished by the pundits. Atavi Devi, or Venus, on a certain occasion, is said to have assumed the character of Ashtara, or Atara Devi, and it is related in the Brahmanda Purana that a pyramid was erected to her honor on the banks of the Kali, or Nile. Strabo also mentions an appearance of the goddess Aphrodite under the name of Atara. We have here no difficulty in recognizing the Ashtaroth, or Astarte, of the Phoenicians, whose mythology was Egyptian. The place described is supposed by Wilford to be Aphroditopolis, which the Copts still call Atfu, from the name of Atavi. Our author pursues this subject into much greater detail. We refer the reader to his learned essay in the third volume of the Asiatic Researches. The Jupiter, or Zeus, of the Western mythology corresponds exactly with the Eastern Indra, the god of the firmament, called also Divespetir, or Lord of the Sky. Note: Sir W. Jones on the Gods of Greece, Italy, and India. The Western god, as well as the Eastern, was properly the visible heaven personified, as he is represented in the following verses of Euripides.
Horas ton hypsu ton daperon, aethera kai gen perix echon thugrais en ancalais, tuton nomes de zena, ton tegu theon.
And by Ennius in a well-known line quoted by Cicero.
Aspice hoc sublime candens quem invocant omnes Jovem.
The Egyptian Jove, as we learn from Diodorus, was a personification of one of the five elements, the celestial ether, or
Pneuma.
The Greeks with this notion derived his name from
Zeo.
to burn. He is everywhere represented as ruling aloft in the air, or having a seat on a mountain, Ida, Olympus, or Meru, armed with a vajra, or thunderbolt. The winds and showers are under the direction of Indra, or
Zeus Ombrius,
or Jupiter Pluvialis. But his assumption of supreme dominion over the affairs of men and gods, the character of
Pater Andronte Theonte,
seems to be altogether an usurpation, and to have arisen from accidental circumstances rather than from any modification of his Eastern attributes. Each of the castes in India has rites differing in some measure from those of others. They have all some peculiar customs, and besides participating in the common worship of the nation, which they do more or less fully, each of them is addicted to some favorite deity, as the tutelar god of the caste and the object of its chief adoration. Besides the two principal castes, the Saivas and Vaishnavas, or worshippers of Siva and Vishnu, which are more extensive divisions, there are the Sauras, or worshippers of the sun, the Ganapatiyas, or votaries of Ganesa or Janus, and several others. The nomes among the Egyptians were divisions very much of the same kind. In each nome some particular god engrossed the chief share of the veneration of the people. In the Egyptian Thebes the worship of Jupiter was established and prevailed through this nome. The Cadmeans, who colonized Boeotia, were emigrants from the Thebaid. They accordingly built a city which they named after that of their original abode, and introduced into Greece the adoration of Jupiter, their tutelar deity. This party becoming prevalent in Greece by the extension of the Thessalian or Hellenic Confederacy, Jupiter was everywhere established as the supreme object of popular veneration, and the superstition of his followers continually magnified the importance of their god, till they made him at length the creator and preserver of the universe. absurdly enough, since many transactions continued to be related which were declared to have taken place before his birth. It would be foreign to our purpose to follow this parallel into greater detail. We have seen that the general principles of the religious system discovered in the East are of similar import with those on which the superstitions of ancient Egypt were founded. We have observed that there are many points of general resemblance in the customs of the priests of both countries, and in their modes of worship, and that in numerous instances even particular rites and ceremonies, together with the fables connected with them and the names of the gods, have been preserved through a long course of ages, sufficiently perfect to assure us of their former identity. The conclusion to be drawn from this comparison of the religious history of the Hindus and Egyptians is similar to that which we formed from the contemplation of their political institutions, viz., that the facts prove a common origin. Note: a great number of facts might be mentioned tending to prove the same connection. We have only selected some of the most remarkable. A more extensive comparison of the Egyptian and Hindu philosophy than has yet been attempted would throw much light on this subject. It is probable that their calculations by cycles were conducted on similar principles, and it is certain that they used in many instances the same astronomical formulae. The veneration in which the lotus was held among both nations is a remarkable circumstance. The mystical words used at the ceremonies of religion among the Greeks and Egyptians are said to be Sanskrit, and to be still used by the Brahmins. See Wilford on the names of the Kabirian deities, etc. Asiatic Researches, Volume 5. End of note. End of Chapter 7, Section 4 of Coincidences in the Theogonies. Part 33 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7, Section 5, on the Physical Characters of the Egyptians. The ancient connection which subsisted between the Hindus and Egyptians is proved by the close resemblance of their political and civil institutions, and by the identity of all the leading features in the superstitions of both countries to have been of so intimate a nature that there appears to be only one way in which it is possible satisfactorily to account for it. That is the supposition that there was a period in remote ages when the two nations in question really formed one people. In order to prepare for some conclusion on this subject, we shall hasten to inquire what information we can obtain concerning the physical characters of the Indians and Egyptians. The Greek writers always mention the Egyptians as being black in their complexions. In the Supplices of Aeschylus, when the Egyptian ship is described as approaching the land and seen from an eminence on the shore, it is said,
Prepusindandres neioi, melanchimois guioisi, leuconec peplomaton idein.
The sailors too I marked, conspicuous in white robes, their sable limbs, and again,
Epleusan ho deputuhei kotoi polei melanchimoi synstratoi.
Herodotus, who was well acquainted with the Egyptians, mentions the blackness of their complexion more than once. After relating the fable of the foundation of the Dodonian oracle by a black dove which had fled from Thebes in Egypt and uttered her prophecies from the beech tree at Dodona, he adds his conjecture of the true meaning of the tale. He supposes the oracle to have been instituted by a female captive from the Thebaid, who was enigmatically described as a bird, and subjoins that by representing the bird as black they marked that the woman was an Egyptian. Note: Herod. Lib. 2. Also in his account of the Colchians, Herodotus supports his opinion that they were a colony of Egyptians by this argument, that they were black in complexion and woolly-headed.
Melanchroes kai hulotriches.
Note, Herod, lib 2. These are exactly the words which are used in the description of undoubted Negroes. The same Colchians are mentioned by Pindar in the fourth Pythian ode as being black, with the epithet of
Kelainopes. Esfasin depeiten eiluthon, entha kelainopesi kolchoisin, vian mixan aetai parautoi.
V. 376. On which passage the scholiast observes that the Colchians are black, and that their dusky hue is attributed to their Egyptian origin, the Egyptians also being of that color. We have in one of the dialogues of Lucian a ludicrous description of a young Egyptian who was represented as belonging to the crew of a trading vessel at the Piraeus, which confirms the same fact. It is said of him that besides being black he had thick lips and was too slender in the legs, and that his hair and the curls bushed up behind marked him to be of servile rank. Note, Lucian, Navigat, seu vota.
Hutus de prostoi melanchrus einai, kai prochelos esti, kai leptos agantoin skeloin. He comede kai estupiso o plocamos sun esperamenos, uke leutheron auton fesineinai.
End of note. It appears from the remark of Herodotus that woolly hair like that of the Negroes prevailed among the Egyptians, and by comparing this fact with the other characteristics mentioned by Lucian, we are led to infer that this nation had the distinguishing marks of the African race. This conclusion is confirmed by the observations of travelers, who have described some of the most ancient Egyptian monuments, and particularly the Sphinx, which stands amidst the pyramids and is probably coeval with those venerable fabrics. These figures have exactly the characteristic features of the Negro. Note, Norden, Volney, Sonini, Denon. The modern Copts are supposed, upon good reason, to be the representatives and genuine descendants of the ancient Egyptians. Egypt has indeed undergone many conquests, and from each has received some addition to its primitive stock of inhabitants. But the diversities of religion and of manners have prevented any considerable intermixture, and we find in Egypt at the present day several distinct races, the descendants of different nations, who have scarcely approximated in the least degree towards a common standard, but remain as clearly discriminated in their physical description as they are in moral character and in the habits of life. Such are the Mamluks, Turks, Bedouins, agricultural Arabs, but particularly the Copts, who are Christians of the Eutychian sect, and are therefore prevented by the strongest penalties from intermarriages with the Mohammedans. It is probable that during the period of the Roman and Byzantine dominion a considerable number of Greek settlers were added to the primitive inhabitants, but the colonies of Europeans were chiefly confined to the Delta, and the Christian population of Lower Egypt seems to have been destroyed or enslaved by the Arab conquerors. In the Thebaid the old race remained without much addition, and it is there that the Copts are now principally found. Volney, whose account is confirmed by other travelers, informs us that the Copts have still much of the Negro character, that they have a yellowish dusky complexion, neither resembling the Grecian nor Arabian. They have a puffed visage, swollen eyes, flat noses, and thick lips, and bear much resemblance to the mulatto. Note, Volney's Travels in Egypt. See also Denon. It will throw some light on our subject to observe the resemblance in physical characters and the connection in history between the Egyptians and some of the other African nations, which are well known to have had the characters of the Negro. There are manifest traces of an immemorial connection between Egypt and Ethiopia.
The people of the latter country, especially those tribes who bordered on the Nile, and were subject to the kings of Meroe, resembled the Egyptians in manners, in religion, and in so many different respects that there is no doubt of their having constituted a portion of the same nation with them at an early period. They had a similar practice of embalming the dead and of preserving them in mummies. Note Herod, lib 2, Diodor, lib 3. Indeed, the structure of the mummies which have been found in Egypt and examined in European museums agrees better both with the description given us by Herodotus of the Ethiopian method of preserving bodies than it does with the detail of the process used by the Egyptians themselves. Blumenbach, Phil. Transact. End of note. The Egyptians, as Diodorus informs us, had two kinds of characters used in writing. One of these was commonly known to the vulgar, and the other peculiar to the priests, and considered as sacred. The same author assures us that the last mentioned characters were in universal prevalence among the civilized Ethiopians, who boasted that they first had communicated them to the priests of Egypt. These were not literal characters, but a sort of hieroglyphics. They appear to have been symbols not representing words, but connected by an intermediate association with the thing signified, somewhat after the manner of those used by the Chinese. Thus we are told that they described swiftness by the figure of a hawk, abundance by an open hand. An eye represented vigilance and defense. Note Diodor, lib 3. The constitution of the hierarchy was the same among the Ethiopians as in Egypt. The dress of the priests, their mode of shaving their bodies, the scepter representing the plow, which was the distinguishing badge of the sacred order, and several other particulars are exactly similar to the peculiar customs and distinctions of the Egyptian priests. Note Ibid. The kings of the Ethiopians had the same dress with the Egyptian monarchs. Note Ibid. They were chosen by the priests out of their own number, and were in all things subject to their authority even more than in Egypt. Note Herod ubi supra. The Ethiopians had the same religion as the Egyptians. Note Herod lib 3. In Meroe, Jupiter and Osiris were the objects of adoration. Note Diod. The Ethiopians pretended that they were the first institutors of the religious ceremonies which the Egyptians used, and that they first established sacrifices and the pomps which the Greeks called
panegyres.
Note Heliodorus mentions that the gymnosophists of Meroe were continually reprobating the cruel sacrifices of human beings which the people were in the habit of performing, but without effect. See De Pau, Recherches sur les Égyptiens et les Chinois, Volume 2. End of note. And there were some ceremonies in the Egyptian ritual which afford an appearance of probability to this idea, or at least show that some of the fictions of the latter superstition had a local connection with Ethiopia, particularly the annual processions which were made along the banks of the Nile from Thebes to Ethiopia. Note Herod lib 2, Diod 1. Even in the Greek mythology frequent reference is made to this country. The scenes of the exploits of many of the principal persons in the Grecian heaven are laid in Ethiopia or its vicinity, and Homer seems to refer to some of the African relations of his gods when he says,
Zeus gar es okeanon met amymonos Aethiopeas Chthysdos ebe katadaita, Theoid hama pantes heponto.
Note, he probably refers to the annual festival celebrated in Ethiopia in honor of the gods, when they were supposed to descend from heaven and feast at the table of the sun. See Diod lib 3 and Eustachius ad Iliad 1, verse 424. End of note. We have besides evidence of the connection of these nations in the historical traditions and records of both of them. The Egyptians mention several of their heroes who visited Ethiopia and settled colonies there, as Osiris, etc., and the seat of government was in the early period of their monarchy in that part of Egypt which bordered on Ethiopia. A dynasty of elephantine princes is among the earliest successions in the Chronicle of Manetho. The Ethiopian historians, on the other hand, asserted that the Egyptians were a colony of their people conducted by Osiris into the country which he had gained from the dominion of the sea. Note Diodor 3. They declared, moreover, that the Egyptians had from them as their ancestors most of their institutions. Note Ibid. Besides the more civilized Ethiopians, there were other barbarous tribes of the same nation. The words used as descriptive of the physical characters of these are remarkable. They are said to be
tais chroais melanes, tais ideais simoi, tois de trichomasin huloi.
black in their complexions, flat-nosed, and woolly-haired. Note Diodor. From what has been said, it is, I think, evident that the Egyptians and Ethiopians were the same race of people, and probably formed originally one nation, inhabiting all the fertile country on the banks of the Nile from Meroe to the mouth of the river. But the people who held the higher country, being separated from their kindred by the mountainous and barren region above Elephantine, were by degrees disjoined by the incursions of barbarians, or lost sight of, while the several portions of the same stock who had their abode farther to the north became by degrees united under one monarchy and formed the kingdom of Egypt. Note, we thus arrive, by comparing the classical accounts of Ethiopia, at a conclusion exactly similar to that which Mr. Bruce has obtained by means of local investigations. See Bruce's Travels, Book II. It is therefore not surprising to find the Egyptians and Ethiopians generally resembling in their persons, though in all probability, like other nations which have been widely scattered and long separated, they had some diversities among them. The mummies of the Egyptians, in which they carefully embalmed their dead, and preserved them so successfully that some of their relics have reached our days, afford another method of inquiring into the physical characters of the nation. It is very probable that this mode of investigation may hereafter be so fully explored as to enable us to ascertain with precision not only the principal and most general traits of the Egyptians, but all the varieties to which the national form and physiognomy were subject. At present we have not attained such desirable accuracy, but some knowledge has been acquired from this quarter. Blumenbach has very carefully inspected several mummies, and has compared the appearances found in these with all the results of similar examinations made by others, and with the descriptions of artificial monuments found in Egypt. This comparison has rested principally on the configuration of the skull as forming the basis of national physiognomy, and as constituting the chief distinguishing character of the several races of men. The results of the investigation are highly satisfactory and interesting. Blumenbach informs us that after this comparison he was wholly at a loss to conceive how several learned writers, not only of the stamp of the author of the Recherches sur les Egyptiens, but even professed antiquaries such as Winckelmann and Dankerville, could ascribe to the Egyptian monuments one common character of physiognomy, and define the same in a few lines in the most decided and peremptory manner. "It appears to me," says our author, "that we must adopt at least three principal varieties in the national physiognomy of the ancient Egyptians, which, like all the varieties in the human species, are no doubt often blended together, so as to produce various shades, but from which the true, if I may so call it, ideal archetype may however be distinguished by unequivocal properties, to which the endless smaller deviations in individuals may without any forced construction be ultimately reduced. These appear to me to be, first, the Ethiopian caste, Second, the one approaching to the Hindu. Third, the mixed, partaking in a manner of both the former. The first of these classes coincides with the descriptions given of the Egyptians by the ancients, as appears sufficiently by what has been said above. It is chiefly distinguished by prominent maxillae, turgid lips, broad flat nose, and protruding eyeballs. The second is considerably different from the first, and is found to be the character of many Egyptian monuments, which are distinguished by a long slender nose, long and thin eyelids which run upwards from the top of the nose towards the temples, ears placed high on the head, a short and very thin bodily structure, and very long shanks. As an ideal of this form I shall only adduce the painted female figure upon the back of the sarcophagus of Captain Letheriere's mummy in the British Museum by Vertue, and which most strikingly agrees with the unequivocal national form of the Hindoos, which, especially in England, is so often to be seen upon the Indian paintings. The third sort of Egyptian figures partakes something of both the former. It is characterized by a peculiar turgid habit, flabby cheeks, a short chin, large prominent eyes, and a rather plump make in the person. This is the structure most frequently to be met with. Note: Blumenbach, Philosoph. Transact, 1794. Blumenbach remarks a curious appearance in the incisors' teeth, which has often been found in Egyptian mummies. The crown of the tooth, instead of forming a sharp edge, is thick and similar to a truncated cone. The crowns also of the dentes canini are like those of the molars, and only differ from the latter in situation. Bloom, V. N. G. H. There can scarcely be a doubt that the first of these was the primitive character of the ancient Egyptians. It was common to them and the Ethiopians in the first ages, and is accordingly found in the most ancient monuments, and in the oldest descriptions remaining. It became gradually softened down by the progress of natural deviation into the third class, which was frequent in the latter times of the Egyptian monarchy, and is found in the majority of the works of art made during that period. It is a curious fact that the deviation had proceeded still further, and that the Hindu character had made its appearance in the Egyptian race, and distinguished one class of the people. To conclude our remarks on the Egyptians, we may consider the general result of the facts which we can collect concerning their physical characters to be this: that the national configuration prevailing in the most ancient times was nearly the Negro form, with woolly hair, but that in a later age this character had become considerably modified and changed, and that a part of the population of Egypt resembled the modern Hindus. The general complexion was black. Note: this was certainly the general color, but it is not to be supposed that no variety occurred in it. The Egyptians were a civilized people, and we should expect to find examples of a fair complexion among the better orders at least. It is highly probable that such existed, and we even have positive testimony for the fact. Diodorus relates that Typhon was red,
Pyrrhos,
and adds that some of the native Egyptians, though few,
Oligustinas,
were of the same complexion. These were sacrificed to Osiris in ancient times. Particular causes in some countries have doubtless retarded the evolution of varieties in the human complexion and figure. A permanent degradation of the lower orders, and such circumstances in their condition as tend to approximate them to the state of savages, may be supposed to have this power, and we have remarked that certain modifications of climate and local situation promote the appearance of varieties, which show themselves more tardily under a contrary influence. See Diodor, Hist. Lib. 1, page 79. The general complexion was black, or at least a very dusky hue. End of Chapter 7, Section 5, on the physical characters of the Egyptians. Part 34 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7, Section 6, on the physical characters of the ancient Indians. I shall now proceed to state the facts which I can collect concerning the physical character of the ancient inhabitants of India. They are unfortunately scanty. It is remarkable that Herodotus, in his enumeration of the forces of Xerxes, mentions a tribe of Ethiopians from the eastern parts of Asia who were drawn out in the same division of the army with the Indians. These eastern Ethiopians, says he, differed nothing from those of Africa in their form,
Eidos,
but had straight hair instead of woolly hair, and a distinct language. Note Polymnia. Strabo and Arrian have, on the credit of Megasthenes, compared the Indians to the Ethiopians. Arrian, who has the passage most perfect, says that the Indians are not altogether unlike that people in their aspect.
Ideae,
Those further to the south are somewhat more like the Ethiopians, and they are black in their complexion, and their hair is black, but they are not likewise flat-nosed, nor is their hair woolly, but those who live farther northward most resemble the Egyptians in their persons. Note Arrian, Indies, Strabo, Lib 15. The Greeks were not competent to this subject, from their very limited acquaintance with the natives of India. There is at the present day a great variety in the aspect of the different races in India. Major Orme reckons 84 castes. Note Orme's Indostan Introduction, each of which has a physiognomy peculiar to itself. The more civilized tribes are in general more comely in their appearance. The noble order of Brahmins are distinguished throughout the whole extent of their denomination, from the southern point of the peninsula to the most northern provinces of Hindustan, not only by the form of their countenance, but by the complexion considerably fairer than that of the lower castes. Note Lieutenant Colin Mackenzie, Asiat Researches, Vol. 6. Some of the latter approach very near to the character of absolute savages, and are proportionably rude in their persons. In several parts of India the mountaineers resemble Negroes in their countenance, and in some degree in their hair, which is curled and has a tendency to wool. Note Wilford on Egypt, etc. Asiat Res, Vol. 3. The inhabitants of the hilly districts of Bengal and Bahar particularly can hardly be distinguished by their features, as we are informed, from the modern Ethiopians. Note Sir W. Jones on the Families of Nations. It is reasonable to suppose that the barbarous tribes preserve most of the original character of the nation, for the first colonists were in all probability rude people. The better orders in India, as in other countries, have gradually improved by civilization, and have acquired a different aspect. Several authors well acquainted with India are of opinion that the ancient inhabitants resembled the Africans much more than the moderns. Wilford says, "It cannot reasonably be doubted that a race of Negroes formerly had preeminence in India." Note Wilford Ibid. This appears more probable when we consider the history of the tribes who occupy the isles to the east of India, who, as there is every reason to believe, emigrated from the continent. We have seen above that the aborigines of them were Negroes, black men with woolly hair and a configuration of the head more or less approaching to that of the natives of Africa. Such precisely at this day are the inhabitants of the Andaman Islands in the Bay of Bengal, who are still savages and probably cannibals. The Papuas of New Guinea and the interior of the islands of the Indian Ocean are just the same kind of people, and are all supposed by Dr. Leyden to have emigrated from the interior of Malaya, where they have left remnants of their stock in the black savages of the mountains. We have observed above that many peculiar traits of manners connect the insular tribes with the rude races on the continent. All these considerations would still afford only probability, but not proof to the opinion that the former Hindus were Negroes, but we have evidence of the fact in the remains of ancient sculpture, of which such magnificent specimens have been found in different parts of India. Abundance of learning has been bestowed by antiquarians on the subterraneous temples which have been discovered in different parts of the East, particularly in Egypt, India, and Persia. Note: see Morris's Indian Antiquities, etc. It is not easy to ascertain the reasons which induced the ancients to fix on caverns for the celebration of their religious rites, or when natural recesses in the sides of mountains or in the depths of the earth were wanting, to expend so much labor as they are found to have bestowed in forming artificial excavations. A great part of their religious duties probably consisted in the performance of secret ceremonies, allied to the mysteries which were in later times transplanted into Greece and became known there to authentic history. But whatever was the purpose or design of these subterraneous temples, the use of them seems to have been very general in the East, and there is even reason to believe that the pyramids of Egypt and the ancient pagodas of India, which are of pyramidal form, were constructed in great measure on the model of the consecrated caverns above mentioned. The subterraneous pagodas on the islands of Elephanta and Salsette, near Bombay, attracted the notice of European travelers at an early period. They were visited by Niebuhr, note: see Dr. C. Buchanan, and Sonnerat, and have since been described by Hunter in the Archaeology, and by several other writers. A later traveler has pronounced them to be a more astonishing production of human labor than the famous pyramids of Egypt. Note: Moore's Hindu Pantheon. The caverns at Ellora, in the neighborhood of the city of Aurungabad, are said to be still more magnificent and extensive. The architecture of these temples points at two eras, probably distant from each other as the periods of their formation. Those of Elephanta and the most extensive at Ellora resemble the Egyptian method of building, having flat roofs and being destitute of anything like an arch. They were doubtless constructed before that great improvement in the art of building had become known. In these the whole Hindu theocracy is found portrayed. In the cave of Elephanta the doctrines of the Smartal Brahmans, which are believed to be the most ancient, appear to have held dominion, for there we see the attributes of the three persons of the triad united in one figure, which represents the supreme deity, holding conjoined the characters of creator, preserver, and destroyer. But the caverns of Salsette and some of those at Ellora have the arch, and are less rude in their construction. They are evidently more modern than those above mentioned. In some of these the votaries of Buddha are evinced to have been paramount. They have represented their saint as the chief god. No circumstance in the appearance of these caverns has attracted more attention than the striking conformation of body which the innumerable statues found in them represent. This is very different from the figures and countenances of the modern Hindus, and hence a very general opinion has taken its rise that these excavations have been the work of foreigners, as of Sesostris or some other Egyptian or Ethiopian hero. For the whole structure of the limbs, as well as the shape of the features and appearance of the hair, are said altogether to resemble the Negroes of Guinea. There can be no doubt that the prototypes from which they were designed were either Negroes properly so called, or that they were possessed of physical characters similar to those of the natives of Africa. Note: Hunter in Archaeologia, Vol. 7, Dr. Fra Buchanan, Asiat Res, Vol. 6. It is now fully agreed that no foreign worship was ever carried on or designed in these temples, which are occupied by the genuine assembly of indigenous Hindu gods. Nor is there anything in the style of the emblems exhibited that savors of exotic origin. No trace of Egyptian idolatry is found through the whole extent of them. They were the places of worship of the native Indians of early times, and there is no reason to hesitate in concluding that they truly represent the figures and features of the aborigines of Hindustan. The same conformation of body prevailed in other parts of India, for a similar character is found in the numerous images which have been dug up at Gaya on the Coromandel coast. Note Sir W. Jones' essay on the Hindus. Subterraneous caverns dedicated to the purposes of religion are found in various parts of India. Those of Elephanta and Ellora are the most celebrated, but similar excavations are well known in other districts of this extensive region, as at Gwalior, near Agra, at Mahabalipura on the Coromandel coast, etc. End of note. We may venture to conclude from a comparison of the facts above stated, as some learned writers well acquainted with India have inferred from various arguments, that it cannot reasonably be doubted that a race of Negroes formerly had power and preeminence in India. It would be an interesting inquiry, if sufficient data should hereafter be acquired, or any similar instances should occur more within the reach of accurate observation, to consider the progress of these probably gradual changes which appear to have softened down the Negro features common in early times to the Egyptian and Indian nations into the forms which characterize them in the present age. In this view it will be a curious circumstance that the outline which is now general in India had also shown itself in the Egyptian race. From whatever causes the diversity may have arisen, the nations descended from these ancient people are now very different from each other, and both seem to have deviated considerably from the character which was probably common to their ancestors. We have gone through a comparison as full as the nature of the subject seems to require of the Egyptian and Indian nations. We have been conducted by several distinct and widely separated paths to the same end. Wherever we direct our steps, all the phenomena which present themselves give evidence to the general inference so frequently repeated or hinted at above. The conformity of these two nations is so close that there seems to be only one hypothesis that can adequately account for it. That is, the supposition that the inhabitants of ancient Egypt and of India were separated portions of one kindred stock, and that there probably was a time when, if they were not so united as to be properly called one nation, their connection was scarcely less absolute. If the progeny of the 10 tribes of Israel, who were carried into captivity by the Assyrians, should be discovered in some remote region with all the institutions and manners of their ancestors perfectly preserved, we should, by comparing them with their brethren the Jews, obtain a decisive proof of an ancient affinity between the two nations. We have, in the instance of the Indians and Egyptians, a demonstration perhaps equally convincing of the same kind of relation. The only obstacles which present themselves to our adopting this opinion are the distance which divides the two nations and the difficulty of reconciling our hypothesis with the accounts given by historians of the intervening states. We find in the midst of Asia the ancient Assyrian Empire, a monarchy of the greatest antiquity according to received accounts, and totally disjoined in its history from the nations we have been comparing. If there were no such impediment in our way, we should have little difficulty in coming to a conclusion. In order to arrive at the solution of the problem before us, we shall enter into some inquiries, which, although they will oblige us to digress from our principal pursuit, are indispensable for the attainment of the end we have in view. By comparing all the data we possess concerning the origins and early history of the Egyptians, Indians, and the great central nations of Asia, who hold the regions intervening between them, we shall be most likely to obtain a satisfactory conclusion. In the first place, it is necessary to consider some opinions which have been proposed by learned writers to account for the historical facts above stated, and to show that they are inadequate and fallacious. End of Chapter 7, Section 6, on the physical characters of the ancient Indians. Part 35 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Part 35, Chapter 8. The same subject continued. Historical inquiries relating to it. General conclusions concerning the origin of the most celebrated nations of the East. Section 1. Examination of the historical conjectures proposed in order to account for the facts above stated. The proofs of common origin between the institutions of Egypt and India are so conspicuous that few writers have entered on the subject at all without acknowledging them, and various historical conjectures have been proposed in order to account for the facts. The most general hypothesis has been that Egypt was the mother country of all civil and religious learning, and that the growth of mythology was there indigenous, whence by some channel or other it was conveyed into India. The only period in history which affords a possible era for any extensive colonization of the East from Egypt is that of the celebrated expedition of Sesostris, who is indeed said by Diodorus to have conquered or invaded India. The story of this hero's exploits has accordingly been eagerly laid hold of. Sesostris is converted into Sisak, for which metamorphosis we have no sort of proof. But Sisak proceeded no further eastward than Jerusalem, as far as we are informed concerning him. The slight resemblance, however, of his name to that of Xaka or Sakya affords a pretense for making them the same person, and thus we find that the cruel and haughty tyrant of the Egyptians turns out to be no other than the gentle and benevolent Buddha, the ninth avatar of Vishnu, the purpose of whose mission was to put an end to all destruction of life, and to prohibit men from doing injury even to the meanest reptile. All this is yet nothing in comparison of the transformations which our hero is condemned to undergo in the plastic hands of these Eastern antiquaries, for we find him at the same instant of time acting the part of the Chinese Foa, and in the person of the runic Odin, leading the Asi to the verge of Scandinavia. Note: see Sir W. Jones' Anniversary Essays. But without considering the evidently fabulous nature of this fiction, and the want of any common character between Sesostris and Buddha, note: besides this want of congruity, the very slender foundation on which the story of the Indian expedition of Sesostris rests is sufficient reason for rejecting the opinion in question. Herodotus, who was very curious in investigating the history of this hero, and who relates the rest of his exploits at full length, without omitting his passage of the Danube, says nothing of any conquests in India. He indeed mentions that Sesostris fitted out a fleet on the Erythraean Sea, and conquered the tribes on its shores, by which he may have meant some hordes of Arabs and Ethiopians, but nothing is said either by him or Manetho of any invasion of India. Strabo and all the more cautious writers of antiquity treat the story as an absurd fiction. Moreover, it is expressly denied by Megasthenes, who was better acquainted with India than any other ancient writer. It is very evident that in the accounts given to Diodorus by the Egyptians, the story of Sesostris had received great embellishments, which were not found in the earlier relations, and that all the exploits of Osiris had been engrafted upon these. This must be manifest to any person who will take the trouble to compare the histories of the god and of the mortal king as given by Diodorus. End of note. It is manifest that no person could have been fixed upon who is less qualified to be the translator of the Egyptian gods to the eastern shores and the founder of the Hindu theocracy than the above mentioned person, for his votaries are, and always have been, the keenest adversaries of the religion and the persons of the Brahmans, and they have mutually persecuted each other whenever opportunity has occurred. A much more probable hypothesis than this was formed by Kirchner. Note: Kirchner's Oedipus Egyptiacus, who conjectured that a number of Egyptian priests fled from Africa in the reign of Cambyses, son of Cyrus, to avoid the persecution which their tribe and their religion suffered from the bigotry of the Persian tyrant, and that they sought an asylum in India and transported into that country the learning and superstitions of Egypt. Such a migration is rendered improbable by the fact that the Egyptians had no maritime knowledge, nor any practice of navigation before the period in question. The idea, however, has been adopted by a very respectable writer of the present time, who has endeavored to prove that the Hindu theology was introduced into India at the era above mentioned, where, according to some of our Eastern literati, it superseded the worship of Buddha. These authors regard the latter as the ancient and indigenous superstition of the East. It must be observed that this imagined event, if allowed to have happened, is wholly inadequate to explain the facts imputed to it. A few fugitive priests, flying from persecution, could not be supposed capable of communicating to the nations beyond the Indian Ocean that extensive and wonderful resemblance of political and civil institutions, of moral characters, and of superstitions which we have traced. But as such an hypothesis would invalidate a great part of our reasonings on this subject, and would undermine the foundation on which we shall attempt to build some important conclusions, it is absolutely necessary, though the attempt may lead us into irksome details, to show that there is no historical ground for this conjecture. Mr. Chambers, in the first volume of the Asiatic Researches, gave a description of the ruins of Mahabalipura, or the city of the Great Bali, situated on the Coromandel coast at a short distance to the south of Madras. These ruins were at that time little known to Europeans. They have since acquired celebrity from the splendidly poetical description of Mr. Southey, from various appearances in the architecture, which is different from that used now in southern India, and from some inscriptions which Mr. Chambers thought he perceived to resemble the Balic characters used in Siam. He seems to infer that the founders of Mahabalipur were connected in many respects with the Siamese, and particularly that they were worshippers of the Siamese Somona Kodom, which is another name for Buddha. Mr. Chambers also produces authorities to prove that the sect of Buddha were formerly prevalent in many parts of the Deccan. The latter fact is not to be denied, but it receives no corroboration from the ruins above mentioned. Mr. Chambers' description was from memory, for he tells us that he made no observations in writing at the time of his visit to the spot. We have, however, in the fifth volume of the Asiatic Researches, a supplement to his account by Mr. Goldingham, who has made a more recent review of the place and has copied the inscriptions. It appears from Mr. Goldingham's description that the ruins are of two different classes. There are several pagodas of brick surrounded by a wall of stone, and one other pagoda of stone on the margin of the sea and washed by the waves, which are in no respect different from the usual modes of architecture prevalent in the Deccan. These are said to be described in the Puranas. Besides them, however, there are many stupendous remains of a character quite distinct from any of the modern buildings which are found in the south of India. The site of the city was chiefly around the base of a high rocky hill, which rises suddenly out of the plain near the seashore. In the sides of this hill there are several subterranean pagodas consisting of extensive excavations in the rock. Some of them are supported by rows of columns and a roof of the same style with those found in the caves of Elephanta. In the front of these recesses and opposite the entrances are several scenes of sculpture cut out in bas relief in the rock. In one of them are found gigantic figures of Krishna, Arjun, and other heroes of the Mahabharata. In another place Krishna is represented feeding the flocks of Ananda, surrounded by the gopis, or milkmaids. All these excavations were designed for temples of the Hindu divinities. The lingun and other emblems of their worship are seen in every direction. In one of the caverns, which was dedicated to the adoration of Siva, there is a huge statue of that god with 4 arms, and in the same temple are images of Brahma, Vishnu, and Parvati. The goddess in the character of Durga is defending a human figure from the attack of Yamraja, a monster with the head of a buffalo. Among the ornaments of these temples the Sphinx is seen, and a female statue with one breast, like the Amazon image at Elephanta. There are representations of several animals, the elephant, the monkey, and the lion. The former are accurately formed, the latter is ill-made and evidently carved by workmen who had never seen that animal. Note: within the memory of the oldest inhabitants these ruins were much more extensive than they are at present, for the gilded roofs of several pagodas were discovered at low water at some distance from the shore, which are now no longer visible. End of note. The result of these examinations is that in all the extent of this prodigious assemblage of ruins there is nothing which indicates the worship of Buddha, or any other form of religion or manners, than what is truly and strictly Brahmanical. The style of workmanship is different from the modern architecture of the South, but is evidently allied to that of northern India, and it is probable that the history of Mahabalipura is closely connected with that of Elephanta and the other similar productions which afford in various parts of the East rich, magnificent proofs of the industry of the ancient inhabitants. If the era of these excavations be the same with that of the subterraneous temples at Elephanta, which there seems to be some reason to believe, we have in the acknowledged antiquity of the former a proof of the very ancient prevalence of the Hindu theology, not only over Hindustan, but even to the country of the Tamulians. But though the antiquity of the Baudas, or followers of Buddha, receives no corroboration from the ruins of the Mahabalipura, their prevalence in India in very early times cannot be denied. It will be proper to premise that it is absolutely certain that the nations of India, who were visited by the Macedonians and described by Megasthenes and others, were not Baudas, for not only the divisions of caste, which were shown above to be very much the same with those prevalent in Hindustan in the present day, but every other particular of the description given by the Greeks tends to contradict such a supposition. It may not be thought quite so evident that the Hindus of Palibothra were not of the Jain sect, who admit the power of the Brahmans and the divisions of caste equally with the orthodox followers of the Vedas, though they differ from them in religious tenets. But Mr. Colebrook has shown that in almost every point in which the Jainas are distinguished from the orthodox in their manners and doctrines, they are also at variance with the Indians of Megasthenes, who coincide in all these particulars of their rites and philosophy with the followers of the Vedas. Note: Observations on the Sect of Jains by H. T. Colebrook, Asiatic Researches, Volume 9. This is the case with the opinions concerning the rotundity of the earth and its liability to changes effected by the power of the gods, its origin by creation, which are quoted above from Strabo. In all these notions the ancient Indians are contradicted by the Jainas as well as by the Baudas, who are both atheists in their philosophy. Mr. Colebrook has also proved, by the authority of Philostratus, of Solinus, and of Hierocles, as cited by Stephanus of Byzantium, that the Brahmanes of the Indians paid adoration and offered up prayers to the sun. "This worship," he observes, "has always distinguished the orthodox Hindus from the sectaries, whether of Buddha or of Jina." It may, therefore, be considered as certain that the paramount hierarchy of India in the days of the Macedonian invasion were the orthodox Brahmins, genuine followers of the Vedas, or disciples of Vyasa. It has been mentioned above that the ancient writers distinguished the philosophers of India into two classes. One of these was the hereditary order of the Brahmanes, or Brahmins; the other consisted of ascetics, collected from other castes, who devoted themselves to study and prayer. These were the sannyasis, and it is not improbable that they were the priests of the Baudas. Strabo calls them
Germanes,
and
Hulobii,
Clemens of Alexandria
Sarmanae,
and
Allobii,
Porphyry.
Sarmanae.
The true name was probably Sarmanas, which is the present designation of the ascetics of the Jain and Bauda sects. Clemens of Alexandria is, I believe, the first who mentions the Baudas by name, calling them followers of Bauta. As the whole passage is curious, though it has been quoted already by Lacroze, note Lacroze, Histoire du Christianisme des Indes, and by Mr. Colebrook, it will be to our purpose to repeat it. It is as follows:
Sitonde tuton togenos, hoi men sarmanae hauton, hoi de brahmanae kalumenoi, kai ton sarmanon, hoi allobioi prosagore vomenoi, hute poles oikusin, hute stegas echusin, dendronde amphiennuntai floiois, kai acrodrua situntai, kai hydortais hersin pinusin, ugamon, upaido poian facin, hosper hoinun encratetae calumenoi, eiside ton in don hoi tois putta peithomenoi parangelmasin, hoi di hyperbolen semnotetos eistionte timecasi.
Note: Clemens Alexandrinus Strobata, Lib 1. End of note. It is uncertain from the text, as Mr. Colebrook observes, whether Clemens meant to describe the Alobi. Note: Observations on the Sect of Jains by H. T. Colebrook, Esquire, Asiatic Researches, Volume 9, as the same persons with the followers of Bauta or not. St. Jerome, also in his first book against Jovinianus, mentions them. He says,
Apud gymnosophistas Indiae quasi per manus huius opinionis auctoritas traditur, quod Buddham principem dogmatiseorum e latere suo virgo generavit.
Note: Hieron in Jovinianum. It appears certain that there was a time when the Baudas had very extensive power in India and prevailed in many parts of it over the disciples of Vyasa. This period was probably subsequent to the Christian era. Note: Dr. F. Buchanan on the Literature of the Brahmins, Asiatic Researches, Volume 5. Dr. F. Buchanan, among his arguments for the priority of the Baudas, lays much dependence on an abstract contained in the Ayin Akbari from an ancient history of Kashmir, which was written in Sanskrit and presented to the Emperor Akbar on his entrance into that country. The original is now in the possession of our Asiatic literati, and it has been shown by Mr. Colebrook that the text is so far from supporting Dr. Buchanan's hypothesis that it directly proves the contrary. The history gives an account of an inundation which covered Kashmir, after the recession of which Kasyapa brought the Brahmins to inhabit the land. By this remark the author, or abridger of the work, probably meant not that the sacred caste were introduced alone, but that the property of the soil was given them, and that they held it to be cultivated by their dependents. In this sense the story is a counterpart of the relation which the Brahmans of Malabar and Tulava give of the emerging of those countries from the sea, and of their receiving them as a gift from Parasu Rama. But Dr. Buchanan, contrary to all probability, insists that the tribes of barbarians called by Pliny Brahmani are here designated by the name of Brahmans, and that the sacred order are not intended. However, the chief point on account of which this work was cited is the statement that one of these princes, called Raja Jene, in the Ayin Akberi, established in his dominions the rights of the Brahmans, that his successor Gelok tolerated the doctrine of Baudd, and that it was not till the reign of Nerk, the 59th prince, that the religion of the Vedas completely prevailed. Now, in the original it is simply affirmed, as Mr. Colebrook informs us, that Asoka, the father of Jaloka, was a devout worshipper of Siva, the meaning of which assertion has evidently been perverted. Jaloka himself is expressly mentioned as a conqueror of Mlikas, or barbarians, in which name all people without caste are included. But after 4 reigns of his successors, the religion of Buddha was introduced by a new dynasty, who wrested the empire from the former race. After 100 years the orthodox faith of the Brahmins was re-established. This relation clearly states the facts which we have mentioned above as probable. If the abstract in the Ayin Akberi be correct in the number of kings, the introduction of Buddhism took place in the reign of the 50th monarch of Kashmir. The whole number is stated to be 160, so that 110 princes had reigned from the epoch in question to the conquest by Akbar, which was Anno Dom 1342. Allowing 10 years for each reign, which is the computation adopted by Dr. Buchanan, being the average deduced from the period assigned to the last 52 princes, we shall find the introduction of the worship of Buddha about the year 240 of the Christian era. We may probably hereafter derive more information from this history of Kashmir, but we cannot expect from such imperfect data as those which have hitherto been obtained to fix with any certainty the period of the event alluded to. The department of chronology in Eastern literature is greatly defective. It abounds with fable and contradictions. We have, however, reason to hope that much light will be thrown on this interesting subject when the knowledge to be derived from the extensive and valuable collection of manuscripts and inscriptions which has been made by Lieutenant Colonel Mackenzie shall be given to the world. It will then perhaps be ascertained at what periods the different sects which have left their relics in the peninsula of India had their respective prevalence, and the epochs of the dynasties under which they flourished may be more clearly fixed. The history of India from its own nature is an extremely complex subject. In that country, perhaps more than in any other in the world, the instability of the half-civilized state has been experienced. At periods long antecedent to the Mohammedan invasion, says Mr. Wilkes, wars, revolutions, and conquests seem to have followed each other in a succession more strangely complex, rapid, and destructive as events more deeply recede into the gloom of antiquity. Note: Wilkes' History of the Mysore. Amidst the frequent revolutions in southern India, which seldom permitted the same family to retain any exalted sovereignty during many generations, 3 principal dynasties are mentioned by the historians of that country as having possessed an extensive and comparatively permanent dominion. The last of these is the house of Vijayanagar, the period of whose dominion may be considered as coming within the range of authentic history. The foundation of their empire is dated A.D. 1343. This family were worshippers of Siva. In earlier times the Belal princes reigned over the central and western divisions of the Deccan. Dr. F. Buchanan, in the course of his researches, has collected some important facts concerning the history of this race. He has given us an historical table of the succession of monarchs, compiled from ancient Sanskrit authorities by Ramupa Varmika, a learned Brahmin, whose family have held the office of Shanabhoga, or hereditary accountant, in the Barkuru district in the west of the peninsula, ever since the reign of the Belali dynasty. Note: Dr. F. Buchanan's Journey through Mysore, Kannada, and Malabar. In this table the accession of the Belalas to the supreme power in Karnataka is fixed A.D. 685. Their descendants began to reign over a portion of their conquests till the rise of Vijayanagara, although the period of their most extensive dominion is said by Varmika to have been only 209 years. This Brahman was not always very correct in his dates, but in the present instance, as Dr. Buchanan observes, there is reason to believe him accurate. Among other proofs, 2 inscriptions at Sudapura, or Sunda, fix the epoch of the dominion of this house. One of them is inscribed to Imodi Sedasiva Raya, a Belal prince, and dated in the year of Salivahana, which corresponds to A.D. 800. The other, dated 805, in the reign of Chamunda Raya, who was also of the Belal family, mentions the victories obtained by his ancestors Sedasiva and Belala over the Bahudas. It would appear hence that the followers of Buddha were prevalent in the peninsula in the early part of the Belal period, and these heretics were probably nearly extirpated by the princes of that house, who were themselves worshippers of Jina, or of the sect called Jains. The doctrines of these last continued to hold the ascendancy till the time of the famous advocate of the orthodox faith, Rama Anuja Acharya, who flourished in the 11th century. At a period long antecedent to the reigns of the Belal Rajas, the Kadumba dynasty possessed a still more extensive sway in the south of India. Their capital was at Banawasi, and its dominion extended down to the eastern coast, including Mahabalipura. Note: Wilkes' History of the Mysore. Mr. Wilkes remarks that this empire had probably been subverted before the 2nd century of the Christian era, for Ptolemy, who inserts Banawasi in its proper place relatively to the coast of Kannada, does not distinguish it as a capital, though he has generally pointed out the seats of royal power. It is ascertained by an inscription found at Belagami that Trinetra Kadumba reigned in the year Sal 90, or A.D. 16½ An inscription at Gaukarna, as it is understood by Dr. Buchanan, fixes the reign of Kadumba Chikraverti in the year of the Kali Yug 3120, or 149 years before the last mentioned inscription. Dr. Buchanan is persuaded that this is the true period of the dynasty, which may therefore be considered as coeval with the Christian era. Connected with the inscription to Kadumba at Gaukarna is an image of the god Sankara Narayana, which combines in one personage the attributes of Vishnu and Siva. It evinces, as Dr. Buchanan observes, the antiquity of the doctrines of the Smartal Brahmins, who held that Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva all represent one being, assuming different persons or characters. It appears to prove clearly that the Kadumbas were votaries of this faith, and this opinion receives additional confirmation from the fact that all Jain and Brahman histories of Tulava uniformly agree in asserting that the Brahmans were first introduced into that country by Muru Varma, an illustrious prince of the Kadumba family and predecessor of the Trinetra Kadumba. It is stated that he brought a branch of the sacred order from Ahichaitra in Telangana into the country below the Ghats. It therefore appears highly probable that the orthodox Hindu faith prevailed through the empire of the Kadumba monarchs, and perhaps generally through the peninsula about the time of the Christian era. The Bahudas seem to have gained the ascendancy subsequently to them, but previously to the extension of the Belal power which began in the 7th century. The history of Ceylon, as far as we can obtain insight into it, tends to confirm the principle of the foregoing conclusions. In former times this island appears to have been much more connected with the continent adjacent than it has been during some centuries. Ravana, the king of Lanka, or Ceylon, is said to have had extensive possessions in the peninsula. Trichinopoly is supposed to have been a station of one of his garrisons on the eastern side, and on the western coast his dominions extended as far northward as Haiga. Note Dr. F. Buchanan's Journey, etc. The north of Ceylon, from Chilaw to Batakolo, is inhabited by the Tamul people, for the Tamulian and Malabar language is spoken through that portion of the island, which is more than half its extent. Such is the information given us by the Dutch writers, who add that the Cingalese to the south and the Kandians speak a language which is supposed to be derived from Siam. Note Lieutenant Colin Mackenzie. It would, perhaps, be impossible to ascertain the era of the introduction of Buddhism into Ceylon, but it is probable, from the connection which subsisted between the continent and the adjacent island, that its extension through both was nearly coeval, and that it was communicated from one to the other. There seems at least to be little doubt that the religion of the Brahmans prevailed in Ceylon long before the rites of Buddha were known there. The Isle of Rameswara is now the utmost boundary of the Hindu pilgrimage to the southward, which only became so terminated since the introduction of a foreign language and nation into Lanka Dwipa abbreviated its course, and prevented the access of pious devotees to the fane of Mahadeva at Divinur. At the last mentioned place, which is on the southern extremity of Ceylon, there are very extensive remains of ancient buildings resembling the temples of Karnak. Lieutenant Colin Mackenzie has given us a description of these ruins, which are very certainly the relics of a magnificent temple of Siva. Here, therefore, the rites of the Brahmans were formerly prevalent. It is added in confirmation that many of the names of places throughout the island are manifestly Hindu, and therefore afford a proof that the Hindus were formerly possessors of the country. Ravana, the king of Lanka, in poetical ages, although a monarch of Rakshakas, or devils, was a pious Hindu, and 4 pagodas in Haiga, dedicated to Siva, are said to have been erected by him. There is sufficient reason for believing that the priesthood are of Siamese extraction. The Cingalese histories relate that a colony came to Ceylon by sea from the eastward and introduced the rites of Buddha. Note the termination of Gautama, or Buddha's mortal life, is fixed by them in the year 542 before Christ, and the Siamese epoch is within 2 years of this. It is evident that this agreement could not be the effect of accident. Elsewhere the Bahudas assigned were different periods to their hero. We do not quote these dates for the purpose of fixing the chronology, but only to prove the connection of the Cingalese and Siamese. End of note. The style of the paintings in the Cingalese temples, the costume and manners of the priests, and all the furniture of the buildings are altogether different from anything found in the western peninsula, and strongly resemble the Siamese. The priests are always clothed in the yellow dress which distinguishes the Talapoins. The features of the Cingalese, as well as those of the images of their gods, are like the Siamese, and very different from the Tamulians. The colossal statue of the Kuta Raja, which has attracted the notice of travelers, is strongly of the Cingalese character. It has a full round visage, long eyes, round and long nose, and no beard. We therefore have reason to believe that the religion of the Brahmans had been established in Ceylon before the rites of Buddha were introduced into that island, and that the last were conveyed thither by a colony from the eastern peninsula, probably from Siam. It seems on the whole to be sufficiently evident that the sects of Buddha formerly prevailed very extensively through western India, and that the period of its general prevalence was in the early part of the Christian era. Moreover, in most of the countries where its dominion was extended, undoubted proofs are discovered of the prior existence of the orthodox Hindu faith, and we may consider it as certain that the system of the Brahmins was the ancient and primeval establishment through India. It was necessary for our argument to go through the above detail in order to show the falsehood of the hypothesis, supported by some of our modern literati, which supposes the religion of Buddha to be more ancient in India than that of the Brahmins, and attributes the introduction of the latter, together with all the civil and political institutions of the hierarchy, to an emigration of Egyptian priests in the time of Cambyses or at some other era. The antiquity of the Brahmanical system in India receives additional proof and illustration from a comparison with that of the Magi, the ancient priesthood of Persia. Mr. Colebrook is of opinion that the most ancient division of the Hindus are the followers of the practical Vedas. The observers of the Vedantis, or metaphysical doctrines of the Vedas, are of much later origin. The tenets of the former coincide in all principal points with those of the Magi. The adoration of the sun and the element of fire as symbols of the divine and invisible power was common to both, together with the belief of more or fewer subordinate agents, both good and evil. They held also the immortality of the soul and the existence of a moral law, the observance of which was supposed to produce happiness, and the neglect of it misery. And prayers and sacrifices were considered as agreeable to the gods, and a part of the duty of men. Note: Mr. Colebrook has observed that even if it should appear that Buddhism preceded the introduction of the religion of the Brahmins into some parts of the peninsula, this would be no proof of the prior origin of the former system, for as Hindustan was the cradle of both these mythologies, they are to be considered as exotic in the peninsula. The priests of Buddha have ever been active in extending their tenets into foreign regions, which is contrary to the practice of the Brahmins, and therefore the progress of the latter was more gradual. We have also intrinsic evidence of the priority of the Brahmin worship to the adoration of Buddha. The Hindu gods, as existing in the fables of the Baudas, preserve many titles and symbols of dignity, which cannot be accounted for by supposing that they have been degraded into a subordinate station by the advancement of the saint. The same thing appears to have happened also in the case of the Jainas, who have retained many of the gods of the orthodox in an inferior capacity. For this change a foundation seems to be laid in the nature of the Hindu ontology. Buddha is represented as born of parents who were well known in the mythology of Hindustan. His incarnation is an idea borrowed from the same source. From the traditions current in Siam concerning the last Buddha, and from a Purana containing a history of his life in Sanskrit, which was obtained by Major Knox during his mission in Nepal, Mr. Colebrook ventures to affirm that the story of Gautama Buddha has been engrafted on the heroic history of the lunar and solar races received by the orthodox Hindus, an evident sign that his sect is subsequent to that in which this fabulous history is original. Asiat Researches, V. IX. A similar inference is drawn from the appearances in the subterraneous temples found in different parts of India. In all the more ancient sculptures in these recesses Buddha is portrayed in company with, and as forming an individual in the group, of Hindu gods. Of this description are the caves of Elephanta and the flat-roofed cavern at Ellora. In the more modern sculptures found in the arched caves, Buddha is the sole deity, Moore's Hindu pantheon. Moreover, in all the countries to the north of India in which Buddhism prevails, as Tibet, Assam, China, etc., the Mahamuni is worshipped in company with Durga, Kali, Ganesa, Kartikeya, etc. It is therefore absurd to suppose that the rites of these gods belong to a separate and exotic system. End of note. The language of the Magi was a sister dialect of the Sanskrit. We have therefore every reason to believe these two hierarchies to be coeval, and it will clearly follow that we must refer the establishment of both to the most remote ages of antiquity. It is scarcely necessary to add that the introduction of the political and religious institutions, which we have been considering as the primeval possessions of the Hindus, cannot be attributed to any communication which may be imagined to have subsisted between that nation and the Egyptians in early times. The intercourse of traffic or commerce is wholly inadequate to explain such effects, and indeed it has been sufficiently proved that the Egyptians never possessed the science or applied themselves to the practice of navigation. Note, the only vessels which navigated the Mediterranean in early times were those of the Phoenicians and Greeks, but if the Egyptians never appeared on the Mediterranean, it is highly improbable that they had any extensive commerce on the Indian Ocean. We hear of Phoenicians only as carrying on trade in the Arabian Gulf. Phoenician mariners navigated the Red Sea for Solomon, and the Egyptian monarch Negus employed people of the same nation in the celebrated voyage round the Cape of Good Hope. These facts clearly evince that the Egyptians were not navigators, for otherwise they would not have suffered strangers to interfere with their commerce in their own seas. Much less would an Egyptian monarch have chosen them in preference to his own subjects for the expedition above mentioned. Besides, no considerable trade could be carried on from Africa to India without the knowledge of the monsoon, and it is certain that the monsoon was not known until the reign of Claudius, the Roman emperor, at which time it was discovered by Hippalus, who, considering the position of the coasts with which he had become acquainted in the coasting trade, and having observed the regularity of the winds, ventured to trust himself to their guidance across the Indian Ocean. Pliny says that this navigation was only beginning to be known in his time. He mentions Hippalus, of whom a distinct account is given by the author of Periplus. It is probable that the Egyptians, in the time of the Ptolemies, purchased the commodities of India in the Arabian ports, and that whatever traffic subsisted in remote times in the Indian Ocean was carried on by Arabian traders. See Dr. Vincent on the voyage of Nearchus. Bruce speaks wholly from conjecture on this subject. That the eastern traffic was carried on by means of caravans in the time of the patriarchs Jacob and Joseph appears from Genesis, and it probably continued in the same channel. End of note. End of section 1. Examination of the historical conjectures proposed in order to account for the facts above stated. Part 36 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 8, Section 2, of the history of other nations connected with this inquiry, of the antiquity of the Egyptians. We have thus, as briefly as the subject would admit, considered the various conjectures proposed in order to explain the facts formerly remarked. They all appear to be without any solid foundation, and though they were established on real proof, the causes assigned are altogether inadequate to account for the effects which have been attributed to them. The order of our subject now directs us to the state in which the nations in question and the intervening people appear to us in the most remote ages. Of the antiquity of the Egyptians. No nation seems to possess such fair pretensions to records of remote antiquity as the Egyptians. Two of the principal writers of classical times made it their particular task to compile the history of Egypt, and they completed their design not by amassing the relations and idle fictions current among their own people, but by going in person to the country and making themselves acquainted with its genuine history, either by conversation with the learned among the natives or by the study of their original records. Besides the words of these authors, a series of the monarchs of Thebes was written according to the order of Ptolemy Philopator by Eratosthenes, a learned Greek of Cyrene, who was appointed keeper of the Alexandrian library. His work was an extract from the sacred records of Thebes, but the famous history of Manetho was much more ample than any of the above, and if we had received it entire would probably have left little to be desired. The last writer was an Egyptian chief priest, and skilled in all the learning of his native country. He was chosen as a man of eminent intelligence and credit by Ptolemy Philadelphus to form an abstract from the sacred registers which had been kept by the priests in the Egyptian temples. These were translated by him into Greek and deposited in the library at Alexandria. But though so much care has been bestowed with such eminent advantages on the elucidation and conservation of the Egyptian antiquities, we are yet wandering in error and uncertainty concerning them. The Greek historians, whose works alone remain to our times, do not appear to have understood the system of the Egyptian chronological records. They have given us only a few names of the early Egyptian kings, and we have nothing like a connected series from these writers till after the reign of Sesostris, which leaves an immense chasm in the early period of the monarchy. Even in the latter part of the series there are many imperfections. The writings of Manetho and Eratosthenes have perished, and nothing of them remains to us, except some abstracts by later historians, and these are so imperfect that although many learned chronologers have labored to illustrate them, no very perspicuous result has been obtained. We have not even an opportunity of comparing the two writers together, for only the former part of the catalogue of Theban kings given by Eratosthenes has reached our times, and the compilation of Manetho is altogether defective in that part of the history. The monarchy of Memphis was the principal object of his attention. After so many professed antiquarians have failed of deducing any clear arrangements from the mutilated Egyptian annals, we may incur the imputation of temerity in attempting to make any use of them for our present purpose. But though they disappoint the design of chronologers and afford no means of fixing with exact precision the different epochs of dynasties and successive reigns, they may furnish some conclusions very useful in the general views of history which we are aiming to attain. They will enable us to fix with a high degree of probability the era of the Egyptian monarchy within a century or two, which is near enough our object. The fragment of Manetho which Josephus has left us in his letter to Appian bears every appearance of being a genuine piece of history, and gives much reason to regret the imperfect state in which we find all the other remains of that respectable author. For in the catalogues extracted by Eusebius and Africanus there is even cause for suspecting interpolation, and abundant proof that they have been much mutilated. But errors flowing from such sources have been very falsely charged on the Egyptian historian, whose credit with all antiquity deservedly stood very high. Indeed, if we contemplate the abstract of his history in that point of view in which Sir John Marsham and his followers have very clearly shown that it ought to be considered, there is nothing in it which does not agree with probability and with the scriptural chronology. Note, I mean with that of the Septuagint, for the shorter Hebrew computation is totally irreconcilable with many parts of history, and has been clearly proved by a living chronologer of great learning to be erroneous from internal evidence. End of note. The duration of the successive reigns is in general very moderate, and does not far exceed the real average, which is more than can be said of a great portion of the classical records of Greece. Manetho gives us the history of Sesostris, whom he calls Sethlisis and Rameses, but he is much less extravagant in his account of the exploits of that hero than either Herodotus or Diodorus, for he makes no mention of any expedition to Europe or to India, but only says that Sethlisis was successful in war against Cyprus, Phoenice, the Assyrians and Medes, and conquered cities and countries in the east of Asia. Note: under the name of Asia the Greeks seem not to have included India. The words of the text indicate that Sesostris went to the countries lying eastward of Assyria, probably to Persia. End of note. This prince was, as our author assures us, the Aegyptus of the Greeks, and his brother Armaeus the Danaeus, who led the colony to Peloponnesus. From this remark we are enabled to fix the era of Sesostris at a few generations and perhaps at about 200 years before the Trojan War. Note: the Greeks reckon Danaeus the 9th generation from Hercules, and therefore the 10th from the Trojan War. 3 of these were female successions, which must be considerably shorter than male. Therefore we might on this calculation place Sesostris 250 years before the Trojan War, allowing 25 years for each generation. See Apollodorus, Lib. 2. Manetho gives the names of 5 successors of Sesostris, the last of whom was Thuaris, the Polybus of Homer, who lived at the time of the Trojan War. The time assigned for this succession, including the reign of Sesostris, is 209 years. Herodotus says that Sesostris was succeeded by his son, and the latter by a Memphite citizen. But Diodorus, whose account agrees in general with that of Herodotus, but is more in detail, says that an interregnum intervened before the accession of the latter, which is probable, for the scepter would scarcely devolve without an anarchy interposed from the son of Sesostris to a private individual. But besides this, Diodorus mentions 9 generations, and says that there were several others between Sesostris and the Memphite. The Memphite was Proteus' contemporary with the Trojan War. This account would throw the date of our hero further back, but I think we may conclude from the comparison of the genealogies above that Sesostris lived between 200 and 300 years before the epoch alluded to. End of note. Manetho reckons 18 years between Sesostris and the exit of the shepherds from Egypt. The dynasty of shepherds. Note: the occupation of Egypt by the shepherds, though a singular event, is well established by historical records. Herodotus does not mention it. He passes over, indeed, all the early part of Egyptian history, but he confirms the story of the shepherd kings by mentioning a tradition current among the Egyptians that the pyramids were built by Philotas, a shepherd. Possibly this was Saletus, the first prince of the dynasty. End of note. The dynasty of shepherds consists of 6 monarchs. The average length of reigns, computed by Dr. Hales from an extensive comparison of successions, is 22 1/3 years, which gives an interval of 536 years between the arrival of the shepherds in Egypt and the accession of Sesostris. Thus the period of the former event is tolerably well fixed, as far as we can rely on the testimony of Manetho, at about 750 before the Trojan War. 14 dynasties of princes are given by Eusebius and Africanus from Manetho, who are said to have reigned in Egypt before the invasion of the shepherds. 5 of these were successions of kings who reigned at Memphis. The other 9 dynasties ruled over different parts of Egypt, which was divided into several kingdoms, as those of Memphis, Diospolis, Thinis, and Elephantine. The dynasties of Memphites are as follows. The first dynasty of Memphite consisted of 9 kings, the second of 8, the third of 6. The fourth held the kingdom not 1 year, the fifth of 5, total 28. The 28 reigns would, according to the average of Dr. Hales, occupy 625 years. Thus we find the foundation of the Memphite kingdom removed 1,161 years from the age of Sesostris, or 1,361 before the Trojan War. If the remaining dynasties are computed in the same manner, the other kingdoms are found to commence at a period not very distant from the era of Memphis. It thus appears that If we can rely at all on the most authentic documents which relate to the early Egyptian chronology, the Memphite monarchy had lasted from 13 to 14 centuries before the Trojan War, and therefore if we receive the common date of the latter event, we must suppose the Egyptian nation to have existed about 25 centuries before the Christian era, which will agree very well with the chronology of the Septuagint. But if we adopt the reduced epoch of Sir Isaac Newton, who places the destruction of Troy in the year 964 B.C., we must subtract 2 centuries from the supposed duration of this monarchy. There are many reasons which induce a belief that this calculation of the antiquity of Egypt is not overrated. The sciences of geometry and astronomy are known to be of great antiquity in Egypt. Indeed, the local circumstances of that country must have directed the attention of its inhabitants at a very early period to the revolution of the seasons and to the motions of the stars as denoting their progress. Many proofs have been recorded of the accuracy of the early Egyptian astronomers. The heliacal risings and settings of the stars were marked by them for every day in the year. Note: there is nothing more curious in the Egyptian antiquities than the account given by Diodorus of the magnificent sepulchre of Ozymandias, which he copied, as it seems, from the description of Hecataeus, who wrote an Egyptian history about 300 years B.C. In this sepulchre there was a golden circle or zodiac, a cubit broad and 365 cubits in circumference, divided into as many compartments, representing the days of the year. In each division were marked the heliacal risings and settings of the stars. See Diodor Lib. 1, page 44. Jackson's Chronological Antiquities, Volume 2, page 396. End of note. And some of the most curious of these observations have been transmitted to us. These may be considered as authentic vouchers of the advancement of the sciences in this country, and serve as far more faithful documents than the frequently confused narrations of historical events. The theory of the dog star was particularly studied by the Egyptians as connected with their rural year. An observation of the heliacal rising of Sirius has been preserved by Ptolemy, which proves that we have not demanded for this people too high a period of antiquity. The observation is recorded to have been made on the 4th day after the summer solstice, and it is calculated that it must have been in the year 2250 B.C. Note: Petavi Uranologion. Moreover, the scriptural accounts will not suffer us to subtract much from the era assigned for the origin of this nation. Abraham visited Egypt, according to the chronology of the 70, about 2,000 years before Christ. He found there an established monarchy with all the forms of civil government. The king had at that time the name of Pharaoh, whence it would appear that the same political system then existed with which we become better acquainted at a subsequent period. But we gain more information from the account of the descent of the Israelites into Egypt 3 generations afterwards, and from the histories of Joseph and Moses. The author of the Divine Legation has given us a careful analysis of all the circumstances mentioned in these narrations, compared with the more ample details of the Greek writers, whence he obtains the important inference that the institutions of Egypt, civil and religious, as well as the general character of arts and society in that kingdom, were in a very similar state in the age of the patriarchs to that in which Herodotus and later Greek historians found them. Note: Warburton's Divine Legation of Moses, Book 4th. End of note. End of Chapter 8, Section 2 of the Antiquity of the Egyptians. Part 37 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 8, Section 3 of the Antiquity of the Indians. No nation on earth appears to have made such extravagant pretensions to antiquity as the Hindus. The prodigious spaces of time which they assign to the epochs of their history not only exceed all the possible bounds of belief, but are so vast that the mind is scarcely able to comprehend them. It is certain that these immense eras were in their original design a sort of astronomical cycles, or periods. The astronomers of Hindustan invented them in order to facilitate their computations of the planetary motions. Note: They fix on certain epochs at which the moon and planets, with the nodes and apsides of their orbits, are assumed to fall in line of mean conjunction with the sun in the beginning of Aries. From this supposed position they deduce the mean annual motions, such as will give the positions of the planets in the astronomer's time. It is evident that the further back the epoch be assumed, the less will the mean annual motions deduced differ from the real. This is the intention of the immense eras of the Hindus. This scheme, according to Bentley, was first introduced by Brahmagupta, an astronomer who flourished about A.D. 527. He made the Kalpa, or grand animalistic period, to consist of 4,320,000,000 years. This he divided into yugs, named as in the older chronological system, but of prodigiously greater extent. When the events, reigns, etc., which occupied the short periods of the old historical system were transferred to the new, the most monstrous absurdities were produced. See Bentley on the Antiquity of the Surya Siddhanta, Asiatic Researches, Vol. 6, and the same author on the Hindu System of Astronomy, Volume 8. End of note. The astronomers of Hindustan invented them in order to facilitate their computations of the planetary motions, without any reference whatever to real history. It would appear, however, that, for the sake of distinction, they afterwards adopted as names for their imaginary eras certain more ancient designations, which had belonged to the periods or ages of the poetical history of the Hindus, corresponding with the four fabulous ages of the Greeks. These were the Satya, Treta, Dwapar, and Kali yugs, which coincide with the golden, silver, brazen, and iron ages. This double application of names became afterwards the prolific source of abundant extravagance and absurdity, for later writers, either from ignorance or fondness for the wonderful, confounded the astronomical eras with the historical ages, and adopted into their civil history the imaginary periods of the astronomers. Such at least is the solution given by the most intelligent and acute investigator who has undertaken the intricate subject of Hindu chronology. The author alluded to has endeavored to extricate the genuine history of the Hindus from the absurdity with which the ignorance of the modern Brahmins has overspread it. He has proved with arguments which have every appearance of validity that, before the confusion introduced by the adoption of the immense eras above mentioned, the Hindus had two chronological systems perfectly agreeing with each other and with the usual course of nature. He has demonstrated that this authentic history reaches very far back into antiquity, that it dates the origin of the empire of India under the lunar and solar races at 22 centuries before the Christian era, and the famous war of the Mahabharata at 11 centuries before the same epoch. Note: See remarks on the principal eras and dates of the ancient Hindus, Asiatic Researches, Volume 5, and on the Hindu systems of astronomy and their connection with history in ancient and modern times, Ibid, Volume 8, by J. Bentley, Esq. End of note. The accounts given us by the Greek writers, though they fall far short of these dates, yet afford indirectly some confirmation of them. The earliest notice we have in history concerning India is the account of an expedition sent by Darius, the father of Xerxes, to discover the course of the Indus. Note: Herodotus, Lib. 4, c. 42. We are informed that the district watered by that river was shortly afterwards added to the dominions of the great king, and it is clear that India must have been at that time in a high state of population and opulence, since we find that so small a part of it contributed a very principal portion of the annual revenues of this extensive and magnificent empire. Note: Ibid, c. 42. See Dr. Robertson on the knowledge concerning India possessed by the ancients, and Major Rennell on the geography of Herodotus. End of note. It is probable that India had attained as high a degree of civilization and wealth at this period as it possessed 200 years afterwards, when first visited by the Greeks. The expedition of Alexander and the residence of Megasthenes have afforded us the opportunity of an extensive acquaintance with this country. In the relations of the latter we discover the remarkable fact that the state of the Indian people was very little different from what we now find it after the lapse of 21 centuries. We have observed above that the political establishments corresponded perfectly with the ordinances of Menu and with modern usage, and the comparison may be made to comprehend a much wider range. There is no important trait in the description of the ancient Indians which does not equally apply at the present day, nor have the modern Hindus any remarkable or leading character which is not mentioned in the history of their progenitors. Note: See Dr. Vincent on the voyage of Nearchus. This author has drawn an extensive comparison of the various particulars mentioned concerning the ancient Indians with the present circumstances of that people. The resemblances between them may be classed under the following heads: 1. Agriculture. The method of cultivating rice is described. 2. Manufactures and arts. The manufacture of linen and cotton cloth, of chintz, the habit of writing on kudituns as now practised, many other particulars. 3. Diet and personal habits. All that is mentioned concerning their food, dress, and personal ornaments agrees with modern accounts: use of umbrellas, shampooing, etc. 4. All the enactments regarding police and the administration of justice. Strabo informs us that one class of officers had rural affairs under their inspection. They measured out land as it was done in Egypt, and directed the making and preservation of tanks and canals, the working of mines, the establishment of roads with stones placed at every 10th stadium indicative of distances. Another class presided over cities, public inns, registers of births and deaths, markets, weights, and measures. Compare Strabo, Arrian, Dr. Vincent's, and Dr. Robertson's works, as cited above. End of note. We may therefore look upon the Indian nation in the time of Megasthenes as having the same state of manners and possessing an equal degree of civilization with the present people of Hindustan. But when we consider that 21 or perhaps 23 centuries have effected scarcely any perceptible change in the condition of society, we must conclude that a very long period of time would be requisite for the attainment of the present state. The civil arts of the Indians, different from those of many other polished nations, have been clearly of indigenous growth, and they are such as indicate a long and gradual progress of improvement. We can scarcely pass the true bound in assigning to the growth of this system a period at least equal to that which has elapsed since it first became known, nearly in its present state, to the Greeks. Such a conclusion is strongly confirmed by the remains of ancient literature in India. It is agreed on all hands that the Hindus were a very learned people in remote times. Many of their compositions bear undoubted marks of great antiquity. Mr. Bentley has declared his full conviction that Valmik, author of the Divine Ramayana, lived 1,180 years before Christ. Sir W. Jones judged from internal evidence that the Vedas were written 1,200 years before our era, and had no doubt that the doctrines contained in them were taught by the Brahmins some centuries before that period. Note: Sir W. Jones' Preface to the Institutes of Menu. This appears less extraordinary when we remark, as we shall hereafter more fully observe, that the ancient Persian Magi were certainly a sect of Brahmins. End of Chapter 8, Section 3 of the Antiquity of the Indians. Part 38 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 8, Section 4 of the Antiquity of the Assyrian Empires. In forming our opinion of the antiquity of the Assyrian empires, of which Babylon and Nineveh were at different times the metropolitan cities, we must make our choice between two sets of historical guides who are altogether at variance and totally irreconcilable with each other. On one side we have Ctesias of Cnidus and the writers who have followed him. Ctesias was a Greek physician who accompanied the younger Cyrus in his unfortunate expedition into Mesopotamia, and being taken prisoner by Artaxerxes, resided 17 years at the court of Susa. He pretended to extract his history of Asia from the royal Persian records. Diodorus Siculus, who is often a compiler of little discrimination, has copied his account, and it has found its way, either wholly or in part, into all our modern system of chronology and ancient history. Against the relations of Ctesias we have to set the authority of the sacred scriptures, which Sir I. Newton has proved to be utterly incompatible with the statements of that writer. On this side also we have Claudius Ptolemaeus, the famous astronomer and mathematician of Alexandria, author of the celebrated astronomical canon which details the succession of the kings of Babylon, beginning with the era of Nabonassar. This record is throughout in perfect conformity with the Scriptures, and has always been held in the highest estimation by the learned. Herodotus, who traveled in Assyria, and who was indefatigable in inquiry as he was accurate and honest in recording the information he obtained, agrees in almost every particular with the last mentioned authorities, and is everywhere at variance with the wonderful relations of Ctesias. If the credit of Ctesias were unquestionable on its intrinsic merits, few persons would set his statements against these authorities. But since his accounts of the Assyrian Empire have been generally received, and through the negligence of Diodorus, Eusebius and later writers established in the canon of history, it will be worth while to mention some particulars which prove him to be altogether unworthy of any regard. In the first place, if we suppose him to have possessed the best possible opportunities of information, still his assertions would not deserve the least attention, since we are certain of his propensity to falsehood in matters of which he was, or pretended to be, a personal witness. For the same Ctesias was the author of the Indica, in which he professes to have seen many wonderful and portentous things that never existed, and gives sufficient evidence of his contempt of truth and love of marvelous narration. But there is in the Assyrian history itself sufficient proof of falsehood, for the whole series of events narrated is a mass of the most absurd and improbable fictions that ever were invented, and contradicts the testimony of the historians of all countries. The names of the Assyrian monarchs mentioned in Scripture and in Ptolemy's canon are, as Sir I. Newton has remarked, of a peculiar kind. They are compounded names, having common elements in most of them, such as Assur, Adon, Pul, Melech, etc. Of this kind are Tiglath-Pul-Assar, Salman-Assar, Assar-Haddon, and all the others may be analyzed in like manner. But the names of Ctesias's list have no affinity whatever to these. They are evidently an ignorant forgery, being a mixture of Greek, Persian, Egyptian, and other names, such as Laosthenes, Dercillus, Amyntas, Xerxes, Mitraeus, Sethos. Note: some of his names have been remarked to have relation to certain drugs, with which the author, being a physician, must be supposed to have been acquainted. Univers Hist. Vol. 4. End of note. Of those events which happening in a later period are well ascertained, and may be regarded as historical facts, Tisias is entirely ignorant. Thus, of the empire of the Assyrians described in Scripture and established by Pul and his successors, this writer makes no mention. Indeed, its very existence is incompatible with his history, for he assures us that Nineveh was utterly destroyed by Arbaces the Mede at an earlier period than the origin of the Ninevite power in authentic history, and 300 years note Newton's chronology before the reigns of Xerxes and Libanitis or Nebuchadnezzar, who really destroyed it. Note, the true date of the destruction of Nineveh is ascertained by means of the eclipse of Thales, which happened just before it, in the year 610 B.C. See Herod, Lib. 1, and a very able essay on the eclipse of Thales by Mr. Bailey in Philos. Transact for 1811. End of note. On the whole, it may be fairly concluded that no fact which rests on the authority of Tisias is to be believed. His history is a series of fictions. The ancient Assyrian Empire probably never existed except in his imagination. It is certain that the renowned Semiramis, Queen of Babylon, lived only 6 reigns. Note, she was 5 generations before Nitocris, the mother of the younger Labincus or Balthazar. See Herod, Lib. 1. End of note. Or 120 years before that imperial state was finally subverted by the Persians. Her principal performance was the making a mound and a gate to the city. The true origin of the Assyrian Empire is proved by Newton to have been about the time of Pul, who first made his appearance on the west side of the Euphrates 771 years before Christ, in the reign of Menahem, king of Israel. It was prophesied of shortly before by Amos as a power not yet in existence. Note that the kingdom of the Assyrians had its origin about this period is amply proved by Sir I. Newton and the authors of the Universal History. See Amos v. 6, 13, 14, Newton's Chronology, Univers Hist. Vol. 4. End of note. The origin of Babylon was probably connected with that of Nineveh. The first notice we have of it in history is the reign of Nabonassar, which is the beginning of Ptolemy's canon. But this king was apparently not the first of his line. He is said to have collected the acts of his predecessors and to have destroyed them, in order that the computations of the Babylonians might be made from his own reign. Note, this fact is asserted by Cincelus on the authority of Berosus and Polyhistor. See Hale's Chronology, Vol. 1, page 268. End of note. Hence the historic era of Nabonassar began with his accession B.C. 747. But this year was the 120th of astronomical period of the Chaldeans, which consisted of 1460 years, and answered to the Sathaical year of the Egyptians. Note, see Hale's Chronology, Vol. 1, page 143, and Jackson's Chronological Antiquities, Vol. 2, page 76. End of note. This cycle, therefore, commenced 867 years B.C., but at what time the Chaldean state began to exist cannot be determined, and it may have been probably of very old date, for the priesthood of Babylon seems to be the remains of some more ancient order. Thus we find that a nearer scrutiny into the history of the Egyptians, Indians, and Assyrians removes one of the greatest obstacles which lie in the way of our hypothesis concerning the ancient close connection or common origin of the former nations. We find that the Egyptians and Indians certainly existed as great and powerful nations long before the first rise of the Assyrian power. We shall now proceed to inquire how far the history of the tribes who inhabited in the earliest times the countries situated between Egypt and India affords support to our opinion. End of Chapter 8, Section 4 of the Antiquity of the Assyrian Empire. Part 39 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 8, Section 5, of the ancient inhabitants of Upper Asia, of the Philistines, of the Canaanites or Phænicians, of the Syrians and Assyrians. Of the ancient inhabitants of Upper Asia. It appears that the empires of the Assyrians at Babylon and Nineveh were of comparatively recent date. Those cities before the extension of their power over Asia, which began in the 8th century before the Christian era, were probably little different in their condition from the other petty states of the Syrians or Assyrians, which occupied the country between the Tigris and the Mediterranean. An extensive region is intercepted between the river Tigris and the shores of the Mediterranean. The greater part of it is of such a nature that it is likely to have been the seat of numerous inhabitants in the first stages of civilization. We find it occupied in the earliest periods of history by petty tribes, either altogether independent of each other or occasionally associated together in partial confederations. Sometimes the victories of one state over its neighbors erected a kingdom of considerable power, which was soon reduced by the alterations of success to its former level. All those states were so closely connected together in language, manners, and religion that they may be considered as divided portions of one nation. Their languages, the Aramean or Syriac, the Chaldean, the Phoenician, etc., are cognate dialects, and are connected to a certain extent with the Coptic or ancient Egyptian. Their religious worship was everywhere strongly imbued with the rites and fables of Egypt. Those states with whose history we have most acquaintance may be traced in their origin to a close connection with the Egyptians. Note: the Israelites are excluded from this enumeration. A high degree of historical probability supports the opinion that all these tribes of people, whether Philistines, Canaanites, Phoenicians, Syrians, or Assyrians, were of one kindred with the petty nations into which the Egyptians were at first divided, and which afterwards united and formed the monarchy of Egypt. We shall take a cursory view of the most remarkable of these tribes, and shall mention the most prominent circumstances which prove their affinity with the Egyptians. Of the Philistines. We have the authority of Moses for deriving the Philistines from the Egyptian stock. In enumerating the tribes of Mizraim, or the Egyptians, he mentions the Pathrusim and Casluhim, and adds that from these were descended the Philistine. We gain a considerable incidental acquaintance with the Philistines in the history of their wars with the Israelites. They were a warlike people, and probably allied to the military caste of the Egyptians. Note: Pathrusim are the inhabitants of Pathros, which is Thebais. Univ. Hist. Vol. 1, page 373, Bochard, Falej, lib. 4. And the nome of Thebes is one of those which, with several others on the eastern side of the Nile, Herodotus enumerates as belonging to the military caste. The Casluhim were probably in the same neighborhood. They are supposed to have been the inhabitants of Cassiotis, or the vicinity of Mount Cassius, which is situated among the military nomes. End of note. The chief deities of the Philippines appear to have been Dagon and Ashtaroth. Note: Samson, c. 31:10. The former is clearly Osiris. He is called also Saiton by Sanchoniathon, or his translator Philo, and both of his names allude to the invention of bread corn, which was attributed to him by his votaries, as it was to Osiris by the Egyptians. Note: see Bishop Cumberland's Sanchoniathon. Ashtaroth, or Astarte, is Isis, and was represented with the cow's horns, like the Egyptian goddess. Of the Canaanites or Phoenicians. The tribes of the Canaanites are thus enumerated by Moses: Sidon, Heth, or the Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, Girgasites, Hivites, Herkites, Sinites, Arvadites, Zemarites, Hamathites. Note: Genesis chapter 10. Canaan, the father of these, was brother of Mizraim. That is to say, the Canaanites were a kindred stock with the Egyptians, for many learned men are of opinion that, in the accounts given of the affiliation of the tribes, races or nations are designated by many of the names and not individual persons. End of note. The Sidonians enumerated among these were the germ whence sprang all the Phoenician tribes. The latter are better known to us, and we may from them form some idea of their kindred tribes with whose history they are closely connected. The Phoenicians, who may be considered as the same nation with the Canaanites, note see Univ. Hist. Vol. II, page 6, or as their descendants, were divided into several states, of which the principal are, besides Sidon, Tyre, often called the daughter of Sidon, Byblos, Berytus, Aridus, which appear to have been colonies of the Sidonians. Bishop Cumberland has shown that the religion of the Phoenicians was the same with that of the Egyptians. All the mythological history of Sancho Niato refers to the anthropoid deities of Egypt, who are said to have formed colonies on the Phoenician coast and to have bestowed various gifts on their followers. In the several Phoenician states, as in Egypt, different gods respectively held the supreme eminence. Cronus was chief at Berytus, Hercules at Tyre, note Herodotus, and all the gods appear to have been honored with the title of Baal, or Lord, but Thammuz, Adonis, or Osiris, and the Sidonian Astarte, Isis, or Venus, are the most celebrated in history. The rites of the former were almost the same with the ceremonies of the Egyptian Osiris. Both had their
Aphanismos,
disappearance or death, their
zetesis,
or search after them with mourning, and their
heuresis,
or invention with rejoicing, and these ceremonies were performed in both countries in the month of July. The Greeks were aware of the connection of the Phoenicians with Egypt, as appears by the history of Agenor. The Cadmeans are constantly said to have come from Phenice, yet they are universally allowed to have been Egyptians. Of the Syrians and Assyrians. The Syrians, or Assyrians, seem to have been closely connected in history with the Phoenician states, which appear indeed to differ from the inland settlements only in their maritime situation, whence a considerable diversity of manners was produced. The identity of the languages of these nations is indisputable, and this is an argument of common origin not to be overborne. Some writers have discovered an affinity in the name of the Assyrians, Syrians, and Tyrians. Note, Bocart derives them from
sword
or Tyre. End of note. The foundation of Babylon is attributed by ancient tradition to the Phoenician Baal or Belus. This is mentioned by an old poet of Sidon.
Archaie Babylon Tyriu Beloio Polisma.
Note, Dorotheus apud Julium Firmicum, quoted by Newton. End of note. The religion of the Assyrians seems to have differed little from the Phoenician, except that it approached, in some particulars, more nearly to the Persian, as in the veneration paid to fire. Note, the practice of prostitution in the temples of the gods is another trace of a more Eastern connection. End of note. The Assyrian Venus, who was one of their most celebrated deities, is plainly the same as Astarte. Note, Seldon de Deus Cyrus Syntagm 2 cap 4. Under the name of Salambo she is said to be perpetually roaming up and down and mourning her lost Adonis. Note, Ibid. See also Universal Hist. Vol. 4. In many particulars a very close affinity is discovered in the rites of the Assyrians and Egyptians. The Babylonians, like the latter people, paid veneration to goats, to onions, and to fishes. Note, Ibid. They prepared their dead for preservation in honey and wax, and mourned for them like the Egyptians. Note, Herod. Lib. 1. The worship of Belus, Baal or Zeus, at Babylon was in every respect Egyptian. It has been remarked that the form of the temple of Belus, as described by Herodotus, was pyramidal. Note: Herod, lib 1, c. 184. In this temple there was a splendid apartment, where a female was constantly kept, who was looked upon as the consort of the god. A superstitious practice precisely similar was prevalent in the temple of Zeus at Diospolis. Diodorus considered the Babylonians as an Egyptian colony, and he mentions that the Chaldean priesthood are an exact counterpart of the Egyptian hierarchy. They held the same rank and office in the state. Their station was hereditary, and they could engage in no other employment. They were devoted to astrology, magic, and astronomy, though in the note Diodorus latter they were very inferior to their brethren in Egypt. But that their science was borrowed is certain from their using the same astronomical formulae with the Egyptians. The period of Nabonassar is the same cycle as the Sathaical year, and the coincidences in the application of these forms indisputably proves a common origin. Note: the cycle of Nabonassar or the Sathaical year began at different periods, but the years of each critically synchronized in their beginnings. The cycle of Nabonassar or the Sathaical year consists of 4 times 365, or 1460. The civil year of the Egyptians and Babylonians consisted of 365 days exactly. Therefore the excess of the natural over the civil year amounted nearly to a day in 4 years, and in 4 times 365 equals 1460 years to a whole year. Thus the commencement of the civil year would be restored to its place without intercalation. This was probably the meaning of the priest of Vulcan who told Herodotus that the sun had 4 times altered its course, that it had twice risen where it now sets, and twice set where it now rises. The Egyptian monarchy had lasted more than the whole Sathaical period, during which the sun rose twice and set twice, in the same degrees of the ecliptic. See Hale's Chronology, Vol. 1. Their physical doctrines also agreed. They held that matter is eternal, but that the order of the universe proceeds from an intelligent mind. They had 12 chief gods, presiding each of them over a month and a sign of the zodiac. I think we may conclude from these facts that among the tribes inhabiting the country pointed out above, those into whose history we have an opportunity of inquiring betray very strong indications of Egyptian descent. It may be worth while to mention the Colchians as an instance of the wide extension of the Egyptian race in this direction, for though few persons may give credit to the stories of Sesostris and his exploits in this quarter, yet the facts which Herodotus relates on his own authority are indisputable upon historical grounds. He assures us that the people of Colchis resembled the Egyptians in their persons, being black and woolly haired. Their language and manners were alike, and they both used immemorially the rite of circumcision. They had the same arts, and particularly the manufacture of linen, which was peculiar to these two nations. Note: Herod. The Iberians in the vicinity of the Colchians were divided like the Egyptians into distinct hereditary castes, and we have an enumeration of them given by Strabo, not unlike the division of the latter nation. The priesthood were a dignified caste. Note: Strabo, lib 2. On the whole, it appears to be a legitimate inference from facts that all these Asiatic nations were originally branches of the same kindred with the Egyptians. All the countries from the Tigris to the confines of Libya were at first occupied by tribes of similar character and of cognate descent, which, being disjoined by distance of situation and other circumstances, gradually acquired national distinctions, but still retained in different places more or less evident proofs of their former connection. End of Chapter 8, Section 5. of the ancient inhabitants of Upper Asia, of the Philistines, of the Canaanites or Phoenicians, of the Syrians and Assyrians. Part 40 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 8, Section 6 of the Persians. The classical historians afford us no acquaintance with the Persian monarchy before the reign of Cyrus the Great. Note: Cyrus is mentioned by Aeschylus as the third in succession. Per se 763.
Medoscar en hoprotos hegemon stratu, alos decenu pais todergon enuse, frenes garautu thymon oiakostrophon, tritos da pautu kyros eudaimon aner.
These have been supposed to be the predecessors of Cyrus on the throne of Persia, but Sir Isaac Newton has remarked that Aeschylus evidently meant the two kings of the Medes, Cyaxares, who destroyed Nineveh, and his successor. End of note. The royal family were called Achaemenidi, from an ancestor Achaemenes, and the genealogy from the latter to Xerxes is given by Herodotus, from which it appears that the supposed founder of the house was 4 or 5 generations prior to Cyrus. Note: Herod, Polymnia, Cap. 2. The Persians were tributary to the Medes at the birth of Cyrus. It was prophesied by Jeremiah that Elam, or Persia, should be conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. Note: Jeremiah 49, v. 35 through 38. And it would appear that a part, if not the whole, of that country must have been subject to Asarhaddon, king of Nineveh, for the Elamites are mentioned among the different nations from which colonies were brought by the Assyrian to settle in the land of Samaria, vacated by the captive Israelites. The power of the Persians seems therefore to have been reduced at this time by the successes of the Medes and Assyrians, and that a great empire existed in Persia long before the age of Cyrus cannot be doubted. It is implied clearly in the prophecy of Jeremiah above alluded to, which can only refer to a great and powerful monarchy. Note: it is as follows: Behold, I will break the bow of Elam, the chief of their might, and upon Elam will I bring the 4 winds from the 4 quarters of heaven, and will scatter them towards all those winds, and there shall be no nation whither the outcasts of Elam shall not come, for I will cause Elam to be dismayed before their enemy, and before them that seek their life, and I will bring evil upon them, even my fierce anger, saith the Lord, and I will send the sword after them till I have consumed them, and I will set my throne in Elam, and I will destroy from them the king and the princes, saith the Lord. End of note. This monarchy had a very extensive sway in Asia as early as the time of Abraham, for we are told that the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah, and the states near the lake Asphaltites and Mount Seir, almost to the confines of Egypt, were subject to Chedorlaomer, the king of Elam. And when these princes revolted from him, he brought 3 other kings, among whom was the king of Shinar, to assist him in punishing their rebellion. Note: from the words used by the sacred historians in narrating this event, it would appear that the allied kings were also inferiors or princes subject to Chedorlaomer. In the 14th year came Chedorlaomer, and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaim, etc. Genesis 14. End of note. The existence of this empire in the East is probably all the foundation which Statius had for his history of the emperors of Asia. He seems to have confounded the Oriental traditions with the accounts given by Herodotus of a more recent empire in Assyria, and has thus made an Assyrian instead of a Persian monarchy. It is remarkable that all the events which he mentions are said to have happened far in the east, as the wars carried on against the Bactrians and the Indians by Ninus and Semiramis. Note: see Diodor, Lib. 2. We have no further account in history of the ancient empire of Persia except what we obtain from the Oriental writers. A history of Persia is said to have been compiled from the annals of the Sasanian dynasty by order of Anushirvan or Chosroes, and this work is reported to have escaped the general destruction of literature which followed the victories of Omar. Sir W. Jones and other Oriental scholars are of opinion that such was the source whence Condamer derived the materials of his history, and Firdausi the basis of the poetic fictions of the Shahnameh. Note: Sir W. Jones, Essay on the Persians and History of the Persian Language, and Universal Hist. Vol. 5. In the Eastern history of Persia we find abundance of absurd and impossible relations in comparison with which all the fables of the heroic times of Greece sink into insignificance. Notwithstanding these impediments to belief, those who are learned in Oriental literature are of opinion that the general outline of this history is more correctly given by the native writers of Iran than by the Greeks, who probably had very little acquaintance with the internal state of the empire, and none at all with its historical records. Note: Sir W. Jones, Passim, Richardson on Oriental Literature. The second dynasty in the Oriental history of Persia is the family of the Canaanians, of whom the third in succession was Kai Khosru, or Cyrus the Great. Note: Short History of Persia by Sir W. Jones, Universal Hist. Vol. 5. This is therefore the house of Achaemenid, and the era of its accession is nearly the same in the Asiatic as in the European histories. The first dynasty is called that of the Pishtadeans, or lawgivers. It consisted of 10 princes, and towards the termination of its dominion Iran is said to have been conquered by Afrasiab and Turanian, and the nation is represented as being brought to the verge of destruction by the inroads of foreigners. After a long period of calamities, a branch of the old royal family was restored, and the second dynasty begins. To the princes of the first dynasty are attributed most of the works which attest the ancient magnificence of this kingdom, and particularly the building of Susa and Istakar or Persepolis. Here we observe that the Orientals agree with the Greeks in representing Persia to have suffered the calamities which were denounced against it by the prophet of Israel. It is in this state of degradation that this kingdom first becomes known to classical history. We may presume, if there be any credit in the testimony of the native historians, that the Achaemenidae were a branch of the ancient royal house, which constituted the first dynasty. The number of the Pishtadean princes being only 10, we cannot assign to the dominion of that family a longer period than 250 years, and therefore we must not place the reign of Kejimmares, the founder of the house, further back than 850 years before Christ. This Persian history therefore gives us but little assistance in tracing the empire to the time of Chedorlaomer. All the aid we gain from it is the confirmation of the fact that a great and powerful monarchy existed in Iran before the period of the Achaemenidae or Cainians. We have no historical account of Persia in the preceding ages except what is found in the Dabistan. The credit of this work is however great with Sir W. Jones and other Oriental scholars, to whose guidance we must trust ourselves in these matters. Mohsen, the author of the Dabistan, was a Mohammedan, a native of Kashmir, and professed to extract his account of ancient Iran from books compiled by certain learned Persian refugees in India. These emigrants were devoted to the religion of Hushang, which they asserted to be even more ancient than that of Zoroaster, differing from the latter in many points. It had continued to be professed by many Persians even to the author's time. According to them, Iran was governed for ages before the Fishtadian era by a powerful dynasty styled the Mahabadian, from Mahabad, its founder, who is said to have promulgated by divine command a code of laws resembling in many particulars the Vedas. One of his regulations was a division of the people into 4 classes, corresponding with the quadripartite classification of the Hindus. 14 Mahabads had appeared or would appear for the instruction of mankind. These are evidently the 14 menus of the Brahmins. The whole system coincides fully with that of the ancient Indians. Sir W. Jones supposes that the Pishtadians, who succeeded the Mahabadians, were of a different race, and that under them the religion of Persia underwent a considerable change. That the complex polytheism of the first period was rejected, while a superstitious veneration for the sun, for planets, and for fire was retained. Thus the Magi are to be compared to the sects of the Brahmins called Sauras and Sagnikas, who still perform at Benares the same ceremonies which constitute the ancient ritual of the followers of Zoroaster. An inquiry into the languages prevalent at different periods in Persia has been entered into by Sir William Jones and other learned Oriental scholars, and has afforded some information which gives an insight into the history of the people. Before the Mohammedan conquest, 2 languages were current among the learned in Persia. One of them, the Pahlavi, was in common use, being that in which books were generally composed, but the other, the Zend, was already obsolete, and was only known as the idiom in which the writings of the ancient Persian priests were preserved. Both of these dialects are now confined to the Guebres and Parsis, the worshippers of fire, who are the miserable remnant of the ancient disciples of the Magi. Great labor has been taken by the learned of the last age to procure the books of these people and examine them. M. Anquetel du Perron undertook for this express purpose a voyage into the East. To a certain extent these efforts have succeeded. We have, from the French writer, a translation of the Zend-Avesta, the reputed work of Zoroaster, and some knowledge has been gained of the languages in which the books of the old Persians were written. Note: at one time some doubt was entertained concerning the credit of this Frenchman, but at present it seems to be agreed among the learned that the works in question are genuine, or at least that we have from M. Anquetil a translation of certain compositions which are in the possession of the Guebres and Parsis, and are esteemed by them sacred, as containing the doctrines of the ancient Persian religion, and as derived from Zoroaster himself. It is probable that some parts of the compilation are portions of the original Zend-Avesta, and really composed by the great philosopher of the Persians. Whatever uncertainty may prevail on some of these points, enough is clearly ascertained to answer our purpose. The language of the ancient priesthood of Persia is preserved. That language is the Zend. End of note. It has been discovered by Sir W. Jones, and confirmed by later researches, that the Zend, the old language of the Magi, bears a close affinity to the Sanskrit. The Zend, the Pali, and the Prakrit are 3 cognate dialects of the Sanskrit, differing from each other and from the common parent only in trifling modifications. The Zendish alphabet was believed by the late Dr. Leyden to be derived from the Devanagari, to which that learned Orientalist supposed even the arrow characters of the Persepolitan inscriptions to be allied. Note: Dr. Leyden on the Languages and Literature of the Indo-Chinese Nations, Asiatic Researches, Volume 10. The Pahlavi, in which the Pazend, a commentary on the works of Zoroaster, was written at a time when the idiom of the works themselves was becoming obsolete, is a branch of the Chaldean stock. A dialect of Chaldee had therefore at some period gained so far the ascendancy in Persia as to become the language of the priesthood. The period of its introduction is doubtful. Sir W. Jones has fixed upon the reign of the dynasty which preceded the Achaemenidi for the period of this innovation, and he accordingly considers the Pishtadian family as foreigners in Persia and of Assyrian origin. But his hypothesis contradicts the statement of the Iranian annals, which declare the Cainian house to have been a continuation of the old dynasty. The latter, therefore, were the ancestors of the Achaemenid or native Persian monarchs. Besides, this scheme assigns too great antiquity to the Pahlavi, for the Zend was in all probability the language of the Medo-Persian Empire. Note: the Zendavesta is supposed to have been composed in the reign of Darius Hystaspes. It is very possible that the Parthian dynasty introduced the Pahlavi. Note: the inscriptions on the coins of the Parthian kings are said to be in Pahlavi characters. See Sir W. Jones' essay on the Persians. It is a very curious fact that the language of the Magi was a dialect of the Sanskrit, but there are two ways of accounting for it. Either we may suppose the Zend to have been connected with the vernacular idiom of the Persian people, as the Sanskrit in India is only a more refined dialect of the Hinduvi and other bhashas, or we may imagine it to have been introduced into the country by the priests as a learned language and the vehicle of an exotic system of religion and philosophy, in which case it would never become the popular speech of the inhabitants. The former of these suppositions have been verified by an inquiry into the composition of the popular language of Persia. The modern Persic is formed by a mixture of Arabic with the genuine Parsi, which was the common idiom of the Persians at the era of the Mohammedan conquest, and is preserved nearly pure in the works of Firdausi and other of the older poets. It is known that the Parsi has for its basis the Sanskrit, differing from it much in the same manner as the several bhashas or dialects of the Indian provinces. Therefore the Zend, the ancient written language of Persia, being a modification of the Sanskrit of which the Parsi is a dialect, the former may be considered as the parent of the latter, just as the Latin is of Italian. The Parsi is the national speech of the Persians, and therefore the Zend cannot have been introduced into that country as a learned language. It must have been at some remote period the universal idiom of the people. Hence it is to be inferred that the ancient Persians and Indians were branches of one kindred stock. In the accounts which the classical historians have left us of Persia, we collect many curious particulars coinciding with the superstitions and customs of the Hindus, and confirming the foregoing conclusions. 1. The theism of the two nations coincides in the fundamental points, and the superstitious corruptions proceed on similar principles. Note: see Observations on the Sect of Jains by H. T. Colebrook, Esquire, Asiatic Researches, Vol. 9. A belief in one supreme, powerful, and intelligent being is common to both. They agree also in holding that his administration is conducted by more or fewer subordinate agents, both good and evil, who are the chief objects of their adoration, for they scarcely aspire to be worshippers of the primary source of all existence. They also agree in adoring the elements of nature, and particularly the sun and fire, as symbols of divine and invisible power. The worship of these two objects has always been regarded as the most conspicuous point of the Persian ritual, but they are scarcely less important in the Brahmanical ceremonies. We may add that the Egyptians partook of the same rites. Note: the worship of the sun at Heliopolis was a very prominent feature in the Egyptian celebrations. The Persians worshiped the sun, moon, earth, fire, water, and winds. Note: Herodotus, Lib. 1, c. 131. These, says Herodotus, were their primary objects of adoration, but they adopted some other rites from their neighbors the Assyrians. They did not conceive the gods to have human form. Note:
Anthropophyeus einai.
as others have done. Yet it appears that Mithras, who was the sun, was represented as a hunter with a tiara on his head and riding on a bull. See Van Dale, Marm, Antk, Dissertation 1. They worshipped Jupiter on the tops of mountains, calling the whole circle of the heavens by that name. In this enumeration we recognize the Surya, Chandra, Agni, Varuna, and Indra, god of the firmament of the Hindus. We have alluded in the foregoing pages to the veneration for rivers remarkable among the Hindus and Egyptians, which they regarded as derived or flowing forth from Iswara or Osiris. Rivers also received the adoration of the Persian magi. Note Herod 1, 138. When Xerxes arrived in Thrace, the priests offered a sacrifice of white horses to the Strymon. Note Herod. The water of the Ganges is carried to great distances in India for the sake of the divine qualities it is supposed to possess. The kings of Persia drank no other water than that of the Choapis, which was conveyed for them into distant countries in vessels of silver. Beef was forbidden food with the Persians, as it is also with the Hindus. The Persians held the doctrine of metempsychosis. Note See Morris's Indian Antiquities. Origen quotes Celsus to this effect, vide Lib. 4, also Porphyry, De Antro Nympharum. The performance of religious rites in caverns is another point of coincidence between the Indians and their Persian neighbors. A number of spacious excavations have been discovered in Persia, which were apparently designed for the celebration of religious ceremonies of some kind, and the remarks of the ancients justify this opinion. It appears from Porphyry and Celsus that they were chiefly dedicated to the worship of Mithra, the god of the solar light, and that certain mysteries were performed in them nearly allied to the mysteries of the Egyptians and Greeks, and setting forth the doctrine of the metempsychosis. Note See Mr. Morris's Indian Antiquities. That gentleman has bestowed much learned labor on this subject. He has endeavored to show that the worship of the sun was everywhere performed in subterraneous caverns, that this was the destination of the caves of Persia, and that the excavations in the Thebais of Egypt were of the same nature. In proof of the latter position he addresses a plate of Mount Faucon and a description of Savary of a sacrifice to the sun, magnificently sculptured in a cave at Babain. In this he says that the tiaras of the priests very much resemble the costume in the bas reliefs found at Chalminar near Persepolis, representing a religious procession. Many other symbols of the Persian superstition are united to the Egyptian. Mr. Morris also endeavors to prove that the caverns alluded to were so arranged as to represent the different regions of the heavens, through which souls were supposed successively to migrate, and that this sidereal metempsychosis was set forth in the mysteries celebrated in these recesses. We have already mentioned the wonderful excavations in which the primeval worship of the Indians was performed. 2. The manners and customs of the Persians appear to have resembled those of the Hindus. Both nations have been remarked for their abstemious habits of life. Many authors mention the strict frugality and temperance observed in ancient Persia. In the ceremonious observance of ranks they resemble. In Persia, if men of equal rank met, they saluted each other. If an inferior met a superior, he threw himself prostrate on the earth. Note Herod Lib. 1, c. 125. The veneration paid by the Persians to their monarchs was of the most devoted and abject kind. 3. In political institutions we find close resemblances. Note Ibid. It appears certain from the accounts of Herodotus that the ancient Persians were before the time of Cyrus divided into castes, somewhat after the Indian manner. He informs us that there are many tribes or races of the Persians, and enumerates several of them, among whom he says that The Pasargadae are the bravest. In this tribe there is a caste, or affinity,
Fretre,
called the Achaemenidae, from which the kings are born. The other Persian tribes, he adds, are these, the Panthiali, Derusai, Germani. All these are agriculturalists. The rest are feeders of cattle.
Nomades,
Dai, Mardi, etc. Note: Clio, c. 125. This description is not intelligible in any other way than on the supposition that the Persians had distinct hereditary occupations like the Hindus. We may therefore receive this fact that the distinction of castes prevailed in Iran on the testimony of Herodotus, though we might not have believed it on the credit of Mosan alone. We have thus briefly examined the origin of the Persians by three distinct methods of inquiry. First, by historical records. We have observed that the Jewish writers bear testimony to the high antiquity of the Persian nation. It appeared from the prophet Jeremiah that a great empire existed in Elam, before the extension of the Assyrian power, and from Genesis it was evident that its dominion was established over a great part of the East as early as the time of Abraham. The Orientals agree with the scriptural and classical writers in relating the degradation of the Persian power at the period before mentioned, and with the former in leading us to believe that the same empire had existed in great glory and dominion in much earlier times. And the author of the Dabistan assures us that in the most remote ages the religion, manners, and political institutions of Persia were closely allied to those which have prevailed from antiquity on the other side of the Indus. Secondly, by an inquiry into the languages prevalent in Persia. It was remarked that the vernacular idiom of Persia, before the Mohammedan conquest, was a dialect nearly allied to the languages of India, and that the ancient Persian language, which is only preserved in the writings of the Magi, and only known to the remnant of the worshippers of fire, has been proved to be an older dialect of the same, and differing little from the Sanskrit. And this older language, the Zend, must have been formerly the popular speech of the country, and not merely a learned and peculiar idiom of the priests, because the Parsi, its lineal descendant, was in common use. We have therefore reason to believe that an Indian dialect was the national language of the primeval Persians. Thirdly, the accounts which we can gather from the classical writers concerning the manners, political institutions, and religion of the ancient Persians give a similar result, and exhibit a remarkable affinity to those which have prevailed to the eastward of the Indus. We arrive by these different paths at the same general conclusion, viz., that the Persians and Indians were in their origin branches of one nation. End of chapter 8, section 1 of The Persians. Part 41 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 8, section 7. Conclusion of this subject. We shall now in a few words recapitulate the inferences drawn in the two last chapters. We set out in the historical inquiry which has occupied the last chapter, with the observation that the traces of connection which we have marked between the Indians and the Egyptians are so full and extensive that they can be accounted for in no other way than by supposing these nations, though distantly separated at the period of authentic history, to have formed in an earlier age one people. We remarked that if the 10 tribes of the Israelites should be discovered in some unknown region with their Levitical priesthood and all their ancient usages unaltered, in comparing them with the Jews of Europe, we should scarcely find stronger proofs of former identity than we have observed in the example before us. We have shown in the next place that all the other hypotheses which have been proposed to account for these facts are not only inadequate, but rest on false assumptions. We have endeavored to penetrate into the obscurity of antiquity, and by tracing the rise and origin of the great Asiatic nations and comparing their dates, to find some solution of this problem. We soon lost sight of the Assyrian monarchy, the first foundations of which do not extend farther back than the reign of Pul, about 8 centuries before the Christian era. In the times preceding that era we found Upper Asia from the Tigris to the Mediterranean occupied by agricultural or pastoral or maritime tribes of kindred race with the inhabitants of Egypt. On the other side of the Tigris the ancient Persian nation appeared clearly to be of the Hindu stock, closely related to the inhabitants of Hindustan. We observed that the Indo-Persian or Elamitic Empire extended into distant ages, far beyond the classical periods of antiquity, and leaving far behind it the originals of all the other celebrated nations, excepting only the Egyptians. In the days of the patriarch Abraham, 2 great monarchies existed in the world, the empire of Elam and the kingdom of Egypt. The dominions of the former bordered on the territories of the latter. The subjects of the first were the Indo-Persians or Hindus, the inhabitants of the second were the Egyptians. Thus we may consider these nations as possessing in the first ages contiguous countries. It is no longer difficult to imagine them connected in race and origin. As to the quarter whence they were first ramified, the cradle of the stock and perhaps the human race, we have no data in history. Note: if Moses had any knowledge of it he must have derived it from revelation, and this is ground upon which we are forbidden to enter. We only quote the authority of Moses for facts which, happening not very far from his own time, may have come within his knowledge by mere human testimony. We only demand for him that degree of credit which any sensible deist would allow him. End of note. Lastly, in our inquiry into the physical history of the ancient Hindus and Egyptians, we found full and sufficient evidence that both these races possessed originally the characters of the genuine Ethiopians or Negroes. Such appear to have been the physical characters of the oldest nations of the East. They have been gradually softened down by the variation in the bodily structure which the human race is naturally disposed to assume, and which we have generally remarked to be promoted by the condition of our species in civilized life, but these improvements were long confined to the central regions of the world. Some straggling families, even in the first rude state, carried forth the propagation of their stock on each side into the most distant countries, where their descendants have remained savages to the present day, and have preserved in their remotely divided abodes, whether on the banks of the Niger or in the country of the Papuas, the primeval aspect of their ancestors. End of Chapter 8, Section 7. Conclusion of this subject. Part 42 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 9. Concerning the other principal races of men and their connection in origin with the foregoing. Section 1. Introductory remark. We have thus completed a chief part of the design with which we entered into these historical inquiries. Our principal endeavor was to make it appear that the most ancient nations of whom any record exists were Negroes. It only remains to show some probable grounds for believing that the other most extended races of men were connected in their originals with these. As this part of our subject has little more than an indirect relation to the physical history of our species, and would lead us too far into the field of the antiquarian, we shall be contented with a very summary view of the principal points which it is desirable to establish, and of those leading facts which appear chiefly to warrant our inferences. Note: I am the less reluctant to abbreviate my inquiry into this subject because I know that several departments of it have long occupied the attention of some distinguished antiquarians who are much more competent to such investigations. End of note. We proceed in the first place to take a hasty view of the families of nations inhabiting Europe and the northwestern parts of Asia. End of Chapter 9, Section 1, Introductory Remark. Part 43 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 9, Section 2, of the Scythian or Sarmatic tribes. In the latter periods of what is called Antiquity, the proper Scythians had become less known, at least under that denomination, than they had been in preceding times. The term of Scythian then came to be more indefinitely applied, and was the common appellation of almost any barbarous people, just as all savages are called Indians by us without any imaginable reason. Note: Pliny observes,
Scutarum nomen usque quaque transit in Sarmatus atque Germanos, nec aliis prisca illa duravit appellatio, quam qui extremi gentium harum ignote propi ceteris mortabilis degunt.
End of note. This name had wandered so far that in the age of Bede it had become the designative term of Scandinavia. Yet Scythia was a real country well known to the ancient Greeks and especially to Herodotus, who visited it in person. Note: Herodotus, Melpomene, c. 81, and took infinite pains to make himself acquainted with its geography, and with the history of its inhabitants and the neighboring nations. Herodotus mentions several traditions concerning the origin of the Scythians which he regarded as fabulous, but he obtained also another account of a different description. This he considered as authentic. According to it, the original seat of the Scythi was the country to the southward of Araxes, whence they were expelled by the Massagetæ and emigrated into the region before occupied by the Cimmerians. Note: Herodotus, Melpomene. The same historian informs us in another place that the Sacae were properly Scythians, and that the name of Sacae belonged indeed to the whole Scythic nation, being the appellation given to them by the Persians. This confirms the foregoing statement, because the Sacae are well known to have inhabited the country whence the Scythi were said to have emigrated. They were probably a part of the nation which kept possession of its former seats. We find a similar testimony in these verses of Cyrillus. Note: Apud Strabonem, lib. 7, vide Casaubonum ad locum. End of note.
Melonomoite Sacae Guineae Scythae autar enaion acida pyrophoron, nomadon ge menhesan apoikoi anthropon nomimon.
The other ancient writers coincide in this account. Diodorus Siculus informs us that the Scythians were of the same stock with the Sacae, Massagetæ, and other Asiatic people. Moreover, this author assures us that the Saumaratai, who were certainly a division of the Scythi, were a colony of Medes. Note: Diodor Sic Hist. lib. 2. Eratosthenes and Apollodorus remark that Homer, whose extensive knowledge of the geography of his time has been celebrated, never mentions the Scythians. At the era of the Trojan War they had apparently not yet emigrated into the north. Homer speaks of the Cimmerians, who possessed Scythia before the arrival of the Scythi. This agrees with the narration of Herodotus, according to whose account the migration of the Scythi must have been posterior by some centuries to the Trojan War. Note: The Scythian conquest of Cimmeria seems to have preceded the invasion of Media by no long interval. Therefore the former event took place not long before the eclipse of Thales. End of note. The Scythi are interesting to us as being connected with the Asiatic nations on the one hand, and on the other with the Sauramatai or Sarmatai. 1. Both in the European and Oriental histories a long series of wars are recorded to have been carried on between the Persians and the Transoxan nations. The latter are the Turanians, or followers of Afrasiab, who made incursions into Iran and are celebrated by the Eastern writers. The Greek historians relate the same events in their account of the wars of the Scythians against the Persians. The Turanians are the Scythians. According to the Oriental history, there was a time when the Turanians formed a part of the same nation with the genuine Persians. Note: Short History of Persia by Sir W. Jones. Cudmer's History of Persia, Ancient Universal History. End of note. Various particulars are recorded concerning the Scythians which connect them with the ancient nations of Asia, whose moral and political history we have reviewed in the foregoing pages. We shall mention a few instances without entering fully into the subject. Pomponius Mela remarks the resemblance of the Sarmatai to the Parthians.
Gens habitu armisque partice proxima, verum ut caelia superioris ita ingenii.
Note: Mela de situ orbis, lib 3, cap 4. From the account of the historian Ephorus, quoted by Strabo, it appears that there were different castes both among the other Scythians and among those tribes called Sauromatai. Some of these had ferocious customs, and are said to have been addicted to anthropophagy. The habits of other castes were gentle, and some of them held it unlawful to kill any animal for food. Note: Ephorus, lib 4, apud Strabum, lib 7. The Scythians, like the Persians, worshipped the four elements of nature. Note: See Lucian in Langaive, op. 2, tom. page 818. They used fire as a means of purification. Note: See Justin's account of the Roman embassy to the Scythian monarch, Justini Hist. End of note. The Masagatai worshipped the sun. Note: Strabo says that there was a close resemblance between the Sakai, Masagatai, and other Scythian tribes in their dress, their modes of sepulture, and general manners. End of note. Herodotus says that they sacrificed horses to him with the idea of devoting the fleetest animal to the swiftest god. Note: Herod, lib 1. A similar notion and practice has been ascribed to the ancient Persians.
Placat equo Persis radiis Hyperiona cinctum, ne detur celeri victima tarda Deo.
The great fondness of the Scythians and Sarmatai for their horses and their constant use of them is another trait of resemblance to the Medes. When all these marks of connection between the Scythians and the Eastern nations are compared and added to the fact that the former emigrated from the middle parts of Asia, it becomes highly probable that all these people were originally of one kindred. Second, the connection of the Scythai and the Sauromatai is clear and indubitable. These names belong to different departments of the same nation. Diodorus says Sauromatai were a colony of Medes, established by the Scythai or the Tanais. Note: Diodor ubi supra. But Strabo, who was more accurate in geography and antiquities than the Sicilian compiler, affirms that the Sarmatai or Sauromatai were Scythian tribes. After making a geographical division of Asia beyond Mount Taurus into 4 parts, he proceeds to inform us that the first of them, towards the northern region and the ocean, is possessed by some Scythian tribes who are nomads and abide in wagons. On the hither side of these, he says, live the Sarmatai, who themselves also are Scythians, the Aurorsi, Siraci, etc. Note: Strabunis, lib 11, page 492. Moreover, the same tribes which by some authors are enumerated as Scythians are reckoned by others among the Sarmatai. Thus the Basili, Georgi, etc., are mentioned among the principal Scythian tribes by Herodotus. By Strabo they are repeatedly included among the Sarmatai. But the testimony of Herodotus on this point is fully conclusive, being circumstantial and evidently drawn from personal observation. He informs us that the Saurmatai spoke the Scythian language in a peculiar dialect.
Soloikizontes.
This fact is a proof of kindred. Note: Herod ubi supra. Cluverius, the most learned of modern geographers, remarks that the Sarmatai are considered by the Greek writers in general as Scythians. Note: Germania Antiqua, page 17. Having found sufficient reason to believe that the Scythian and Sarmatic tribes derived their origin from the country southward of Araxes, and that they were in all probability allied by kindred to the Medes, Persians, and other nations inhabiting that region, having moreover observed that it is historically certain that the Scythai and Sarmatai were tribes of one nation, we proceed to inquire what has been the fate of this race in later ages. We may conclude that the ancient Sarmatai were the ancestors of the Sclavonian nations of modern times from the following considerations. First, the Sarmatai and the Germans are two great nations into which the tribes inhabiting northern Europe are distributed by the ancient writers. The river Vistula afforded the great line of boundary between them. Thus Ptolemy says,
He en Europei Sarmatia pereorisetai apodis montoi te Vistula potamoi, cae te metaxutes cephales autu, cae ton Sarmaticon horeion grammei, cae autois tois oresin.
Note: Cle Ptolemy, Geograph. And he marks the same limits in other places. Pomponius Mela says,
Germania hinc ripis eius scilicet reni, usque ad Alpes, a meridie ipsis Alpibus, ab oriente Sarmaticarum confinio gentium, qua septentrionem spectat, oceanico litore obducta est.
Note: De situ orbis, lib 3, cap 3. Many other authorities might be cited to the same purpose. See Claverius, Germania Antiqua, lib 3, cap 42. It thus appears that the regions extending eastward of the Vistula were the seat of the Sarmanic tribes in the age of Ptolemy. At no long interval, as we shall shortly observe, the same countries are found to be occupied by nations of Sclavonian race. It is to be presumed that the same population continued, since we hear nothing to the contrary. If any considerable change or extensive migration had happened, some record of it would have existed. Such events are of difficult and rare occurrence, and have never failed to leave their traces permanently imprinted on the page of history. Moreover, many of the principal tribes which are mentioned by the Greek and Roman geographers as possessing Sarmatia in the earlier period are found still to occupy their former station in later times, when the Sclavonian name had become well known among them. Hence we may infer that the Sclavonian tribes are the same people who were anciently called Sarmatai. Secondly, this inference is established as historical truth by the following circumstances. In the first place, the Sarmatai are identified with the Venedi in the writings of the older geographers. Ptolemy mentions the Venedi as a great nation occupying the chief part of Sarmatia in his time.
Catechideten Sarmatian ethnim megista, hoite Venedai, par holonton Vedenicon colpon cae hypertendacian, peucinoite cae bastarnae.
Note: Ptolemy ubi supra. Pliny seems to include the Venedi with other tribes under the name of Sarmatai in these words:
Nec minor est opinione Phrynigia, quidam hec habitari ad Vistulam usque fluvium a Sarmatis Venedis Scyris Hiris tradunt.
Note: Pliny, Hist. Nat. lib 4, cap 13. Lastly, the Venedi are discovered in the age of Jornandes to occupy the same region in Sarmatia and the express testimony of that historian identifies them with the Sclavonian nations. He says,
Introrsus illi Dacia est ad corone speciem arduis Alpibus emunita, iuxta quorum sinistrum latus quod in Aquilonium vergit et ab ortu vistule flumines per immensa spatia venit, venidarum natio populosa concedit, quorum nomina licet nunc per varias familias et loca mutentur, principale tertamen Slaveni et antes nominantur.
and in another place he makes a similar observation.
Post Herulorum cedem, idem Hermanricus in Venetos arma commovit, hi ut initio expositionis vel catalogo gentis dicere cepimus, ab una stirpe exhorti tria nunc nomina reddidere, id est Veneti antes sclavi.
Note, Jornandes de rebus Geticis. Cluverius tells us in confirmation of this account that many places in Livonia still retain the names of Wend or Vend, and that all the tribes of Sclavonian race who border on Germany are at present called by the general term of
Die Wenden,
and the states which they hold are denominated.
die Windische Mark, die Windische Probe, etc.
Note, Cluverius, German Antic. It thus seems to be certain that the nations who occupied the most extensive regions of Sarmatia in the time of Pliny, Ptolemy, etc., the Sarmatic Veneti, are the same people who received in the age of Jordanus the appellation of Sclavi, Slavini, or Sclavonians. The tribes of this kindred still possess the countries inhabited by their ancestors. Among them we reckon the proper Sclavonians, the Poles, Muscovites, Moldavians, Wallachians, Servians, Bulgarians, Dalmatians, Croats, Carniolans, Lusatians, Bohemians, Moravians, the two latter tribes being known to have migrated from Sarmatia into Germany at a more recent period. Therefore it appears that the ancient Sauromatai were the predecessors of the Russians and Sclavonians. What has become of the other Scythic tribes? We have no reason to believe that they ever migrated from their ancient seats. These are now possessed by the Tartar nations, who resemble the Russians in physical characters. Note, Gmelin, Voyage en Sibérie, trad par Keralio, Pallas Voy en Sibérie. End of note. And may be presumed to be the descendants of the ancient Scythians. An accurate examination of the languages of Sclavonian and Tartar tribes, and a comparison of them with the Indian and Persian dialects, would probably throw some light on the history of the former nations. I have little doubt that some considerable affinity would be discovered. We have no information concerning the physical characters of the ancient Scythi and Sarmatai. All their descendants have the European forms and features. The general complexion of the Sclavonian and Tartar tribes is dark. Their eyes and hair are black. This is the case even with the Sasanians and Georgians, who are said to be the fairest of the whole race in Asia, and even the most beautiful of our species. Note, Voyage d'Estrie en Moscovie, en Tartarie, etc., tome 2. End of note. But in the north of Russia the sanguine temperament, light hair, etc., are not uncommon. Note, Tukes Hist of Russia, Vol. 1. End of Chapter 9, Section 2, of the Scythian or Sarmatic tribes. Part 44 of Researches into the Physical History of Man. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 9, Section 3, of the Gothic or German race, 1, of the Cimmeri, 2, of the Getae, 4, of the Goths, 5, of the German tribes in general, 6, of the connection of this great family of nations with the ancient Asiatics, 7, of the physical characters of the Germans. First, of the Cimmeri. The Greeks had in very early times a confused idea of a nation inhabiting the most distant regions of the north, whom they called Cimmerii. Homer gives this account of them in the following lines. Note: Odysseus 1L Inicio.
Hedes peiraithikane bathurou okeanoio, enthede chimmerion andron demoste poleste ieri, kai nephele ke calumenoi, hudepot autus hielios phaethon epiderkitae actinesin, hud hopotan steihesin prosuranon asteroenta, hud hotan aps epigaian apuranothen protrapetai, hal epi nuxoloe tetatai teiloisi brotoisi.
The Greeks had no knowledge of the Cimmerii except by their famous invasion of Asia Minor. Of the eruption of these barbarians from the north, then a recent event, some vague rumors reached Greece, as Strabo supposes. Note: Strabon, lib. 1, page 12, lib. 3, page 222. About the time of Homer, but Herodotus, by means of his acquaintance with the Lydians, learned the true history of this people and the quarter whence they came. We are informed by him that they entered Asia by passing the strait called the Cimmerian Bosporus. Their first settlements were on the European side of the Bosporus and Palos Maeotis, whence they were expelled by the Scythians. Note: Herod, lib. 1. Other authors confirm this relation. Callimachus thus mentions it:
Toira kai elaunon ala pasemen hepeilese luctemi subristes, epide straton hippemolgon hegage cimmerion psamathoison, hoira parauton ke climenoi naiusi bosporon inachiones.
Note: Callimachi, hymn ad Dianado, v. 400. This is all the information we possess concerning the ancient Cimmerians. Strabo, note Strabo, lib. 7, page 293, and Plutarch, note Plutarch Vita C. Marie, however, mention a report prevalent in their time that the Cimbri who invaded Italy in the age of Caius Marius were a branch of the old Cimmerii. It is evident that this opinion had no other foundation than the resemblance of names, and neither of the authors who relate it attaches any confidence to it. But it is not improbable that when the Cimmerii were expelled from their settlements by the Scythi, a part of the nation might take refuge in the countries lying westward of Cimmeria, and, spreading themselves towards the north, might preserve their ancient appellation. Thus the Cimbri may be the descendants of the Cimmerii. Perhaps this notion receives some additional probability from the fact that the Getae and other nations possessing the countries contiguous to the Scythia or Cimmeria were of the same kindred with the Cimbri, as it will presently appear. Secondly, of the Getae. Towards the south and west of the Scythians had for their neighbors the Getae. This nation was widely extended, for we shall observe that they, or tribes allied to them by kindred, occupied a considerable part of Lesser Asia, and reached thence far into the north of Europe. The Thracians were a branch of the Getae, or rather these names belong to different departments of one great people. The Greeks, who were well acquainted with the former nation, gave the same appellation to all other tribes whom they found to be of the same stock. Herodotus repeatedly affirms the Thracians and Getae to be one nation. He says the Getae were the most warlike of all the Thracians. Note: Herod, lib. 4, c. 93. Menander also includes the Getae among the Thracians, in a passage which Strabo assures us relates an authentic fact.
Pantes men hoi thraces, malesta doi getei emeis apanton, kai garautos euchomai ekeithen einaitogenos, us fodren crateises men.
Note: Menander apud Strabonum, page 297. Strabo also informs us that the Getae who lived to the northward of the Danube spoke the same language with the Thracians. Note: Ibid, page 303. The Thracians, as it is well known, inhabited both sides of the Hellespont. Several other nations were likewise divided between Europe and Asia, and all these were of the same race. The following account is given of them by Strabo. "The Greeks," he says, "have understood the Getae to be Thracians, and these, and the Messians, who are also Thracians, and the people now called Mysians, inhabited both sides of the Danube. From the latter went forth those Mysians, who are settled between the Lydians and the Phrygians and Trojans. And the Phrygians themselves also are Breges, a Thracian nation, as likewise are the Mygdones, the Bebryces, the Medobetheni, and the Thenai, and as I believe also the Mariandini. All these last have entirely deserted Europe, but the Mysians have remained. And Posidonius appears to me to be right in his conjecture that Homer alluded to the Mysians in Europe, I mean those of Thrace, when he said,
Zeus depei Troas decae Hectora neusi pellasse, tus men ea parate si pronon techemen cae oisun nolemeos, autos de palentrepen o sephaino, nosfin heth hippopolon threikon cathromenos aian mysontan chemachon.
Note: Strabo, lib 7, page 295. I have inserted the passage of Homer rather more fully than Strabo has given it, for the sake of perspicuity. End of note. Our author subjoins a remark which proves this explanation to be correct. Note: The geographer observes that the expression
Palentrepen,
which has the force of
tupiso,
and
nosfin,
would be unintelligible if supposed to refer to the Mysians of Asia, who were near neighbors of the Trojans, but if we understand the Mysians of Europe, the phrase "he looked backwards towards the Mysians afar off" describes the local situation. End of note. Thus we find that the ancient Getae extended from the vicinity of Mount Taurus, in Asia Minor, to the northern side of the Danube. So far we may trust the authority of the Greek writers. But they were incompetent to decide the historical question from which quarter the nation originally proceeded. We trace the Getae still further towards the north by observing their affinity with the Dacians. Pliny assures us that the Getae and Dacians are the same nation. He says that the former name was given to them by the Greeks, and the latter by the Romans. Note: Pliny, Hist. Nat. Strabo declares that the Daci spoke the same language with the Getae, but he considers them as different tribes of the same nation. He says that in ancient division of countries the Getae were properly those tribes who lived towards the east and on the shores of the Euxine, and those were Davi or Daci, who were settled westward next to Germany and the sources of the Danube. Note: Strabo, page 305. The same geographer affirms the Triboli to be a Thracian tribe. Note: Ibid. Fourthly, of the Goths. We shall now observe the Getae assuming a more important station in the history of the world by identifying themselves with the Goths. The hordes of barbarians who issued from the region northward of the Danube and poured themselves down upon the Roman Empire in the reign of the Emperor Decius were called by all the writers in the succeeding ages Getae, and were considered universally as the same people who had been known from remote ages under that name. This opinion was received among the Romans, and afterwards, when the barbarians became civilized and committed their history to writing, it received their unanimous sanction. The latter called themselves Goths, and the Romans adopted this name when they became better acquainted with their new inmates. It finally prevailed over the ancient appellation of Getae. The identity of the Getae and Goths was never called in question till Cluverius set up a contrary opinion and endeavored to prove that the Gutones or Gothones, whom he places on the shores of the Baltic, were the true Goths, and that these people were altogether distinct from the Getae, but were mistaken for them by the Romans from the circumstance of their having entered the empire through the territories occupied of old by that nation. On account of the high credit of this author, it is necessary to examine the grounds of his opinion. He candidly confesses that he is directly at variance with all the ancient writers, that the poets Sidonius, Claudian, and Ausonius continually call the Goths by the name of Getae, and that Jordandes, Procopius, Orosius, St. Jerome, Spartian, and others have expressly declared the Goths to be the same nation whom the Greek writers call Getae, and the older Romans Daci. Against this weight of authority supporting a positive testimony, he opposes one negative argument which appears to be altogether inconclusive. After showing that the Getae were affirmed to be the Thracian stock by Herodotus, he remarks that neither the Thracians nor the Getae were even included by the old writers among the German tribes, but the Goths were certainly allied to that race. Hence he infers that the Getae and the Goths were wholly unconnected. Note: Cluveri, Germania Antiqua, Lib 3, Cap 34. This objection of Cluverius may be answered by the following considerations. The early incursions of the Getae were in a quarter so distant from the Germans that the Romans may never have suspected them to be a tribe of that nation. The Getae differed from the proper Germans in various particulars. In manners they resembled the Scythian nomads, who inhabited the country contiguous to them. This may be imputed to imitation of a neighboring people with whom they had been during a long course of ages in the habits of intercourse. The difference of climate and local circumstances must have created a strong distinction between them and the Germans. The Romans never took the pains to examine and compare the languages and moral traits of barbarous societies. Hence we need not wonder that they never discovered the affinity of these nations. Moreover, all the Roman writers betray the same ignorance with regard to the Goths. They never imagined these barbarians to be allied to the Germans, and it was not until the Goths became civilized and began to occupy themselves with settling their own antiquities that they were discovered to belong to the great German stock. Thus the argument by which Cluverius attempts to prove that the Getae were not of German origin applies with equal force to the Goths. It must be abandoned as refuting itself. The silence of the ancients on the above question being inconclusive, we must appeal to the testimony of historians to discover whether the Getae and Goths were the same people. In the first place, we have a strong presumptive proof that the barbarians who crossed the Danube in the reign of Decius, and who afterwards conquered the Roman Empire, were no other than the Getae, in the fact that they issued from the country which we know to have been shortly before occupied by that great and powerful nation. Note: Herodotus says the Thracian people, in which he includes the Getae, were the most numerous of all nations next to the Indians. End of note. Thus, when we are assured that France was nearly conquered by the armies of England under the conduct of the Black Prince, and that an expedition passed over from the same island not long afterwards during the reign of Henry V, and inflicted similar events on that country, there being no reason to believe that Britain had undergone any change of population in the meantime, it would be a fair and natural inference to suppose that the later invaders were of the same people as the former, although we had not been precisely informed of the fact. The case of the Getae and Goths is exactly parallel, but the Goths are expressly declared to be the Getae. First, all the Greek and Roman writers give their testimony to this fact. Spartian who lived at the time of Diocletian, when the Goths were just becoming known to the Romans, about 40 years after their first remarkable invasion, says the names of Getae and Gothai are synonymous. Note: Spartian invita Antonini Caracale. Flavius Vopiscus, a respectable historian of the same period, calls the Goths Getae. Note: Flavius Vopiscus in Probi Vita. The learned Procopius, who compiled his history in the reign of Justinian, note Procopius, Rerum Gothicarum, lib 1. St. Jerome, note Div Hieron Epist 135, et comment in Genesin. Orosius, note P. Orosius Historiarum, lib 1, cap 16. And St. Isidore of Seville, note
Isidori Hispalensis etymologiarum item de Gotis Vandalis et Sucris.
End of note. Agree concerning the identity of these people. The poets Claudian and Ausonius lived at the time when the Gothic arms had already threatened destruction to the Roman city, and shortly before they effected it. The Goths were at that period the object of general attention and curiosity. The former of these poets always calls them by the name of Getae. Note: so also does the poet Claudius Rutilius.
Postquam Tuscus ager, postquamque Aurelius ager perpessus, Geticas ense vel igne manus.
To the authorities cited might be added those of Pomponius, Laetus, Julius Capitolinus, Prudentius, Sidonius Apollinaris, and others. End of note. And the latter uses Getae and Gothi indiscriminately. Secondly, the historians who lived among the Goths after that people had acquired some degree of refinement, and who expressly occupied themselves in collecting the Gothic antiquities and traditions, never seem to have had any idea of a nation of Goths distinct from the Getae. The learned Cassiodorus, Secretary of State under Theodoric, compiled all the information he could obtain concerning this people in 12 books, which have unfortunately perished. An abridgment of them has reached our time, written by Jordandes, an Alan, who was bishop of the Goths at Ravenna in the reign of Justinian. Besides the more authentic record obtained from Cassiodorus, this author has borrowed from Ablabius and Dexippus, who had before written on the Gothic history. Jordandes entitled his work
De Rebus Geticis,
and he never seems to have entertained an idea that the people who were the object of his researches were any other than the proper Getae. Note: he indeed adopts from one of the writers above mentioned an idle story of the Getae having in very remote times emigrated from Scandinavia, but he attributes this event to the first ages, and expressly declares it to have happened before the time of Zamolxis, the famous philosopher of the Getae mentioned by Herodotus. See Jordandes de Rebus Geticis. End of note. The predatory incursions of barbarians have seldom been, as some historical narratives would lead us to believe, migrations of whole tribes in quest of new settlements. The only persons fitted to embark in these perilous expeditions were young and robust warriors. The aged and infirm, and a certain part of the community engaged in the necessary works of agriculture, remained at home. It was only the superabundant population which thus disgorged itself by irruptions into the more civilized countries. But a single tribe was seldom sufficiently numerous to furnish a predatory army whose force should enable it to overpower all resistance. Hence several neighboring states were often associated together in their enterprises. The incursions of the Goths appear to have been conducted in this manner. Several tribes in their vicinity accompanied them. Hence we obtain the means of judging from what quarter the march of this people originated. If they proceeded from the northern extremity of Europe, we should probably find other nations confederated with them who are known to have inhabited that region. but it is remarkable that all the tribes who are said to have shared in the Gothic invasion came from the vicinage of the proper Getae in the eastern part of Europe, and from the neighborhood of the Euxine. Many of them were Sarmatic tribes from the southern parts of Scythia, and the progress of these people from the east seems to have been connected with the approach of the Huns, who in a subsequent period entered the empire from the same quarter. Thus Claudian, alluding to the invasion of the Goths in his own time, says,
Iam gentes istrumque movet, scutiamque receptat auxilio, traditque suas hostilibus armis reliquias, mistis descendit sarmata dacis, et qui cornipedes in pocula vulnerat audax massagetes, quesamque bibens meotida alanus, membra qui ferro gaudet pinxis gelonus.
Note: in Rufinum Lib 1, and in celebrating the victories of Stilicho over the Goths, he says,
Quis enim musos in plaustra feroces repolit, aut seva promoti cede tumentes, bastarnas una potoid delere ruina, mille iam pridem miseram vastanti atracem, finibus exigue vallis conclusa tenebas, non te terrisonus stridor venientis alani, nec vaga cunorum feritas, non falce gelonus, non arcu pepul regete, non sarmata conto.
Note: in consulatum Stiliconis. So also Ausonius.
Iane, veni, novus anne, veni, renovate veni sol, hospitis et domitis, qua Francia mista suevis, certat ad obsequium, latiis ut militet armis, qua vagas auromates sibi junxerat agmina cuni, quaque getis sociis istrum ad saltabat alanis.
Note: Ausoni Poemata 332. All these are eastern nations. The Bastarnae, who bordered on the Getae towards the north, are the most northerly of them. From all these circumstances it appears that there is scarcely any fact of the kind better authenticated than that the Goths were the same people who had been known before under the appellation of Getae. But there was a nation called Goths in Scandinavia, and they are proved by affinity of language to be of kindred origin with the eastern Goths. We must therefore suppose either that the Getae migrated from Scandinavia, or that the tribe on the northern shores of the Baltic was a colony detached from the great body of the nation in the east. The former supposition is incredible. We know that the Thracian or Getic tribes occupied the southeastern corner of Europe and Asia Minor to Mount Taurus before the Trojan War. If these nations proceeded from Scandinavia before that epoch, all connection must have been lost in the great lapse of time between them and their kindred in the north. We cannot imagine that any vestige of it could remain until 3 centuries after the Christian era. But no difficulty attends the alternative. The age of Pompeii has been fixed upon by antiquarians with probability as the era of the principal migration of the Goths from the Danube towards the Baltic. It is very conceivable that tribes going from the east about this time should preserve their language and manners without any remarkable change during 3 or 4 centuries. They retained their old name of Goths or Getes. Note: Guti, Kodai, Jutai, Jutones, Getae are all variations of the same name, which was written by the Saxons Leacap. In the Saxon versions of Bede, the word is Leacum, Gaetes. The Gothic word for a giant or strong man is probably the etymon. See Camden's Britannia. End of note. They retained their old name of Goths or Getes in their new settlements, just as the Belgic tribes of Britain in Caesar's time continued to have the same appellations with their kindred in Gaul, and it is probable that the Gothini, or Gutones of Cluverius in Pomerania, and the Gutes in Jutland, and afterwards in Northumberland, and the Goths in Scandinavia, are instances of the same denomination thus widely scattered. Many extrinsic arguments may be adduced in support of this opinion concerning the origin of the Goths. The north of Europe appears to have been the seat of the Celtae before the German tribes made their way into it. The memory of the encroachments of the latter was yet recent in Caesar's time. Herodotus places the Celtae in Germany at a time when the Germans were entirely unknown. The Scandinavian traditions ascribe to the Goths an Eastern origin. The language and poetical mythology of these nations were preserved with extraordinary purity in the Norwegian colony of Iceland. The famous Sæmund in the 11th century collected the old sagas of his nation in a work entitled the Edda, which is well known. About 150 years afterwards the collection was greatly increased by Snorro Sturluson, Nunnelfelix of Iceland, the author of another Edda and of the Norway Chronicle. A great part of these sagas are occupied with the adventures of Odin, who led his followers the Asi from the region of Asgard towards the north. Many eastern rivers are mentioned to have been passed by him. Snorro in the Chronicle has given the tradition at greater length. He places Asgard on the Tanais. Note: remains of the Gothic language have been said to be discovered not far from the supposed situation of Asgard. In the middle of the 13th century, Ruysbrock, or Rubriquis, a Brabantine friar, was sent by the French king ambassador to Mangi Khan. On his return he published an account of his journey, which has been held in high repute. Between Soldia and Chersona he found people who spoke a Gothic dialect. Josephat Barbaro, a Venetian traveler in 1486, gave a similar relation. Busbequius, ambassador from the Emperor Frederick to the Porte, conversed during his residence in the East with two persons deputed from the Chersonese to complain of grievances. By inquiry he found that the countrymen of these persons resembled the ancient Germans in their physical traits, and spoke a language strongly similar to the Gothic. See Sames's Britannia Antiqua, page 422, Dr. J. R. Forster's account of northern discoveries. Pallas, in his journey in the Chersonese, found in some mountainous districts a people widely different from the other inhabitants, both in their physical characters, which resembled the German, and in their language. These are doubtless a remnant of some former population of the country, and possibly of the Gothic aborigines. See Pallas's journey in Crim Tartary. These facts are certainly curious. Valeant quantum valere possint. End of note. Fifthly, of the German tribes in general. Having found sufficient proof of the identity of the Getae and Goths, and having seen reason to believe that they proceeded originally from the east and drove the Celtae out of their settlements in the north, we gain a considerable insight into the history of the nations now inhabiting the north of Europe. In the first place, this nation is identified with the great German race, to which the Goths are nearly allied. Hence all the German tribes deduce themselves by a close affiliation from the same origin, among which we reckon the Cimbri. Note: some modern writers seem to doubt whether the Cimbri were a German nation, but it is certain that they were of that race. Their situation, surrounded by tribes of German origin, and their connection with the Teutones afford a strong presumption. They had, as we learn from Plutarch, the physical characters of the Germans. Moreover, they are expressly included in that nation by Caesar, Lib 1 de Bello Gallico, by Tacitus, More German, by Strabo, Lib 4, and by Pliny, Lib 4, c. 14. End of note. Hence all the German tribes deduce themselves by a close affiliation from the same origin, among which we reckon the Cimbri, Teutones, and Gutes on the southern side of the Baltic, the Goths, Swedes, and Norwegians in Scandinavia, the Caledonians or Picts in northern Britain, and the Belgae in Gaul and in South Britain. The more recent extensions of this family need not be mentioned. Sixthly, of the connection of this great family of nations with the ancient Asiatics. With relation to this subject I shall only mention the principal points on which a sufficient mass of evidence may be accumulated. To enter fully into the investigation would lead me to exceed the limits prescribed to this volume. We have observed that the extension of this race was from the south towards the north, and not in a contrary direction. We must therefore consider the position of the southern tribes in the earliest period of our acquaintance with them as the original point whence the distant ramifications of the stock were propagated. In the earliest age of history we find the Thracians, Mysians, Phrygians, and other nations of this race among the most ancient inhabitants of Asia Minor. Their primeval situation is highly favorable to the opinion which ascribes to them a common origin with the nations of Upper Asia. All the accounts which we have concerning the tribes above mentioned establish this connection. The manners and religious rites of the Phrygians bear a close resemblance to those of the more eastern people, of which a strong example occurs in the worship of Cybele on Mount Dindima, whom Virgil calls
Alma parens idea Deum, cui dindum accordi turrigere que urbis, biungique ad frena leones.
Note Aeneid 10. The poet in another place describes the Phrygians.
Vobis spicta croco, et fulgenti murice vestis, desidie cordi, iuat indulgere coreis, et tunice manicas, et habent redimicula mitre. Tympana vos buxusque vocant bericuntia matris idee.
Note Aeneid 9. The Trojans were a branch of the Phrygians. Among them the same mythology prevailed which was common to the Greeks and the eastern Asiatics. The Thracians exhibit strong proofs of connection with the East. They worshipped Mars, Bacchus, Diana, and their princes Mercury. Note Herod 5, c. 7. Euripides, Hecuba et Rhesus, mentions Bacchus as their god. End of note. They practiced polygamy, and when a husband died, his favorite wife immolated herself, being gaudily dressed as if for some great celebration, on his funeral pile. Those who survived were considered as disgraced. Note Herod ubi supra. The same custom was observed by the Getae. The Getae were celebrated for their belief in the immortality of the soul. The doctrines of the worshippers of Zamolixis were so like those of the Pythagoreans that Herodotus suspected them to be derived from that sect. Note Posidonius apud Strabonem, lib 7, page 296. The mythology of the Goths in the north, although a more remote derivation, exhibits many relations to the fictions of the East, and would probably, if fully analyzed, appear evidently to have emanated from the same source. A remarkable affinity has been traced between the Gothic dialects and the Persian. Both are connected with the Greek, and it is apparent that all these languages were nearly allied in their original structure. A stronger proof cannot be afforded of the Eastern derivation of the German nations and of their descent from the ancient Asiatics. Seventhly, of the physical characters of the German tribes. The Germans are universally described by the Romans as tall, large-bodied men of fair complexion, red or yellow hair, and blue eyes. This character is ascribed to them by Tacitus. Note
Habitus quoque corporum, quamquam in tanto hominum numero idem omnibus, truces et cerulii oculi, rutile come, magna corpora et tantum ad impetum valida.
Tacitus de moribus Germanorum. End of note. Several of the poets allude to it, as Horace, note Horace Epodon Liber,
Nec fera cerulia domuit Germania pube.
and Juvenal, note Satyr v.
Cerula quis stipuit Germani lumina, flavam Caesariam, et madido torquentem corno aciro, nempe quod hec illis natura est omnibus una.
Ausonius, note Ausoni Edil, poem 328.
Sic latiis mutata bonis Germana maneret ut facies, oculos cerula flava comas.
Lucan, note Pharsalia lib 2.
Fundit ab extremo flavos aquilones suevos albis, et indomitum reni caput.
Silius Italicus of the Batavi, a German tribe, note Punica lib 3.
A tu transcendens Germanicae facta tuorum, iam puer auricomo per formidate Batavo.
Procopius attributes a similar complexion to the Goths. He says,
Leucoi hapantesta somataisi.
note Procopius, Rare Vandal, lib 3. Galen ascribes the same characters to the Germans. Note Galen in Hippocratem de Ratione Victus. End of note. Many other authorities might be added, but these suffice to show the generality of the observation. A similar complexion prevails among all the nations of modern Europe descended from the Germans. Linnaeus thus characterizes the Goths of Scandinavia.
Goti corpore proceriore, capillis albidis, oculorum iridibus cinerio ceruliscentibus.
Note Linnei Fauna Suecica. End of note. In those parts of Scotland which are inhabited by the Lowlanders, the descendants of the Picts, a German race, blue eyes and light hair are almost universal. A dark complexion, on the contrary, characterizes for the most part the Celtic Highlanders. End of Chapter 9, Section 3 of the Gothic or German Race.